quite a pleasant sight, because in the past few days it was just waves all over and it was chaotic. I mean, it was a textbook storm swell. That's what we refer to it as in Cape Town. Just mega waves, really powerful. You don't quite, when you're out there, you're kind of wondering, why did I do this to myself? But today is what we hope for. When you look at these charts, you just get so excited. And I'm pretty jealous I got knocked out, because I'd love to be competing in these conditions. But now we have ladies heat 1, round 2. This is an elimination round. We have in red Alexander Rinda from the Canary Islands. In blue, Valentina Diaz from Chile. And in yellow, we have Madalena Valerio from Portugal.
Multinational women's heat here. Excuse me. Alexander Rinda in the run for one of those 4 contenders for the world title. And we said we're going to be touching on all the scenarios. We're going to get to that a little bit later. But it's a mouthful. It's a lot to read. And there's a lot of scenarios that can play down for us to, kind of get these things going for the world title. Just a couple of graphics, just testing them out quickly, just making sure we are ready to go. This is the women's division. It's presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are, and a fitting partner for our women athletes. Women's Month, women's equality, and just a great day for everybody to be out on the water, and I reckon we're going to see some good surfing. Valentina Diaz, not a stranger in the big things.
No, not at all.
We've seen her send a couple of bombs, but she's up against Alexander Rinda. Well, not a stranger in the big things as well, but this is a different type of surf. So I think Madalena might come into fray here and be a lot more. She's going to be making things very difficult for the other 2 ladies. A well-balanced heat, a little bit of everything in this heat. So I reckon as soon as we get some scores up shortly, no waves ridden yet, but we'll also see them moving around a bit. You're going to be seeing the far side banks working, the middle peak, the roadside stuff working. So a little bit of a mixed batch and a little bit of everything. Yeah, but super good, clean conditions. And what more can we ask for?
Yeah, definitely. As you'll see, the tidal movement at Onras is a very big thing. I mean, this wave changes every 15 minutes, to be honest. So when you're preparing for your heat, you really got to critically analyze the heat prior to know exactly where the waves are breaking. So we'll see the guys moving around a lot. But as we see this northwest start picking up a bit, we'll definitely start changing the shape of the waves, making the left a lot more potential, off the left a lot more scoring potential than the right. But right now the wind's still light, it's more of a northerly, clean offshore, so we'll see both lefts and rights offering great scoring potential for the ladies. We're still waiting for them to stretch their legs, and we see one up and riding. It is red Alexander Rinda, playing with a nice roll out the back. Good bottom turn, and she's just going to duck out of that, get moving pretty early in the thing, start with a nice scoring ride. Let's wait and see what the judges have to think of that.
Head over to ibcwalter.com. All information, live scores, and live streaming. Jump onto our socials. You can make sure you don't miss a beat as we're running the women's division right now. Round number 2, then quarterfinals of the men, and then round number 3 of the women's, and then some junior action. So then we were at the juniors. Shame they got a stiff one on Sunday. That was a bit rough. The conditions were just wild. But we had to run.
Yeah, we had to run, and it's a good sink or swim scenario. This is the world stage. Everyone's watching in. They should be able to handle their own and really put on a show and show the world what South African juniors have to offer and the big conditions that we're all used to surfing. It was great to see them really give it a go. No one was putting down a fight. No one was going down without a fight.
All right, well, good times here on Onras Beach. Alexander Rinda with the first scoring wave of the morning. As we're just sorting out Robbie's little mic. Couple of early morning gremlins, but we're kicking them out the door, and they have gone back to the hills because now it is smooth sailing from here. ibcwalter.com. Get all the scores and everything in real time as we are waiting for the score graphics to pop up. If you jump onto our scoring channels, which will be at IBC, you can see Alexander with a 4-point ride, Valentina with a 3, and Madalena with a 1-point score at 18 minutes 55 seconds to go in this heat. Ample time and some good clean conditions. Nobody out, but 3 of the world's best ladies just hanging out, scoring lekker onders here this morning. And for those who don't know, lekker is probably the best word you can use in South Africa, second to braai and maybe biltong. And so all the good things start with a B: braai, beach, battles, and biltong, and a beer.
Yeah, exactly, but I must say Droevorst is pretty up there
Yeah,
in my top selection. That's in a league of its own, let's be honest.
Yeah, that is. Nothing compares to a good Droevorst. Maybe a cabanossi as well every now and then. There's the culinary experience in South Africa is second to none. It's so infused by the international culinary you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm saying.
It's interesting how it's a very basic meal and just it's all very snacky food, but everyone loves it. I mean, when I was away in South America for 2.5 months, I was having Droevorst withdrawal symptoms.
Coffee withdrawal
I was
symptoms.
craving coffee too, because our coffee culture down here is.
Yeah, it's massive.
I really took it for granted until I went overseas, and I really realized how lucky and blessed we are to have excellent coffee shops a stone's throw away from pretty much wherever you are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got Milk right here on the beach providing world-class coffee, world-class food fusion. It's that eclectic global menu that they have here, which is for such a small little place on the beach. It really punches way above their belt. And South Africa, no stranger to the world's top 50 restaurants, as we're sporting at least 3 of them. The world top 50 restaurants here in South Africa, 2 of which are in Cape Town, and 1 is way up the west coast, which is called Wolfgat there at Paternoster. We recently had a Ton Invitational there, and you unfortunately missed it because you were at the Maldives Pro. But man, dude, what a day of boogie boarding it was at the IBC World Tour speciality event, Ton Invitational. 1 of 2 our brothers up in France, in Brittany, for the NLA Challenge. Yeah, I love that place. Brittany is so raw, man. It's like our west coast.
I've never been there. It looks crazy. Whenever they run that comp, it just looks like the wildest, coldest, gnarly conditions. Very similar to like a standard day out at Tunt, I'd say. It's not often you get a sunny day at Tunt like you guys scored at the Invitational. And I'll be honest, I had a lot of FOMO. Even though I was in my board shorts, cruising in the Maldives, diving beautiful coral reefs, I really just wanted to be getting my teeth checked by the good old famous dentist, which is the nickname for the Tunt wave.
The dentist, your appointment awaits. So next year, this year we've got such great momentum with the IBC this year. So we see Ray trying to get into position there. That's Alexander Rinder. And it's a little bit of a quiet one. Nothing really happening here. 15 minutes, 51 seconds down. Valentina Diaz in second position with a 3.75. Alex with that nice little Rolo, giving her a 4-point ride. And Madalena Valero with a single no-scoring ride of a 1-pointer. So she'll be looking at clocking in something. Maybe the ladies must try and utilize the entire stretch of the beach and not just too concentrated in that pocket, because that didn't work so well yesterday. So let's see if we make sure we don't miss any action in the Crocs Women's Division, presented to you by the IBC World Tour. And Crocs South Africa, come as you are. So how cool are these Crocs, eh?
Yeah, these Crocs are great. And that's a huge trend at the moment in Cape Town. I mean, seeing everyone, the iconic Crocs and socks look, which is really the winter wear, where you just slap on a pair of thick socks to keep your toes warm, and then the Crocs are just for added style and movability. Everyone's wearing them. I myself have a pair. I rock them every day because it's just so nice to slip them on and cruise around.
Well, gonna rock your Crocs.
But as we can see, there is still quite a bit of leftover swell around from yesterday's huge swell, as we see a couple cleanups really just making the ladies paddle a lot harder than one would expect. It is still hard work out there, and we'll see them whenever they paddle out and get pretty rolled by a big set. They'll try shimmy off to the right and make use of that iconic onrus rip that really just is a conveyor belt to the back line. If that thing was not there, I don't think half of us would have made it to the back line in the big surf, because it is a lifesaver.
No, definitely. That onrus conveyor belt, as what it's known, on that big swell, you just can't turn around and try and swim back. You're just going to, every time you sub, you get pushed back, pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. And having that, like you say, it's an absolute lifesaver. It's a time saver as well.
Yeah.
And it can also get you into one of those sneaky little ones when the ripple shows itself. And so, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I was thinking maybe with the higher tide today, the Rip Bowl could maybe throw one of those little Rip Bowl banks that it's quite iconically known for. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens with the tidal movement. The tide is still going low, I think, for another 5 or so minutes, and then we'll see a push start happening. We are going into spring tides, which is exactly what Onrus wants. You want a lot of tidal movement up here. Low tide is ideal. So I think come finals day, and as the days go on, we'll see some much better quality waves. Because the lower the tide, the better it hits the bank, and you'll really start seeing those slabby, iconic bowls that everyone has seen Tristan Roberts bust those huge rib-cracking backflips on.
The fact that he still has ribs is a miracle, because man, that kid clap a backflipper. He doesn't even do ARSs. I haven't seen him do an ARS. Hold your horses, looking and leaving. I don't think I've seen him do an ARS in quite some time, especially on tour as well. He goes for that backflip, air reverse, air forwards when he can, and also the rolls. Very seldomly. It's almost like
very seldomly a roll.
It's got quite a funky roll to it, like he's about to backflip it, but then just kind of pulls it back.
Exactly. He just has to kind of be like, calm down, Tristan. Let me take it easy. Start with a roll and then build from there. But yeah, he has the best backflip in the game for sure, and it's crazy to watch. It's just textbook every time. We see Yellow up and riding on an outsider. She's gonna ride her, try to look for the section, gets a roll through the lip.
Nice, Madeleine.
She comes through. She's gonna try to link it, and she's gonna get out of there straight back. So that's a good way for Madalena to get her in the conversation. She is currently needing a 2.76 to take the lead, with Alex Rinder having a 4 and Valentina Diaz having a 3.75. All these ladies only have a single scoring ride.
Sorry,
we do have Valentina up
yes.
with a spin in the pocket. Can she link it to something else? She does a roll. Section does converge, making it a little bit more challenging to kick through. And unfortunately, she's not going to come out of that one. But let's wait and see what the judges think of that little set-up spin as we wait for scores to drop for both Yellow and Blues waves.
So we've seen a lot of guys struggling to... it was obviously a lot bigger, so a lot more power. But once you land not facing the beach on your rolls or whatever maneuver, you saw a lot of the guys getting just washed and not landing those those moves. And that kind of just testament that when you go up and you hit your section, that it's just important that you try and land facing the beach so you can get the wash from behind, not from the side. On smaller days, you can get away with that sometimes.
Yeah.
But with this bigger swell that we've had, you kind of have to try and just project yourself to face the beach, to get in front of that washing machine. Just likes to hold you and keep you there and spit you out at the back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that technique has been beaten into us since we were Groms training for local national championships. Roll, extend your arms and face the beach. If you don't face the beach, there's going to be hell to pay, unfortunately. You have to learn it the hard way, and you just got to keep practicing until you get it right. And yeah, it really does pay off, because it works wonders for you in the big surf, like you said. When you face the beach, there's very little chance of your rail catching. And we have scores that have dropped. We have Valentina Diaz, who has taken the lead with a total score of 5.25. Madalena got a 4.75 for that roll, putting her in second place, and Alex Rinder with a single scoring ride of 4 in third, needing only a 0.75. She is definitely going to improve that with the ride of any wave whatsoever.
Yeah, just under the 10-minute mark, Robbie. Thanks for joining me here. It's really rad to have you here. And how does it feel like to have it here? Yeah, literally on your doorstep.
Yeah.
Literally, you open your door and you're everybody in front. How wild was Sunday, the turnout here? We estimated about 2,000 to 3,000 people over the extent of the whole period of the event, and that just got thrown out the window on the first day.
Yeah, no, it was pretty epic to see. It was crazy, especially having them right on my doorstep. People were coming by saying, how's it? Just seeing if we have a heat replay coming up. Fortunately not yet. But when we do, we will be aware. We do see a wave coming red, looked, but paddled over it, not offering much opportunity for her. But yeah, back to the crowd. It was an epic. It was just so cool to see these people. I mean, I've been coming to Onrus since long before I was bodyboarding. Didn't even know what a good wave was over here. And then seeing this amount of people just made me so happy. Everyone was just stoked. There was such good levels of happiness around. Waves were tough, but the boys put on a show, and so did the ladies and the juniors. It was great to see. The crowd was... They didn't even know what half the stuff that could be done on a bodyboard. They were mesmerized.
Yeah, exactly.
They were loving every second of it. Hence why more and more people just kept coming, enjoying the restaurant, just enjoying the general vibe on the beach. And it was cold too. It definitely wasn't the day for the beach. So they were here for the action.
All right, quick little replay presented by Crocs of... There we go. It's waiting to see it's coming. We're about to chuck you in there. But here we go. The nice replay graphics presented by Crocs. As the women's, here we go. That's right in red. Alexandra Rinde with a nice little nothing at the back there. And unfortunately, no scoring right first. She'll be a bit frustrated because she's in that contention for the World Tour. And this is an elimination round. And she's got a 4.5. So, Robbie... I mean, time's ticking here. 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Alex needs to get a measly 0.75 to get into that first position. But if she doesn't, dude, it's our first upset of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a big upset. But Alex is she's a seasoned competitor. She knows what she needs, and she's not chasing a 0.75. She's chasing a 4-5 point ride to really just put the pressure on the lady. So she's comfortable with handling the pressure, looking for just one more roll to really seal the deal for her. But if push comes to shove in like the last minute, 30 seconds, then she'll start scratching for that 0.7 ride. But I think she's just going to sit comfortable at the back, enjoy her priority. She's currently sitting alone by the looks of it. And yeah, just wait for some waves to come through, because these waves are quite tricky. We do see someone paddling.
That is red. That's Alex. Talk about the devil. Cruising down the line, looking for a little rolo. Hooks it and lands it. And spot on. You were 100% right. She's looking for the fives, the fours, and not the small little score. She wants to extend that lead, pull away from the lady. She's still looking for that inside section, that little double up. And the tide not providing it. You'll definitely be seeing that on the higher tide a little bit later. And also a bit of a different waves. Nice little left-hander. So there's plenty waves. Just got to be in that right position. But it's a lot more manageable this morning. It's looking really good here out at Ornaments Beach for the 2022 Walker Bay Pro. So wait for the replay. You can take us through that one, get a little bit technical, and just give our viewers what's going on in Alex's mind while she's there. She knows she needs to chase her scores, extend that lead, and there she goes, Robbie. Clocks in a
5 point ride for that last wave. That's
there you go.
Exactly what she needed. Now she's really pumped up the gas, putting the pressure. Putting Valentina in second place, needing a 6 point ride to take the lead, and Madalena in third place, needing only a 1.5 to progress into second, as this is an elimination round and the top two riders go through, and third place is unfortunately being eliminated from the event. So Alexandra Rinde is sitting very comfortable right now with the highest heat total of 9 points. So her world title dream is definitely still alive and ripe. So all those nerves will be put at ease right now. And now she'll just look to hold down the fort and maybe just wait for something better to come through so she can improve her lowest scoring ride of a 4 point ride.
Bang on, brother. Bang on. 4 point ride. So there we go. 9 score graphics back up. Thank you, everybody. And I never thought that we've always been talking about having an event here in South Africa, and why isn't there any events? We've got so many world champions, and it's just so surreal that all of us banded together, and it's a massive group effort from everybody. It's a massive thing, and from you guys to the athletes to the production team, and just getting us here, it's been a cool thing. But the first event that I can ever think of that's completely off the grid. The entire show. Hold up.
Here was White up and riding. Hopefully we can get her back into frame. Guys,
this is the world tour. It's not Lego.
But yeah, it is amazing to see just how, the sense of camaraderie amongst everyone. Like South Africa, the bodyboarding community is it's small, but everyone is just best mates with everyone and will always be prepared to help out where they can, which is just the nicest thing. And just the level of support that everyone's giving for the event, just asking how can they help, where can they how can they do their part to make this better, and feels like everyone's just come to the table. The bodyboarders are putting on a show. Dion, you've done an incredible job. I mean, you really have pulled it off, and the fact that this is the first off-the-grid event is the coolest thing, because, I mean, the environment is our office at the end of the day, and it matters so much to us. If the environment is stuffed, the waves will be broken at the end of the day, because I'm not going to get into the whole topic of climate change and all, because I could be here for hours, but basically we must just protect, leave the ocean better than how you found it.
And that's our motto here. But after the beach cleanups and when we're gone, you really want to leave this blue flag status beach looking prime and better than what we have found it. And one of the things is, let's bring in clean energy. Why not? We've got partners like Jackery. Go to jackery.com, jackery.co.za, check them out. You can buy these units, the solar panels, every single thing. The PA systems, the live streaming, the cameras, the offices. I mean, everything is powered by Jackery units, and these guys are absolute legends. Look, they're managing these things. They're constantly checking, making sure that the voltages and the inputs from the sun, all that is happening.
We had a good roll from
sorry, guys.
Yellow. Oh, unfortunately not going to be able to hold on there. She had a pretty heavy one through the lip, but just got detonated on the landing. Unfortunately, a bit under the lip and unable to really project herself to the flats and out in front of the whitewater, which led to her being a bit covered and just making it a lot more difficult to hold on to your board. And especially in these cold waters, holding onto your board, the finger numbness really just starts kicking in, making things quite challenging.
Yeah, thanks, man. Alexandra still holding it down with a 9-point ride. Valentina close behind with a 5.25. She will also be looking at those bigger numbers. But, Robbie, 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Valentina needs that 6 for the win. And Madalena just losing her board in that impact zone and unfortunately not sticking that roll. She's got a total of 5. And, yeah, it's our first heat coming very close to the end with Alexandra with that priority. And keeping her world title dreams alive. It's always the bummer part of competition is that someone has to end their campaign, and you know it's just you all want to see everybody win, but that's not how sport works.
Oh, hold on, we have a exchange in position. Madalena has taken second place. That incomplete roll got her the 1.5 score that she needed to put her into the progressing position of second. And now leaving Valentina Diaz in third place, needing a 2.26 to progress. With 51 seconds on the clock, the pressure's going to be mounting, but she's going to need to get moving. It's not a big ask, 2.26. It could be anything from a very good clean spin on the open face to a roll on the inside. But Valentina's just going to have to get out that foamy water and find herself a section with only 30 seconds to go. So time is ticking. And we see Alex Rinder up and riding, trying to improve her scores. A good roll through the lip. She holds on, really punching through. That's just a perfect display of how to do it. Good bottom turn, go in with that speed, push your arms out, and just hold on for dear life at the end there.
Basically. But she did well, and she's still going. So she's looking to really... she definitely milked that one. And further extending her lead as she's making her way to the beach. Unfortunately... And frustratingly for Valentina Diaz, just couldn't connect that rhythm with the ocean right now, Robbie. So that's the end of the road for Valentina. And Alex is still going on that same wave. And
yeah, she's really just doing a victory run.
She's just running away from it.
Just showing the ladies that, the other ladies and her fellow world title competitors that she's here. She didn't come to party. She's here for business.
That is exactly the fact. Quick little replay here. From, here we go, Alexandra Rinder. This one up and riding, but there she goes, Robbie. Quick little bottom turn as she sets through the lip, power surfing, but look where she lands. Bang, facing the beach, exactly what we spoke about. And she comes out all the way, wipes the sweat off her brow, and just making her way back. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back with some more women's action. Yeah, from the Walker Bay Pro, right after these quick commercial breaks. Isabella Souza and Daniceli Vallejos up in this one. It's a two-woman heat here at the Walker Bay Pro, presented by Crocs. Crocs come as you are. Well, there we go. Chilean Daniceli Vallejos up against World Tour title campaigner, multiple World Tour title winner, and a very informed Isabella Souza.
Yeah, she is looking on fire at the moment. She's just been riding from strength to strength, sending the biggest ramps I've seen on tour from pretty much every event I've seen her at. It's really incredible, and especially in like those Pride team clips that she's featured. She's definitely boosting probably some of the biggest than all the other competitors. I mean, all the other riders on the team. No offense to anyone out there, but she's just really showing that she's good enough to compete with the men's, and how the ladies should really just be on the same level as the men's, and this is where the bar is at, and it's just so cool to see. It's really inspiring.
Yeah, it is inspiring. The way she just hunts those sections, hits those big numbers. She's no stranger to the air and high scores. But Daniceli Vallejos, all the way from Chile, a very long travel, as you and I know, have come very acquainted to. A solid 42 hours plus just to get to Arica. But and then probably feel like a zombie for the next day.
Jeez, one that I've only like to experience only maybe once a year. Because that I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. 42 hours of traveling in a box it's intense, Dion, to say the least.
And I'm a bit of a bigger fella, but looking and leaving that one. So I'm a bit of a bigger gentleman, so legroom is always an issue. So it's not fun.
Yeah, the big South African jeans.
Yeah, literally the pants and the figure. But I'm telling you, whoever said money can't buy happiness has never flown business class after a solid 30 hours sitting in between some large individuals on a very long flight. So, but good times, and we do it for the love, and we just love seeing new parts of the world, and this is what bodyboarding has given us. It's giving us an opportunity to travel the world and see new places, make new memories and new friends, and that's just all to do with that piece of foam that we have under our bodies.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the things that I've seen I wouldn't have been able to live the experiences that I have and have the knowledge and just be the person I am if it wasn't for all the bodyboarding that I've done and the missions I've had and the people I've met. It's really made me who I am today, and I'm very grateful for it. And I'm just even more stoked that to have an event over here and not have to travel 42 hours to come compete in these incredible waves. This is just an hour's drive out from Cape Town. It's really close. It's beautiful out here. It really does feel like another country though. Honors is super laid back, casual. The people are incredible, but the food is definitely still on Cape Town quality. And Dion, I must say, going into next year, can we please extend the waiting period? Because there's just not enough time for me to have everything on the Milk restaurant menu. I'm trying to go through the menu, have something different every day, and I'm running out of time here. I'm going to have to start having 2 lunch menus. I've gone through that delicious mussel pot.
How good is that?
The hamburger, the hand rolls, everything just gets better and better.
Yeah,
my next bet is probably going to be that beer battered hake and chips, the iconic South African meal.
Right, Milk on the beach, providing the goods straight from the horse's mouth, or shall we say the hippo's mouth, just likes to chomp. But man, hey, absolutely loving Milk on the beach. Well, while there's a little lull in the action, we're going to throw to an interview with the World Tour contender and heat winner, Alexandra Render. All right, guys, let's throw to the interview.
Standing here with Alexandra Render, winner of the Heat 1 of the ladies today, through to the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. It's pretty tough out there. The wave is it's not so strong. When you get caught, yes, but like when you want to go for a roll or something, it just pushes you back. So I'm really happy to get one good wave at the beginning actually, but then I struggled to find another one, so it took me a while to get my second score. And yeah, just happy to end up with a 6 and make it to quarterfinals. Keeping the world title, find the line for me. So yeah, just looking forward for the next round and seeing what the girls are doing in the water.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And any shout-outs you want to do to the family back home?
Yeah, it's my parents that woke up at 6 today to watch me, so thank you. I know I love them. I love my brother also. He's working, but he knows that I love him. All my friends and my sponsors, my family, everyone that know that is also my family. So yeah, just thank you for always being there and stay tuned.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the contest. Back to you guys.
A cool interview. Isabella Souza and Danisele Velajos up in the water. And one of them vying for that coveted World Tour title. Quarterfinals of the women's coming up a little bit later. So that could be one of those things that could shift the pendulum. Because Isabella Souza has one of those big opportunities to be crowned the world champion here today at Honors Beach for the Walker Bay Pro as part of the IBC World Tour. Next up, Portugal, and then Fronton. Are we seeing you at both events?
Yes, you will definitely be seeing me at both. I'm still struggling to find flights into Portugal.
Oh,
it is
it's wild at the moment.
chaotic at the moment, flying out of South Africa into Portugal. Just trying to find the best route for me is proving it rather challenging. But I'm going to try my best to be there for the 5th of September for the Sintra competition, and then make my way over to Fronton in the Canary Islands for the 15th of October. I think we're kicking things off.
You spent some time at Fronton earlier this year? Or was it last year? When?
It was New Year's. So over January, December time.
Okay, so
December, January.
Earlier this year. That was your first time there, right?
It was my first time, and it's
how wild is that
definitely
place?
not going to be the last time.
How
it is
sick is that place?
Incredible over there. The wave, I mean, the footage, it looks intense, but I mean, you don't quite really know how intense it is until you've surfed it and you've really hit that reef hard. I unfortunately got the short end of the straw there, but we have Danisele looking at that one, unfortunately pulling out. Still waiting for these ladies to really pull the plug and get a score out there. They are really just waiting for that best possible scoring ride to come through. Danisele is going to try and make a way out, be brave and paddle through the middle of the beach, which is pretty tough. A lot of us try to go through the left, but because it's a bit smaller today and there's a lot more lulls in the wave, it's a lot easier to kick your way through the middle of the beach. But boy, if you try that in the middle of the day, I mean in a big day, you are going to be paddling for minutes.
Hours. Can you believe that where we're sitting now, the water was gushing over till underneath our structure where the last trimming is taking place. That just shows how big it was.
Yeah.
So for the second time, we got absolutely pummeled here. On the beach with our little setup, but hey, here's what it is. Thankfully, we're now through the worst. Still no scoring rights here, just under that 17-minute mark. Isabella Souza vying for the world title, and Danisele Velajos, can she cause a little upset? As we saw, it's not going to take much. 1 or 2 rollers and it's game on. But Isabella Souza, a fierce competitor, Robbie. You've been managed to spending some time with her, as part of the Pride team as well. You know, so you get to see this woman at the highest level, and man, can she perform when she needs to.
Yeah, it's really been so cool surfing with her and all the other pros on tour. It's really like helped me push my level and really see like where my bar should be and set goals for myself and where I need to be going into next year. And it's really motivated me to just push even harder. I mean, yesterday I took Jeff Hubbard to one of my local waves down in Cape Town, and it was incredible to see him rip it up. Really kind of left me with my tail between my legs. I tried my best to put on a show, but I mean, it's Jeff Hubbard at the end of the day. There's only so much you can do.
You just needed to say 2 words, and that's Jeff Hubbard. Oh, that guy that flies so high.
But it was a great experience. But I'll tell you about that after we see Isabella duck out of that one.
And you can see Danisele now kind of paying that price for trying to go through the middle and not using the rope to get back into the channel and getting herself back around that. Just using the conveyor belt. Now you can see she's slowly but surely making her way across, kind of giving up the fact that this is not going to work.
Exactly.
The only way is to swim to the conveyor belt and get yourself back to the back line. You save at least 3 to 4 minutes just by doing that.
100%. And energy too. Energy in a heat is crucial because your adrenaline's high. You're stressed out 100% for every minute of the time. So you're burning through energy so fast, and you really want to try minimize your energy consumption while you're surfing your heat so you can really maximize the waves when you're riding. And that's why that rip is just so crucial, because you can just kick through it without much of a worry and get to the backline within a matter of minutes.
Very out of just a weird heat. We haven't seen any waves being ridden. It's like, you know, there's plenty of waves out there. Some of them, closing out a bit, but just being in the right position, you're definitely going to get those left-handers. You can see them running there. And I think with the tide turning now, that's probably causing
Yes,
causing
exactly.
this.
The change of the tide is always a bit of a funky thing out at beach breaks. You see different rips appearing, waves just go through a little moody phase until it starts working itself out. So I feel like in the next 25 minutes or the next heat, we'll start seeing the wave kind of settle and go into that mid-tide phase where the banks could change completely. I never know what to expect out at Onrus. This wave is extremely unpredictable, but one thing it is not is soft. This wave is very powerful, and I mean it raises world champions here. So
That's it.
you can't be surfing sissy waves to be a world champion.
No, you cannot be surfing in the front little shore break. You got to be out there doing everything from reefs to beaches. You know, both you and me, we've got a steep history in this little town, and just, you know, and then we got Tristan and we got Chucky, we got all these guys that, you know, Andres, you see, it's still that little bastion, you know, the breeding ground of champions, multiple champions, South African champions, world champions, local event champions, a lot of them coming from here, provincial champions coming from here. So Andres is, you know, just there's something in the water here that just makes you tough. It takes you that step, one step ahead of certain, you know, people and all other athletes. Still figuring out what it is, but it's that heaviness and that fitness and all of that just comes here with Andres, and that's why we're here. We're here because it's a high performance wave. Sure, it's all bank dependent, but it's got some of the best infrastructure you can ask for an event.
Yeah, I mean, I always say if you can rip out at Onrus, you can rip anywhere else, because this wave is extremely unforgiving. It is powerful, big rams on offer. It breaks the same from 2 foot to 10 foot plus. You just got to be prepared to really send it out there, and then you can really see your bodyboarding progress from strength to strength if you just really learn to try to tame the wave. And we've seen that with Tristan and all the other locals. I mean, he's been surfing here since he was in the single digits, I think, just doing backflips for hours and hours, and it's paying off now.
Yeah.
We see he is unstoppable this year, looking to clinch another world title victory. He is only leading he is the current leader in the IBC World Tour rankings, 700 points ahead of Tanner McDaniel, and it's going to be an interesting showdown come Fronton, where it is all going to be decided.
Well, don't forget, Alan Munoz is here, and he's number 3 in the world, and Tanner is not. So if Alan gets a really good result here, which he also likes this type of wave, which is very similar, he says, to one of the waves back home and down south in southern Chile. So he feels very comfortable, and I think it's going to, you know, he might be making things a little bit harder, and then he'll probably end up going to Fronton as well. He's probably pushing to get, you know, really take opportunity to try and get that World Tour title this year, because he's becoming a father next year, and, you know, so he would just like to give it one good shot and really try and make it here. And but yeah, I think he's gonna keep Tristan honest during the course of the event.
Yeah.
But let's talk about someone there that's just been flying in and out of the radar, and that's Hawaiian Patrick Orr. He comes in, smashes his heat, and just boom, disappears again.
I still haven't met the guy.
I haven't seen him yet.
I almost don't know what he looks like. But yeah, I didn't know I thought he was not even competing until I saw him on the heat sheet, see him in his heat, and then exactly ninja bomb the whole competition. But now we just see the camera shot of the ladies from the next heat busy setting up, warming up on the beach. We have in red Sari O'Hara, a world champion, also in the world title race. And then in yellow from Portugal, Joanna Schenker. And in blue, Victoria from Argentina. She is the newest local to Onrus Beach.
Import.
The latest import into Onrus. So with 11 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock and not a single wave ridden, the ladies could go to a tiebreak, which might see actually a reheat start since nobody has ridden a wave. They might have to add a few more minutes to the timer, but we'll have to wait and see what the technical director and head judge think of that. But I think these ladies will start get moving soon, because the pressure will start mounting, thinking they need to start moving to get a score. And I feel like as soon as one lady pulls the plug, it's going to be game on from there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking over my shoulder and I'm just seeing a lot of right-handers rolling through. And they're sitting like they're they're sitting in the position kind of where the bigger waves are breaking and where they were surfing the last time. Not necessarily not changing the game plan, but it just seems like a little bit strange that they're not looking a little bit 50 meters further down the beach. And right there, you have some long right-handers running and a couple of sections. So plenty of scoring opportunities out there, a lot of waves out there. But just very strange to not see Isabella or Daniseli take off on every wave. They know they have to play it safe. They know you hold your
Isabella
horses.
kicking. Is she going to get in? Unfortunately not. That wave is just going to escape her. She seems like that rip has taken them just a little bit further off the bank, making it a bit harder to catch the waves. We switch to yellow. Daniseli looking at that one, but just going to paddle over. This heat has been very slow.
Wow.
But there we go. We just heard the beach announcer mention that ladies need to have at least one ride, or else they will be eliminated. So now the pressure's really mounting with 9 minutes and 20
I would hate to be
seconds
Chico
to go.
Coritana right now. IBC World Tour head judge, probably the best in the game. He knows the rules back and forth, inside and out. And it's someone that you completely trust with his judgment. But just weird. It's weird. It's very strange to see that. And again, looking over our shoulders, we might see Daniseli going on this one, which is a really good looking right-hander. There she goes.
There we go.
Up and
The
riding.
first
Robbie,
wave
take
of
us through
the
this.
heat. She is going for bottom turn. She's going to punch through the left, try roll through that. She's in. She's kicking. Can she make it through the foam? She's just going to try hold on for dear life, but unfortunately that foam is just going to move ahead of her. And out the back we see Isabella paddling, but just unfortunately no ride ridden. But Daniseli is going to get what we refer to as a short, which is an incomplete ride. So she committed an aerial maneuver, which was the El Rolo through the lip, but unfortunately did not land. So her score will be capped at somewhere within the 0 to 2 point range. And now we see a big cleanup coming through, landing right on Isabella's head. That is, ladies and gentlemen, where you do not want to be. Because right there it's cold, it's powerful, and a little bit of a South African washing machine for most.
Yeah, but wait, there's more. It's like an info commercial, this beach. I'm going to chuck in a quick little replay and let's see what happened here with Daniseli. How did she get stuck on that? Did she have enough speed, Robbie?
So she came in well, she did the bottom turn, but unfortunately she didn't really force the roll because that wave kind of crumbled over her. So with that, you can't let the wave roll you. You have to really push through the lip, use your arms, push the board all the way out and face the beach like we said earlier. And she just didn't quite do that, making it very tough for her to land. And where she did land, she was halfway down the face of the wave, and what one would do then is just really kick your brains out to try and get in front of that foam and complete the ride. But she unfortunately didn't get the chance to do that, leaving it with an incomplete ride. And there we go, the scores have dropped, giving her a 1.5 for that incomplete roll. She is currently leading the heat with 7 minutes to go. And Red is now out the back all alone with priority, needing only a 1.51, which is a very easily attainable score for Isabella Sosa.
Don't you think maybe another game plan is, this is hindsight, we're sitting here, we're just trying to throw out some scenarios. Given that there's a bit of a ripple happening, there's some action a little bit closer to shore, or maybe coming a bit more close and get one of those medium-sized waves, especially with the clock ticking off. Just one maneuver on that will definitely just secure a position and make things a little bit easier. But don't you think that could be an option maybe?
I think definitely just to start your campaign, get comfortable, just get a wave under your belt, just to really ease those nerves and kind of give you something to build house from. So even if it's just a little cutback on a rip bowly wave and an attempted spin will be better than just sitting out there letting your mind start playing tricks of you. Because personally myself, I don't have nerves of steel, and sitting out there for 20 minutes without a wave ridden would start playing on my nerves and I'd start getting inside my own head.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be. So well, let's see. Maybe Isabella can get one and Daniseli can improve on her 1.5. Isabella in the running to make it for a world title, and it will be bitterly disappointing for her if she doesn't manage to get a single ride on the scorecard, and just to be pipped by an incomplete maneuver for anyone That's a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, extremely bitter. But she has spent some time here. She came straight to Honors from the Maldives Pro, so she's been here for a few days. She's quite familiar, and she was learning from the best in the business. She's been staying with Tristan Roberts, who is the absolute guru out at this wave. So what better person to have in your corner other than him, especially out at Honors. So she kind of knows what she's looking for. I'm sure he gave her a bit of a pep talk before the heat. And I think what she's looking for just hasn't quite come through to her yet. And she maybe just be still waiting for that. But with 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes on the clock, she might need to change her strategy and really just get moving, get warm, because sitting all that time in this cold water can really also start leading to cramps, making things really uncomfortable at the back line.
Well, under that 5 minute mark, Robbie, it's little bit tense moments here. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. Not just, for both athletes, it's a bit of a bummer. I mean, the previous heat we saw many waves being ridden and some high scores being posted, especially from Alex and Valentina, and Madalena managed to get in there at the last minute.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Here
really
we have a two women heat, or two women riding in this heat, and it's just been dead. It's crazy. It's crazy how the ocean just dictates everything.
Yeah, it really, you can be so prepared for your heat, but at the end of the day, the ocean always has the final say. And I unfortunately learned that the hard way in my heat, but we just got to, like we said earlier, just roll with the punches and go with the flow. Excuse the pun.
Well, that's what it is. Gotta go with the flow. Unfortunately, both riders missing that flow, that connection with the ocean, the waves, the positioning. And Daniselli, is she going to turn and burn? No, she's not. Wow, man, 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. A 1.5, and one single incomplete wave being ridden. And just again, looking over my shoulder, there's definitely waves on the right-hand side. And it'll be very interesting to see how this one's going to be playing out. Next heat, Sari O'Hara, Joanna Schenker. It kind of seems that these two always get to meet each other one way in the contest. Sari in the running for that world title. Very good at smaller waves, very technical at that. Coming from Japan, it's most of, they get to surf a lot of smaller stuff, but not afraid to hold back. And Joanna from Sagres down in Portugal, and go check her Instagram out. She loves some perfect pits. So
yeah, she
a little bit of both worlds here.
Instagram quite a bit, looking at those beautiful left-hand wedges. I'd love to go spend some time down there when I get to Portugal. It looks perfect. I mean, a dream. We don't often get too blessed with left-hand wedges in Cape Town and surrounds. We pretty much just right-hand only beach breaks. So that's something I definitely love to get my hands on. But here we go, Yellow. She is looking to get a backup, but unfortunately just a bit too far out for that wave. She is under priority, so she can essentially paddle for almost anything she wants, and the situation will not change in terms of priority. But paddling for that one did put a bit on the inside, making her scratch to get under that cleanup, but I think she made it through. There we see her pop out the back. She's just cruising right now. She's sitting comfortable, well, not too comfortable, because she can easily lose the score. And there's Isabella, first attempt at a wave. She is answering back. Can she get something? Oh, very smooth and stylish reverse off the bank. Can she hold on and get through it? She is unfortunately just going to get gobbled up by that foam wall, but it was an incredible attempt. So she's going to try to get back out there with a minute, 30 seconds to go. This was also another incomplete ride, so it will be in that short range.
Kind of has to be equal. Well, we're not judges, we're not going to say that, but here we go. That's it for that bash reverse. She gets a 2.5 for that one, just for the technicality and not a little rolo. She completed the thing. There we go. Daniselli up and riding on this one. Can she throw a fox among all the chickens there? Unfortunately not this time around, and a big sigh of relief from Isabella Sosa there. But she managed to get the maneuver done. She completed it, faced the beach, but that white water just engulfing and swallowing whole.
That's always let's just sit tight until a replay can come up so we can really see exactly what happened on that last one. And here's Isabella. Great wave, very nice bottom turn. She can see that section coming at her from a mile away, and she's got her eyes dead set on it. And she just whoops that reverse off the lip, but unfortunately when those two sections kind of converge together, it makes it really hard to hold onto your board and push through. But yeah, we see Danny said he got a 1 point ride, putting both ladies on a 2.5 total. And we just look back to the replay. Let's see her go race for that section and really just throw that tail off. It was so stylish. Nice spray off the back. She really whipped it around.
Yeah.
But then, like we said, when those sections just converged together, it made it hard to hold on. And now with 1 second on the go, is Isabella going to improve that, get it back up? But unfortunately, I think she might have pulled out. So both ladies ending on a tie of 2.5. The judges will have to go to the highest scoring wave ride of the heat to break the tie, which goes to Isabella Sosa with the 2.5 ride. So she essentially wins the heat as she had the highest scoring heat ride.
Oh, my goodness, man. Okay, Isabella getting another incomplete ride. So this is what it came down to. Rides, the heat of incompletes, and unfortunately for Daniceli Velajos, right at the end, got pipped by Isabella Souza, but Isabella would be throwing a massive sigh of relief. What a weird heat, what a strange day here, beautiful day here in Honors. We're going to be back with our next heat, and just quick little ad break. Robbie and myself will be hanging out with you guys.
20, 22, side coming back. Long time no see, huh? 오래가 아니지, huh? 우리 다시 웃고 일고 찢고 바꿔. Let's get loco. Pandemic's over, 그래 기분이 오죠, 다시 그분이 오죠. Can you feel it? Oh yeah. 준비하시고 쏘세요. That I like that. 기분 좋아, baby. 흔들어 자꾸 위아래로. 1, 2, 3 to the 4. That I like that. That I like that, baby. That I like that. That I like that, baby. That I like that.
And we are back with heat number 3 of ladies round 2 with Sari O'Hara, Joanna Schenker and Victoria Juankui in the water. We're still waiting for the heat to start. As we saw Isabella take the lead in those dying minutes of the last heat with the highest heat total of 2.5. It was a tie, but she had the highest scoring wave. And this is just a look at Dion and I with, here we are in Honras. It is absolute paradise over here. A little bit of a wind, but it's a warm wind. It feels like summer.
Yeah.
I'm just wearing this jersey to show the branding, the Walker Bay Pro. It's
pretty cool, eh?
I'd love to take my shirt off now and really just
Please
ditch
don't,
the
Robbie.
mic
Don't
and
take your
start
shirt off now.
suntanning. But I don't think anyone wants to see my pasty
Save
wetsuit
us.
tan. 'Cause
Save
from
the
here down,
screen.
it's just very white.
That's that mold dyes tan you got, the classic board short tan.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
remember one of those back in the day, as back in Indo, all you have is like a full on body tan and super red. Well, Joanna Schenker up against Sari O'Hara and Victoria, all the way from Argentina, Japan, and Portugal. IBC Women's Division presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are. Round 2, heat number 3, and what a rad brand to be involved with the women's division. Super thankful for them for taking this opportunity as we celebrate Women's Month and we celebrate our women's athletes. What a great achievement, and these ladies have been having a lot of fun. We've had special activations just for them around it. They're going to spa, they've been to a couple of wine farms, we've got some safaris coming up. They're getting the whole shebang here in this whole little week. So welcome to our open air studio here in Africa. We like to keep things, nice and open here. And here we are. We were sitting here a couple of days ago, and yesterday the water was basically up to our knees here. That's how big the swell was.
Yeah, it was
So,
massive. This
wow.
beach did not look the same. It almost looks like a completely different backdrop today. But, it worked out for the better. It is a beautiful day today on the beach. The sun is shining, and I think hopefully we see some crowd pulling in as the juniors make their way out of school to the beach to compete in their next elimination round. But I am just so stoked to be by the beach. This is best place in the world. What more could one ask for?
Yeah, let's talk about this berg wind. It's a nice, warm offshore wind. That's berg wind, it's mountains, and that's coming from the mountains, a bit of the northeast, east into it. But we're going to swing a little westerly later. But that brings us nice little warm air and just warming things up quite nicely.
Exactly.
And that crisp offshore we saw and we still have. That's that's just testament to that. After this massive cold front, you get treated with these things, and the West Coast specifically tends to light up. And one of those special places you frequently do strike missions to. So talk us about that one wave you went to. I think it was last week, Monday. You don't have to name the spot, but it's nice.
It's quite a famous wave. I think everyone knows the name.
It's very famous, yeah.
The name of the wave is famous, and it's the iconic beach break to go to when those iconic east winds are blowing. It is, I think, in fact, with the amount of traveling I've done this year, I've surfed that wave more than I've been at home, to be honest. I think I've spent more hours on the beach than in my own bed.
And what a wave, eh? What a shore break. Just picture perfect. Jump onto Robbie's Instagram. And at Robbie has no mustache, and you can check him out on Instagram. No, I'm just kidding.
But it really is my favorite place in the world.
Yeah.
Just the vibe on the beach. It's always warm. Actually, to be honest, it's been bloody cold in the mornings. Last time I was there was about 7 degrees in the morning.
Lovely.
And you have to put on a wetsuit and just paddle out there because the waves are too good to deny.
Sounds so good.
But once the body's moving, you kind of warm up eventually. But
Nice.
it's just that initial moment it's extremely painful. Definitely.
Walk over the sand.
Yeah. Quite on the contrary to this, where the sun is shining, and I'd just love to get in the water. Can we not take our mics and go swim in the ocean right now? Because the water's warm these days.
Yeah, we got the tech. We'll just put a jackery on her back. But let's jump into an interview with Isabella Souza, our previous heat winner. Let's see what she has to say with the very tough heat that she had. Interview, we're ready for you guys. Take it away.
Standing here with Isabella Souza, winner of Heat 2, moving through to the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
Tired and then really nervous because the conditions change a lot. And then I was watching the one hit before, and then I was actually watching the free surf before the competition, and it was different. So in my heat, I didn't come out of waves, so I was pretty nervous in the end of the heat. But this is a game. The important is you pass your hit, you make it, and then I make it, and then I'm happy anyway.
Well done. You're still through to the quarterfinals. Very excited about that. Is there anybody you want to send a shout out to back home?
Yeah, I want to say a big hug to Portugal and Brazil. That Portugal is the country that I live, and then Brazil is where I come from. So can I talk a little bit Português? Queria mandar beijão aí pra galera que está assistindo do Brasil. E beijão aí pra Malta que está assistindo de Portugal, os amigos, todo mundo que tá ligado, família. E continuamos aí agora, pra próxima.
Awesome. Thank you, Isabella. Good luck with the rest of the comp.
Back to you.
And we are back with heat number 3. Straight off the bat, we have local girl Vicky just checking that out, but she is going to duck out of that one. Just getting moving, getting warm, testing the waters. It is still semi-early in Onrus. I mean, these people do get going quite late. It is quite a sleepy town sometimes. It is 9 o'clock. So the work day has started, and these ladies are in the office getting ready for work.
Yep, there we go. Vicky jumping into the lead with a massive 1 point ride. I'm just kidding. Just testing out the waters. And I heard Tristan in the heat on Sunday. Couldn't see her. Well, hold your horses. Here we go. That's right in red. Sari O'Hara, world title campaigner right now. Nice little bottom turn. Goes up for a little rolo. Hooks it beautifully, Robbie. There's another section. Can she do a two-wave maneuver? Two-maneuver wave. She does pull it off, and that just shows her technicality in these smaller conditions. Now she's making her way back to the Onrus conveyor belt. Massive score. This one is going to very help her a lot and cement her in that top position right now.
Yeah, this is incredible. What a great way to start her campaign in this heat. I mean, with only a few minutes into the heat, she just landed the first combination, or two roller combination out the back of the day. We saw Alex Rinder do that on the inside, but Sari, 2 rolls on the back. The judge is really going to love what she's manufactured over there. Let's see what the replay is. She's kicking in. She fades the section a little bit to wait for that section to hit the bank and stand, and she does her iconic bottom turn. Good roll, extends her arms, lands down, and she just charges for that closeout section, pushes through, and here she just holds on for dear life and kicks through that foam, and she pushes through. It was a real hard section to get through, but that's just where her experience, technique, and expertise really came to show.
Oh, there we go. 7-pointer for an opener. And that's it. The heat, the waves are there. Hold your horses. Joanna Schenker cruising down the line on this one. Lots of speed. That's it. Classic Joanna style. Beautiful roll in the impact zone, though. Can she hang on? You see her popping up in the back there, Robbie. Oh, man. That landing right into the impact zone just sucks.
Yeah, it is. It's terrible, to be honest, especially if the wave can flash your wetsuit and you get a little bit of cold water down there. It's not the best place to be. So sometimes if you hit the section just a little bit too late, it doesn't project you all the way out to the flats as you would hope and land in front of the foam. It kind of results in the lip almost landing on top of you, making it a little bit harder to pull off the maneuver, especially on a day like this where it's still quite a bit of energy in the water. There's a lot of water moving around, so if you're not landing perfectly in front, it's quite a challenge to just kick through that white water.
Okay, well, we can see Joanna turning here. Lovely style. I really like her takeoff, and she's so smooth in the water. Let's look at that.
Yeah,
nothing
she has a
wrong
great
there.
bottom turn, and then
Great bottom turn, perfect timing, but just right in that impact zone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just losing her board with that blast and that water. So yeah, great replay brought to you by Croc South Africa. This is the Croc South Africa Women's Division. It's proudly presented by Crocs, and we're super pumped to have them here as part of the women's division. And it's just testament to show that these global brands identifying and seeing the opportunity within our sport.
Yeah, no, it's great to have brands like this really see the value bodyboarding has to offer to the world and to the small town of Onrus. It is so cool. It's a sport that's given so much to me, and I'm so glad brands are noticing it and seeing the value that the sport can bring to the world and how extreme it actually is. And we have scores that have dropped. Joanna got a 2-point ride for that incomplete roll. It was a great wave. It would have been a real big score had she landed that. But now we see Sari sitting comfortably in the lead with a single wave score of 7 points. Joanna in second with a 2-point ride, and Victoria in third with first priority and a 1-point ride. She's going to look to improve on both on her first score as well as look for a backup ride, whereas Surrey has a real good keeper in the bag and she'll just look for a second scoring ride to just improve her situation, solidify that lead and get her one step closer to that world title position.
That's it. Sorry, Hara. 7-point ride. Joanna with a 2. Thank you for breaking that one down. And Victoria, let's call her Victoria Roberts right now. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Tristan. I'm sorry. I know you're watching. You're going to choke me out later. But it's all good. Yeah, the new Onrus local, all the way from Argentina. Super stoked to have her here. Super stoked to have the women division here. And later on today, we're going to have the Walker Bay Pro Juniors. And the good thing about this is, you know, they're surfing on the same platform as the World Tour riders. Their grannies and uncles and aunties, wherever they are in the country or around the world, can tune in and watch their cousins, their brothers, their nieces surf on this World Tour platform as they gain that experience and as we developing these riders to get into the big leagues, the men's next year. So super pumped about that. But let's talk about development. There's a specific thing going on here that you might not know. So our streaming team, it's a whole, here we go, hold your horses, we'll get back to that. This is our heat leader, Sari O'Hara, punching down the line.
That section. It goes a little bit quick for her and it might taper off, hit that deep water. She does a very clean reverse, but fortunately just catching her rail, dropping the anchor, and she's just going to ride that as an incomplete ride. Check, those lefts are very hard to get right now as you move further over to the Onrus conveyor belt, as once it hits that rip, the wave just goes very fat, which is the term we refer to as, when the wave kind of just fades out and offers not much scoring potential. But these ladies are incredibly good at doing those spin maneuvers, as we saw Sari whip that reverse like it was nothing.
Geez.
But unfortunately catching that fat water, not offering much push onto the wave. So that's going to be another incomplete ride as she posts a 1-point score for that.
Yeah, let's talk about this flatness that you're talking about. You know, so Sari is there she is cooking, looking. It looks like a nice little wave. There's a little section, just but too deep. She was, say, the nice little barreling roll section, just a little bit behind it. And more of a bit of a, there she goes, whips it almost out of nothing, just catches the rail and drops a kitchen sink right there. But let's talk a little again about development. So we got these, we got the streaming team here, Lyle and his guys. So what happened is we've got school kids that are training and job shadowing and learning how to become cameramen, how to become directors and operators. So you'll see all these guys are young guys. They've taken the time off of school. They were allowed to take off as part of their job development and career development and creating jobs and opportunity. Hold your horses again. This is our heat leader. Sorry, keeping a hell of a busy. Robbie, what's going to happen? Hooks a nice little floaty forward spin. Looks behind her, looking for that roll now. Can she get it? Can she? Hooks another reverse. As you said, she just smashes them. Right, little picture in picture here. We're keeping here with the sorry. And she's going to be turning again. Still going and kicks out over there.
Unfortunately just faded that section a bit too hard, and the foam kind of got away from it, missing that last roll bowl that she was really just milking the wave to look for. But that spin combo was beautiful, executed to perfection. That's textbook forward spinning off the lip to a little cutty reverse. Those are kind of setup maneuvers for the roll that you really just want to seal the deal with that score. But unfortunately, she couldn't find that roll section, but those spins will really help her campaign. She is still leading with that 7-point ride, which will carry her through. And let's see what the judges think of that spin combo as we wait for those scores to drop.
Super fun from Sari. Just showing her technicality and how versatile she is in these type of conditions. Still super fun conditions, very competitive conditions. Completely different heat than we saw in the previous heat with Daniseli and Isabella, but just this very, very strange how the tide was just in such a whole ocean was in such a weird lull, and now we're seeing wave after wave being ridden, the picture in picture. So we're going to chuck you a little replay here presented by Crocs. Our Crocs replay and our women's division proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are. Now let's look at this, Robbie. Take us through it. That was a quick little reverse spin there at the end, I think.
So here we go. She is fading the foam, trying to look for that roll bowl, but you can see she kind of faded a bit too hard, and that foam just pushed her out instead of back into the clean water, and that lip just got a bit in front of her, so she couldn't really link that roll. But now she's going to find a rip more on the far side area, because there's almost 2 rips. This one isn't as favorable as the iconic on-rest conveyor belt, but it still does wonders for you. It gets you to the back line, and she really timed that perfectly with the lull, so she is just going to kick her way all the way back. She's leading the heat. She's not feeling the pressure too much with just a bit over 12 minutes to go. She has got a 7-point ride, and we are still waiting for the scores to drop from the judges. And there we have it. She got a 3.75 for that 2-spin combination, giving her a total heat score of 10.75. So, like I said, she is very comfortable, just looking to improve on a 3.75 with 12 minutes to go. I think it's very doable.
Oh, definitely. Joanna with that priority. Nice little view, straight on view of kind of where the jump off is. If you want to not take the rip, you jump off the rocks. But you mentioned the rip here on the far side. We saw Tristan on Sunday opting in those big conditions. Or was it Monday? I'm not sure. I think it was Sunday. Entering here on the far side. Duck diving for dear life, but manages to, and he got himself at the back there, hunting those massive balls on those right-handers. Not getting them though, but he got those 2 nice Rolo scores. So yeah, it's not favorable, but you can use it to your advantage if you understand it. Here we go, someone up and riding, looking at it,
just
pulls
get
out.
Out of that. I think that was Joanna Schenker using her priority for that one. We're definitely going to have a change there. We see blue Victoria taking first priority, Joanna Schenker taking second priority, and we're still waiting for Surrey to reach the back line. And once she reaches there, she will receive third priority, giving her last choice of waves. So what would happen is, if a really good wave comes through and they're all sitting together, Joanna would have first choice, Victoria would have second, and if none of them want, then Surrey O'Hara can go.
Nice, good little breakdown of that priority. And the priority system, really a real good tool to have in your arsenal when you have that, and having to hold on to that thing and using it wisely. Maybe not as intensely as on a reef break scenario where there's a single takeoff point, But staying close to your competitors in those dying minutes, you kind of, if you have that thing and you need to try and block them and use that card in a safe way and to prevent your competitor from posting a score that might knock you out. So it is a valuable thing. It also just kind of levels out things and makes sure that everybody gets an opportunity to get the pick of the litter or the best wave in the set.
Yeah, 100%. It's a great thing to have, especially in the dying minutes of a heat and when you're winning. It's really what you want, just to give you that boost of confidence and sense of comfort. You sitting out at the back line knowing you have first choice of the wave and somebody's needing a good score, so they need to wait for a good score to come their way, and you are sitting in the middle of that. So you'll be very comfortable knowing that you can block that person from getting the score that they need to knock you out the contest.
Wow.
And now we just see our videographer walking back to the competitors area. It's just a very beautiful beach, a beautiful long road with a view of the beach. When you drive, you can just see everything on offer. I mean, that road was packed on Sunday. You could barely even walk there. I was bumping into people left, right, and center. They closed the road off from cars because it was too packed. We had traffic control. It was a day. It was a real day for it.
It was a day for it. And finals day is going to be this weekend as well. So inviting everybody to come down. All our dignitaries, all our sponsors, and everybody. Here we go. That's right in yellow. That is Joanna Schenker coming down the line. Quick little spinneroonie, little forward spin there. Nice looking wave, long looking wave. She's going to get that oncoming section, connects it with a little roll, gets a projection, and that's what she wanted. Yes, Kenji, hold on. That whiteboarder just making sure she's doing that workouts in the gym, holding on for dear life. But wow, she's not finished yet. Look at this section. Look at this one. A second Rolo. Can she get a third one? She's not done yet. Reads it, Robbie. She's reading it, looking for that reform. There she is. Just missing it. But that's going to be a massive scoring ride.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You saw her do that little forward spin in the pocket just to really set up the wave and wait for the wave to hit the bank. So that was just perfectly done. And then she saw that section, raced for it, did that clean roll maneuver, executed greatly. And then unfortunately the foam kind of just hung her up a little bit, which the judges will take note of. But then she managed to link it through and find a second roll maneuver on the inside, which will definitely help her improve her scores. And here we have the replay. You see her doing a great bottom turn, just generating that speed, and sees nothing's happening, so she does a spin just to wait for the wave to really shape up in front of her. And now she does another check turn, lining it up, finds that roll section right there, just rolls right over into the foam, and then foam kind of hits that dead water, hits the bank again, and kind of just multiplies in energy, kicking her through. And then she found a second roll on the inside. Here's the replay. We just see her milking that wave all the way in, and we think it's going nowhere until it hits that extra bank, and she finds a very nice roll on the end. She's looking for a third one, but unfortunately that wave kind of just doubles up in front of her, not offering much of an entry nor a section. And we see the scores have dropped. She received a 6.5 for that, only 0.5 less than Surrey's 2-roll combo, which is very on par with one another. I'd say that is great judging from our judges in the booth. Chico is an incredible head judge.
Oh yeah, no, he is the boss, El General. But 7 minutes to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Sayahara holding it down with a 10.75. We just saw Johanna finally getting a really good score on the card as we're waiting for Vicky Shuregi to get onto that scorecard. I'm sure Tristan is up on the rocks there, trying to spot for her, trying to point her in the right direction. She's been surfing here quite a lot. She understands this place. She understands the dynamics of it, but is it that maybe being in the contest, then I believe it's her first competition on the world tour. I'm not too sure. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
World tour competition.
A little bit of nerves, a little bit of everything showing up there. What do you think?
Oh, definitely. I'd say, for anyone, myself personally, I was extremely nervous on my first world tour competition. Still get a little bit nervous even competing now. So I'd say the nerves are definitely there, especially she's at what is her new home break, I'd say. So there is that added comfort, but still big waves, bit of a competition. There's always nerves associated to everything.
Hometown pressure.
Always.
That's the name of the game. Well, sorry, sitting pretty with that 10.75, and Joanna redeeming herself with a lekker 8.5 with a 6.5. That was some good technical combination surfing. I really liked that. She used that wave until the absolute end. 2 rolls, nice little spin, read it super well, super surgical. But here we go. This is Joanna again. Just talk. You see the ladies on the right-handers a lot more. She likes her right-handers, leaving this one. And that's just, yeah, definitely. She's sitting on that far side. Very clever for her to paddle over onto the far side, Robbie.
Yeah. As we see this heat winding down with 5 minutes 20 seconds to go, I just want to give a little shout out to some friends, family back home supporting. I'd like to give a shout out to my little surf crew, the Savage Surf Crew. Thanks, boys, for tuning in and supporting me. And now we just check the Crocs replay of Joanna's wave. She really just tried to look for a section and then does a little check turn, but the wave kind of fades off the bank and doesn't offer much scoring potential for her. And then we go back to the water, and then back to the shout outs. I'd just like to wish my good friend and cousin good luck, who is swimming the English Channel today. It's going to be quite a big task. Not many people have done it in the world. He's been training for years, so I'm excited to see him really go out in the cold water in nothing but a Speedo and send it. Definitely making me consider my life decisions. I don't know why I surf in a 5'4" wetsuit, because the water in Cape Town it's cold, but apparently in the UK it is much colder. But now we see the shot of the ladies paddling out. I think this is the last heat of the ladies for round number 3, heat 4. We have in red Neymara Carvalho, in yellow local lady Pamela Bowron. She is an absolute weapon in the water. She could be your dark horse claiming title campaigns. And in blue, Teresa Padrella from Portugal. This is going to be a pretty cracker of a heat, and I'm excited. And I'm extremely excited that Pamela Bowron is representing the South African ladies in competition. We've seen her out at the Tunt Invitational contest before. She's taken a few names down. She is someone to definitely be nervous of and watch out for. What do you think, Dion?
Yeah, definitely. Pam, I'm pumped to see Pam, and I'm pumped to see Pam perform really well here. You know, having this opportunity to compete with the ladies, and she's world tour material all day long, and she can send it on those big bombs as we've seen it at the Tunt Invitational. Pretty crazy, pretty cool. And Pam, a great ambassador for the sport, great ambassador for South African bodyboarding, and it's just a great humble person. Again, the women's division presented by Crocs South Africa. Robbie, Crocs, come as you are, and that is just the best slogan you can have, all inclusive. You know, we've got ladies from different communities and different beliefs and stuff like that, and everybody, and it's just like no animosity. Yeah, you are one, we're all together, and that's bodyboarding, and that's a sport. Exactly. And we're all here in one piece and loving it.
I mean, we see the ladies, there's a lot of competitiveness between them. There's 4 ladies up for potential world title, so there's definitely some stress and just competitive rivalry between the ladies. But out the water with the rashies off, we see them going wine tasting together, really enjoying their time in South Africa with one another. And that's just so aligned with Crocs coming as you are. They are just everyone from different backgrounds, grouping together for a common cause and just experiencing South Africa together. I mean, this place has so much to offer. Yeah, and so much. They are really just reaching the tip of the iceberg. Oh, absolutely. Like the beginning of a real big thing. And like you say, the tip of the iceberg. It's no better way in putting it. But super stoked. This is the women's division. After this, we're going to see the men's quarterfinals. That's going to be hectic. We've got some big matchups coming up with that. And then we're jumping into the women's quarterfinals as well. And then the juniors. And then it's finals day, dude. Can you believe it? We're talking about finals day already. Yeah, it's crazy. Just to think, only a few months ago we were nervous of the event not even happening, with how much organisation still happened. And here we go. It's been a success so far. And let's see how successful this upcoming ride is going to be for Joanna Schenker. She's looking to improve. She does a beautiful reverse spin on the open face. Can she link it to nothing? Unfortunately, that wave just going to taper off, go into that dead water, and she is going to kick as hard as she can to make it out to the back line. She is needing a 4.26 to take the lead with only 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
So top two riders making it into the quarters after this. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road for one of these three competitors. Anything can still change. We have 1 minute to go. It's getting a little bit tough out there. Victoria just not finding a good rhythm. Sari opening up her account really easy. Well, I mean really early. And managed to post some good scores. And Joanna right up behind her with some great technical surfing from her as well. But we know Vicky can also she can turn the heat.
Yeah.
You know, she needs a 7.75. She can turn the heat easily. It takes out one wave, and she's on it. You can see Twist on the Rock and the lifesavers. Let's trying to point out where to go. I suppose a little bit overwhelming at times as well, but not impossible for her to turn it here with 22 seconds to go. Can we see it? Are we going to see it? I don't know.
Yeah, she needs a 7.1. It is a big ask, but it's definitely not impossible. We have seen stranger things happen. But with the ocean going what looks to be a little bit flat in the back and 10 seconds to go, it's going to be now or never. And unfortunately, I think it might be never. Because, yeah, the ocean has lulled out after those cleanup sets came through. And there goes the horn. We see Victoria unfortunately being eliminated from the contest in third place, and Sari O'Hara in red and Joanna Schenker in yellow progressing into the ladies' quarterfinals. Sari keeping that world title dream alive.
We're going to be back with some more women action here from the Walker Bay Pro right after these quick ad breaks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Quick little ads there from Crocs. Lovely morning here as the sun is just hitting us. We got our sunnies on. It's a beautiful day. Complete different weather patterns we had the last couple of days. Rain, storm, sunshine.
It's nice to see the sun again, not feel the rain on
back,
my face.
Mr. Sun. Welcome back. I don't mind you tanning me
just
for a bit.
enjoy the Overberg area. This place is so beautiful. It's so green. It's warm. Clean blue flag beaches. What more could we ask for? I mean, I wouldn't mind a little bit of sunscreen right now on my face because I can feel myself getting burned from the sun.
Rookie
but
era, eh?
it's still early, so I have some time before that UV index gets a bit too intense for me.
10 a.m. the UV clock turns
Yeah,
on,
exactly. That's when we're
someone's
going to
go
putting on
by
that
and
zinc.
flip the switch. And okay, UV time. Well, let's talk about the next heat. This next heat, we've got South African Pamela Bowren up against a staunch. This is a proper heat, ladies and gentlemen. You got Teresa Petrella. We got multiple world champion and world title contender Neymara Carvalho. This is going to be a crack heat. Pam is going to make things really difficult for these ladies. They're going to have to work hard. And I won't be surprised if we see Pam really doing well here. Look, she's a fellow countrywoman. We want to see her do well. But we got to stay neutral in this one. But Neymar is no stranger to high pressure surfing, multiple world champion.
I mean, we've seen that with all her world titles coming, and
Exactly.
she's in the title race again. So she's got a lot on the line, a lot to lose, but also a lot to win for herself because she's returning to competition, and she's definitely coming into this event with a good, solid momentum and looking for that world title. But Pam Bowren, first time on the IBC World Tour for the year, so she's coming in with absolutely nothing to lose, all to gain, and all to show in front of her country. So it's going to be interesting. And then there's Teresa Pedrella in blue. She's there looking to improve her points, improve her results. She's unfortunately not in the world title race, but everyone wants to place well. So everyone's got something to gain and something to lose. I'm not rooting for anyone because I'm trying to be as objective as possible.
Yeah.
But if I had to pick, I would personally root for my fellow countrymen because got to have some Sappho pride.
Robbie on the fence. Well, talk about the fence. Beautiful setup here. And Pamela and Anderson, Pamela Bowren definitely going to make things a little bit hard for the ladies here at the Walker Bay Pro. Did we ever think we're going to see it? Well, now we've got the Walker Bay Pro Women's Division proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are, and we are super pumped to have you guys here. We're going to be panning to a nice little wide view of the water there. The ocean, nicely groomed this morning, looking really cool. So yeah, let's see what's happening. It's Neymara, Pamela, and Teresa Pedrella in heat number 4 of round number 3. Right after this, we'll be jumping into the men's division. That's the quarterfinals time. That's going to be make or break for some of these fellas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We have Also, Alan Munoz in the quarterfinals looking to improve his results and hopefully improve his chance of earning that world title at the end of the year. He needs to get some 2-3 new good results, as we see Pamela Brown getting started early with a roll through the lip on a good wave on the outside. Can she hold on though? It was quite a tough section to push through, and unfortunately going to not complete that roll and make her way back to the back line. But she's getting moving early, she's getting comfortable, and that's what it's about. As long as you warming up in the water and you don't let that incomplete roll get to your head.
That's it. Nemara red, Pamela yellow, and Teresa blue. Finally, priority numbers starting to roll out, and P1 with Nemara, P2 with Teresa, and Pamela will be in the third priority. Quick little replay, not much in it, but I'd like to bring you all the action here with a Crocs replay, and let's have a look-see on your screens. Nice little wave building there. There it is, right in yellow. Pamela coming through the section. Good speed. There she is. Sees that section. Goes for a rolo. Again, that white water. It's getting the best of her.
Yeah, you saw as she was bottom turning to go up for the lip, she hit a bit of chop, which really just cut her speed in half, making it a lot harder to punch through the lip and project out to the flats. But we switched to blue. Teresa going a nice spin in the pocket, mixing it up with a reverse spin. She's going to try and look for a roll section. She's cutting into the foam, waiting for that wave to just reform on the second bank on the inside. She's kicking. She is in it. Can she find the section? She goes up and she rolls through the lip. That's going to be a great score for her campaign to get things started. A double spin combo to a roll on the inside. She's going to be stoked. She's definitely showing all the other ladies that she didn't come here to play either.
No. They also want the title. They also want to win a world title event. Well, a world tour event. Not necessarily, vying for the world title right now, but they're still here. They're still for the win. They're here for the prize money. They're here. This is their jobs. At the end of the day, this is your job as well. Robbie. So at the end of the day, you guys want to perform well at every event. Keep your rankings up, getting yourself just into that better seeding for the next year. But great surfing from Teresa, clocking in a 4-point ride. It just shows you that the combination riding is really good. Here's a Crocs little replay quickly, and this is now after her coming in from the back. She sees that little section. She's scratching, and there it is. And nice little insider, hooks a little roller, and at the back there we saw one of our other athletes getting an incomplete. All right, nothing on the other waves. My bad. That's a Crocs replay, super rad. But again, Teresa coming from that, from the younger rankings, being schooled in Portugal in bodyboarding, and here she is on the world tour.
Yeah, I mean, Portugal's a great breeding ground for bodyboarders. They are blessed with such beautiful waves on offer. I'm so excited to go there to compete in Sintra and just see the town, eat some pastel de nata, some ham and cheese sandwiches, just live the Portuguese lifestyle again, which I'm so excited for. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit sad to leave South Africa. We still have a few more days left of winter. I'd love to go up the west coast a bit more before I leave, so hopefully a chart comes through. But yeah, in the meantime, you can find me here at Onrus, just enjoying the spoils of this warm winter's day. And we look to the outside. It seems like there's some activity happening out the back, a big set rolling through. Not too sure if it's going to land on Teresa's head. Looks like she might have to duck dive through it, but it's just a foam ball, so it's not going to be too hectic, thankfully for her. But yeah, that's kind of the consequence of what happens when you don't paddle through the rip and you kind of choose to paddle through the middle. You do have to duck dive quite a bit and paddle a little bit harder than one would have to do if they went through the rip.
Yeah, I can see red sitting super deep. A lot of big waves all of a sudden coming through. Long lulls, as you're saying. It takes quite some time before that happens. And finally, we in the previous heat, I don't think we saw these big sets rolling in. And the heat before that, we definitely saw a lot of them. Here we go. Yellow upper riding. Pamela Barron all the way from South Africa. Looking. There's lots of speed. Nice little rollo through the lip. Now the question is, can she stick it? Yes, there she is, Robbie. She gets on the crowd just loving that one.
Yeah, that was a great roll. Very powerful riding from Pamela. That was a very heavy section. She was super under the lip when she went up for it, but impressively managed to hold on and really ride through it. We see her cutting left. She's trying to look for a second section to throw out, but she's also trying to get into that iconic conveyor belt to get to the back line quickly and just try build on her scores, because she is needing a backup ride now since her first one was an incomplete. She's only needing a 2.51 to get her into the lead, and I think that is definitely the score she needed. So we're going to probably see a position change with just a bit under 18 minutes to go. And then we see Neymara with a 0.75. She just has a short to her name. She's currently in third place, but only needing a 3.26 to take the lead. I'm sorry, to take second place. And we go to the Crocs replay as we just see Teresa paddling, and then the replay should come up shortly. And here's Pamela. She sees the section through the foam, long bottom turn, and these foamy sections are pretty tough, but she manages to work it. That's exactly what you want to do. Really push your board through the lip, extend those arms, and face the beach. That is textbook barrel roll riding, and she got rewarded for it. She got a 5.5 for that last ride.
All right, thanks, Robbie. I love your technical breakdown on these things. And while we watching the athletes duck diving there, we're going to throw through an interview with the Prince of Onrus and our previous heat winner. Take it away.
That was a beautiful roll from Neymara, getting her first completed score off the bat. A roll to reverse spin combo. She tried to cut back to stay with the wave, but unfortunately it just faded off to nothing. But she's getting warm. She is showing the ladies not get too comfortable. She's still in the fight. She only needed a 3.26. I'm interested to see what the judges have to say about that. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, that was good surfing. Neymara just showing her class.
Yeah.
And that's it. That class, that experience that comes with a name attached to Neymara Calvario. And absolute high scoring wave. She's definitely going to get into the lead with that one. You can see there with a total score of 7.25. Right behind her, South African Pamela Bowron. So not much in it between the two powerhouses here. And Teresa, she's got only a single point ride. If she connects another 4-point ride, well, Robbie, then she's in the lead. A heck of a tight heat. What's our time? We're on 14 minutes 29. So ample time left, and already these ladies are swinging for the fences.
Yeah, exactly. We still have 14 minutes to go. Ample time, and these Pamela and Neymara have two solid scores, a 6.5 for Neymara and a 5.5 for Pam, but they don't have a backup ride yet. So we'll have to wait and see what the judges think. And here we have that roll from Neymara that the judges loved, finished off with a reverse spin just to show control and fade off the back. She received a 6.5 for that. And now we have Teresa needing a 3-point ride and is currently in third place with 13 minutes to go. So yeah, the heat is definitely still wide open, but the ladies are looking to improve their backup scores and and Teresa is looking to get a backup score and change things up a bit. There is still a lot of time on offer here, so we'll definitely see some shifting and changing in the rankings amongst the ladies.
That's it. Thanks, Robbie. But another beautiful morning. We can't say how too many times how beautiful. But look at the greenery on the mountains. South Africa known as, well, the Cape Town, the winter rainfall. And the summers, we got the southeast winds, the dry winds. And a couple of our favorite summer spots waking up, like caves or Ladano.
Yeah.
And that hell of a cold water coming in from the Arctic.
Ooh la la, I'm not ready for that though. Don't remind me, please.
It's so deceptive, beautiful, crystal clear, blue water. Like you can see the bottom from 20 meters down. But oh boy, then you know.
Yeah, the bluer the water, the colder it is. And you know deep down it's going to be a painful surf.
It's going to be a short,
almost feels like you have
painful surf.
arthritis. Your joints just...
I actually feel my feet burning just thinking about it.
Let's actually change the topic already. But I am excited. I got myself a new 5'4" wetsuit. It's going to be my first time surfing summer with a 5'4". I decided to ditch my 4'3", get a little bit wiser, you know, age, seeing the benefits. So I think I'm going to take summer by the reins.
Yeah, just take it by the reins. And but it's crazy how many waves. It's like the winter time here in South Africa. The West Coast fires up. The Overberg fires up. Almost the whole coastline works.
Yep.
And then summer times, given a predominant southeasterly wind, you've got a handful of spots that work. You know, you can literally almost count them on your hand that are the most consistent ones, you know?
Yeah, we really see the whole Cape Town stretch really just light up. But as we see, the standard summer lull is a major issue that happens here. So when those swells come through and the southeast isn't too strong, you really are blessed with some world-class wave. My favorite wave to surf is the iconic dunes in Noordhoek. That's
beautiful.
just almost looks like cold water
well.
Porto Escondido. Yeah. Maybe even a bit better from what I've heard from some people. I wouldn't know. But that's my absolute favorite wave. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work as much as one would hope with the standard summer lulls, those big high-pressure, hot air systems that roll through. But here we switch to Pamela Bowren, looking to improve her backup, trying to look for a roll bowl, does a little cut back to check it out, and there's the section popping for her. Can she go through the lip? Beautiful roll through the lip.
Robbie.
That backwash really helped push her out in front of the foam. That's definitely going to be much better than her first roll, I'd say, as it was a lot cleaner the landing, a lot bigger the execution, and now she's showing her local knowledge by cutting into that rip to get back to the back line and see if she can improve her results.
But hold your horses. Here we go. Teresa, nice little roll at the top to bottom. Looking to link a second thing. She needs a high score now. Pam has just pulled away a little bit on that one. Nice little combination surfing. Still cruising down the line. Big oncoming section. Hooks a little roll. If she can pull it off. Unfortunately, that white water getting the best of her. But Pamela, man, that was power surfing. She punched through that lip so strongly and cleanly. Definitely, I think, a better score than a previous one. So she's going to jump ahead of Neymara. So let's look at this replay, Robbie.
Yeah, here we go. She really just sees that section coming from a mile away, and she's just kind of sit in that pocket to maximize her speed. So that's where all the speed is sitting, and speed is your friend in bodyboarding. She really goes up to the section, times it with that backwash from the bank, and it just perfectly projects her out through the lip in front of the white water, and she rolls perfectly. That was an excellent roll from Pamela.
Oh, another quick roll from Neymara. So, you know, shots being fired from both camps. Neymara, she knows she needs to keep fighting, and she punches through that lip. Teresa trailing a little bit. Now she's got a total of 7, and Pamela up with a 10.5. So Neymara will definitely be looking at increasing her score there. So let's look at Pamela getting a 5-point ride. A 5.5 is her 2 highest scores, but we got a 6.5 with Neymara, and she's still going and kicking out. So now the judge will be dropping scores with that, and Teresa with a 4 and a 3, Robbie. Close heat. 10 minutes, we're on the 9-minute mark, so a very close heat, and this one is still wide open.
Yeah, this is an action-packed heat. Ladies are trading blows. It's very entertaining. Neymara only needing a 4-point ride, and she got the score. She got a 5-point ride for that last result, putting her back into first place. And here is a replay of Teresa's wave. This is a reverse spin she did after the little roll that she had. And you see her eye out that oncoming section, and she's trying to get a roll off it, but these sections are extremely tough to roll. They don't offer much of a lift, more of a foam ball punch, and they are very challenging to time. And she was rewarded with a 3-point ride for that, still leaving her in third place, needing a 6.5 to take second. Pamela was pushed down to second place after her 5-point ride, letting her need a 6.16 to take the lead. But remember, this is an elimination round, and only one person is being eliminated from this heat.
Yeah, so currently that person, here we go, a quick little replay. That's just the end of Neymara's roll. But look at the size of that wave. Definite set wave, and that's why she got that bigger score. Total score of 11.65, Robbie. So, yeah, it's just a close heat. 7 minutes 47 to go. Pamela and Neymara going toe-to-toe on this one, and this is a very closely contested heat. So far, we've managed to see all our world title contenders getting through into the next round. Some closer than the others, but so far the dream's alive for all 4 of our contenders. But Neymara first needs to deal with a very hungry Pamela and an informed Teresa.
Yeah, I mean, the world title leaders are really showing why they are in the running for the world title race, really just showing why they are on form this year and just proving their worth. I mean, they all, well, hopefully Neymara will make it through, keep her world title dream alive, but the rest of them are all into the quarterfinal, and I think they're all in separate quarterfinals too, so it will make things very interesting when come the semis, as we'll see some world title match-offs, provided they all progress through, and that's when the big upsets will come, making finals day that much more exciting and that much more interesting. I cannot wait.
Yeah, you can't script this drama. Days of our lives here at Onerous Beach. Welcome if you just joined us. Where have you been? This is the 2020 Walkabout Pro in Hermanus, Onerous, South Africa. We're sitting on the beach. What a lekker morning it is. We got the women's division proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are, Robbie. And we can see the women sporting all the rad little Crocs. I am super jealous myself, and I know you are. But we'll see if we can hijack one or two of their pairs of shoes.
I wonder if they have a size 11 for my fit flipper.
Yes, you don't even need fins with those.
Yeah, the good old dad jokes.
Yeah, bro, I got them, man.
It's always been a struggle for me finding fins. I'm not going to lie, but I'm glad I found my comfortable M-Star Large. They are working wonders for me, because my worst was those iconic volcano holes that you get from chafing your fins. But yeah, thankfully I found the pair that works for me, and I'm sticking with them.
Well, sticking to surfing, here we go. This is Rider in blue. Teresa looking nice. A roll off the top there, top to bottom. This is going to definitely put her up in that tens or close to that. So that's going to make things really tight. She's still going, Robbie.
Unfortunately, not linking it through to the inside. She was really needing a combination score to get her that 6.5. But that first roll was an incredible roll from her. It was a great attempt, great landing. I'm interested to see what the judges think of that. It wasn't as big as Neymara's one, unfortunately, so it might not be the highest scoring wave of the heat, but it could definitely improve her current scores, lessening that gap between her and second place. And here's the replay. She just timed it perfectly. Great rotation, great explosion, and through the foam easily. And with less than 5 minutes to go, we're coming down to crunch time. Teresa, the judges love that wave. Teresa got a 6-point ride for that. Like we said, not changing the position, but narrowing that gap between her and second. She now needs a 4.5 to get her into second place. Pamela Byron needing a 6.16 to get her into first. And Neymara Carvalho leading the heat with a 6.5 and a 5.15.
By the one and only Robbie Berman. Super smooth on the mic. And at least, my bro, thank you for always helping us. Thank you for always helping us, Robbie. Smooth on the mic, like a butter melting on croissant, like Michael Jackson moonwalking. You know, that's it. That's a lot of Robbie Berman. Yeah, he's got a future. I gotta keep my guard up. You're gonna take my job soon.
Yeah, Mamos, I'm coming for you. I'm just learning from the best, and then one day I'll be
One day
manning the
you
fort all
gotta-
alone. Don't worry.
You're gonna trip me down the stairs, and oh, sorry, John can't make it, and then lekker. We're keeping it. At least we're keeping it South African. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. As long as we keeping that Safa pride, proudly South African down here.
Well,
in the
probably
booth.
South African. Pamela Bowren in second position, holding that priority with a 10.5. Robbie Neymara with 11.6. Was power surfing from both ladies, and Teresa, on that 10-point mark, as I said. So let's see what happens. How much time do we have left?
We
are
have
touching
3 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
All
So
right.
now with priority being where it is, Pamela being in second priority, and Teresa being the real threat to Pamela right now. Pam should be strategic about her priority and try and block Teresa. Let Neymara take the win and progress through to the quarters, because top two go through. So Pam really needs to try prevent Teresa from getting the score. Teresa needs to kick Pam out of competition. That's personally what I would do, having priority over Teresa. And with 3 minutes to go, I would go sit on top of her and really just start putting up the pressure, turning that notch, and just making sure she doesn't get that 4.5 that she really needs to kick her out.
And we see what a 4.5 looks like. It's a nice little roll on a good section, and maybe following it up with a spin, and that's it. So that could knock Pam down into that third position, and that would be heartbreaking for the South African fans. But this is surfing. This is World Tour. There are friends outside the water, but Robbie, inside the water, no bueno. No friends though.
Nobody's a friend in the water. Everyone's
a friend in the
enemy.
water.
It's your game or no one's game.
That's it. It's my way or the highway. And they're vying for the titles. They're vying for, valuable IBC seeding. Some of these ladies vying for the world title. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us again, welcome. Welcome to everybody. And welcome to the women's division. This is round number 3, heat number 4, the last of the women's on this round. Proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Super honored to have you guys on board. And after this, we're going to see some of the big guns take to the playing field, the quarterfinals of the men, and then quarterfinals of the women, Robbie. And then we're going to sending out our future stars, the juniors, run about 2:30 today. Don't go anywhere. Lot more action to come. Finals day, we're looking in on over the weekend. Thursday and Friday, conditions are deteriorating. The winds are super strong. The southerly winds showing. Those summer winds starting to poke its head in. And also some good swell rolling in. So we'll see what happens with that. But for now, we have our sights set on an epic full day here at the Walker Bay Pro and Onerous, both today and over the weekend. Man, Robbie, it's been a dream.
Oh, it's a blessing. I mean, what more could we ask for having such cooking conditions for finals day on the horizon on Sunday? I'm excited. I'm jealous I'm not in finals day. I would love to be competing in that, because those are the charts you really want to see on us when it is firing on all cylinders.
Well,
So,
let's see.
good luck
It stays. It's been changing so much.
Yeah, the charts, K-Town is very unpredictable. You never really know what the charts do. You kind of look a day or maybe 2 in advance, and you kind of can get an idea of what the charts will do, but you never really know. Things are always changing constantly. But from now, let's just hope they stay. Let's pray to the surf gods that things hold, and we're going to have a great finals day. But what we do know, the sun is going to be shining. It's going to be a great day on the beach.
That's what you
The
want.
crowd will be here. Smoothie bowls on offer. Great coffee on offer.
Some
I'm
merch.
going to be happy.
Yeah, you're going to be sitting on the balcony, have a good time. Hold your horses. Neymara keeping really busy, knowing that she cannot let her guard down for 1 second, because she's got a hungry Teresa, a hungry Pamela chomping right behind her. So, yep, this is it. End of the heat.
There we go. That is the heat done and dusted. Overs Cadovers finished and Clau. We have
Donkey Bayer.
Neymara Carvalho winning that heat with a 6.5 and a 5.15, and Pamela Bowren taking second place, keeping her South African dream alive of
Yep.
upsetting some world title dreams, hopefully. But unfortunately, Teresa Padrella falling away in third place.
Well, don't go anywhere. We will be coming back with some more action here in the men's quarterfinals at the Walker Bay Pro right after this quick commercial breaks. All right, welcome back. Main semi-final, number one in all Hawaiian showdown. Patrick Orr, Jeff Hubbard. I'm sure the whole world is going to be watching this one. Mahalos to all the Hawaiians tuning in. Oh my goodness, this is going to be an absolute cracker. Patrick Orr, Jeff Hubbard, both of them making it through to the early rounds. Patrick Orr just coming, smashing his heat, and then he leaves again. I haven't even seen the guy. I've seen him. Yeah.
Seen him in the water, and that's it, ninja style.
Ninja, the
And sometimes I
ultimate
think that's
ninja.
the best. Actually, seems like it's working for him. Maybe that keeps him focused for the next round. Or he's just cruising around, enjoying the beautiful Onros, Hermanos, just the whole South Africa is just so beautiful. Yesterday was a beautiful day. Today, it's actually warm today.
Yeah, it's nice and hot. Definitely have to keep that sunscreen pumping because you're pretty down south here in Africa. The UV rays are a lot stronger. And there we go. We got Jeff and Patrick. All Hawaiian showdown. Quarterfinals number one. Well, quarterfinals, heat number one here at the Walker Bay Pro presented by the IBC World Tour. Your heat went well. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I think it was the first heat of the day, right?
Yeah, first heat of the day. It's not my favorite thing to do, but on the other part, it's good to start off. It's just tough because this wave is changes so much and so fast. So it was really tough to see where to sit. And as we're talking, we see Patrick Orr on this left going for the reverse spin. Let's see if he can connect with another maneuver. Looks like he's going for the roll. Yes, and let's see if he can connect with another one. Keeps on going on this left. Lefts out there, some are good, some are just difficult to find a good wave. Looks like he managed to find his first wave there with some nice maneuvers to start off his campaign. Let's see if he can do something more. No, he decides to kick out there. Yeah, it's not easy to get a lot of good waves outside, especially with the offshore wind just pushing you back. I was happy to find 3 waves, making it through my heat and make it into the quarterfinals. Let's see what's going to happen later.
That's it, keeping that world title dreams alive. A lot of scenarios playing out, but now all focus in the Hawaiian showdown. Patrick Orr opened his account with a nice little combination surfing. And Jeff, here we go. That is Jeff up and riding. What are we going to see from the flamboyant Hawaiian? A nice backflip, classic Jeff style. Can he turn it around in that mushy white water, Alex? There he is. Pops out. Jeff Hubbard blessing our South African shores with his presence.
And the crowd is
his
loving it.
Skill. And the crowd schmarking it, bro.
Yeah, schmacken it. Schmack lekker.
Yes, schmack lekker. I'm glad your Afrikaans is improving. Well done.
Yeah, going there.
No, you're
I was
clapping
trying
it.
to improve a little bit. That's the replay of Patrick going for the reverse spin. He finds the lip there to hit, goes for a roll, but not much to offer there. He goes for another spin, I think, here, if I'm not wrong.
No, that was it. Just a spin roll combo. 5 points right. Jeff Hubbard rolling the dice and going for the nice little flip. And no stranger to big sections, as we'll bring you that little replay shortly from yellow Jeff Hubbard. Well, men's quarterfinals, it's all out. Here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Nice little good looking wave. Definitely the tide showing itself now. The right-hander, there it goes. Perfect timing and smacks it. Nice little flip out in the ball, but gets a bit stuck here in the washing machine. Kicks himself out of it. And gets rewarded with a 6.5. Well, here we go. Patrick Orr on a nice looking right-hander. There he goes. Hooks another roller himself there. Good clean landing, Alex, and he just keeps on going and looking for that another scoring opportunity. But lots of waves ridden right off the start of this heat. And the guys will be looking at these right-handers now. The tide is going to start moving around and showing a little bit more of far side that we've been talking about so much. And also that iconic wave here in Onerous that Tristan Roberts has come to know so well. Congratulations to Neymar,
Yeah,
to
making
Isabella, and all you finalists for the world title. Making it
still
into
alive,
the
yeah,
next
still
round.
alive.
That's a couple of narrow moments, especially a very strange heat with Isabella and Daniseli.
Yeah.
Very low scoring. Then the heat after that, just lots of action there. Is a quick little replay of Paddy Orr cruising down the line. There he goes. That was a nice smooth roller, good landing. So he's going to be now in the lead as the scores drop. Take us through your heat a little bit. Take us through the conditions. I'm sure our viewers would like to know what's happening. Now the tide is starting to push, and the high tide is also really, really cool. But let's hold on to that. We're going to chuck into an interview with our previous heat winner, Neymar Kavala. Take it away.
Standing here with Neymara Carvalho and Pamela Bahrain, first and second place in the ladies' heat 4 of the day. How are you guys feeling? How are the conditions out there? Are you super stoked through to the quarterfinals? Hey?
Yeah, I'm super stoked and battling for the title, so it's still on. After 12 years since my last world title, so I'm so emotional. I'm so happy to be here for a long time. And Pamela, congratulations. I call her to be here because she deserves to say something to who cheers. A lot of people cheers for her in the rocks, and I didn't know, well, maybe it was for me too. Maybe, but it was nice. I'm very happy.
Of course we were cheering for you as well. Pamela, how do you feel through to the quarterfinals?
I'm super excited. I really didn't expect it, but awesome, some fun conditions, and well done to Neymara and all the other ladies competitors. Some good ways.
Awesome, man. And any shout-outs to the family at home and the family in South Africa?
Oh, can I say Portuguese? Yes. Galera, sei que tá muito cedo, mas na hora que vocês acordarem, vocês vão ver essa bateria. Obrigada pela torcida. Estamos aqui, estamos on. E eu tô super feliz e emocionada. E eu quero que vocês fiquem junto comigo. Valeu.
Yeah, and just my friends and family, quite a few of them on the rocks here supporting. Thank you so much for being here with me and just everyone that's watching. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. That's from us.
Thank you, Bianca, and congratulations to Neymara and Pam. Pam hasn't been on, well, has never competed on a world tour, but we know she's been to the ISA World Games, bit of a legend in the game, and no stranger to big waves. She was the first female to compete at the Tante Invitational, so she's got a good repertoire, and we saw it in her surfing. Some powerful riding from Pamela Bahrain, making it through into the quarters, throwing the fox among the chickens there.
Oh, definitely. She's one to watch out. I think she's against Sari, so that's going to be a cracker for heat. And then Neymara against Joanna. I think quarters are going to be good heats. That's a really important heat for us. Let's see what happens in that next round. But right now in the water, we have Patrick Orr. He got a 5 and a 4, so he's in first right now. Jefferson second. He has the highest score. He needs a 3.15. 5-1, sorry. And we see yellow going for this left, going for a roll, a reverse spin. I was, let's see what the judges think. It wasn't the biggest roll. I think it's not going to be as big the score maybe as the one from Patrick, but maybe enough to put himself back into first position, which is what you want to have in the quarterfinals. We remember only one of the riders will pass. The first position will go into semifinals, and the second position will have an equal 5th position in this contest, which is actually really nice also, but everybody is definitely fighting for that first position to make it into the podium. Yes, he does change the situation. He gets a 3.5, so he makes himself 10-point total score as we see the replay. Take it through, Dion.
All right, this is Jeff looking at this one. Goes on the left-hander. He needs to improve on his scores. Clock's a little cover-up, hiding from the African sun. Little roller top to bottom. Not too much meat in there, but nice little classic Jeff cutback reverse. A little bit of texture on the water, slowing him down a bit. But that's what it's going to take. He's up against fellow countryman Patrick Orr, and a very close heat. But here we go. Talk about Patrick cruising down the line. Nice little right-hander. There we go. Lots of speed. Little section there. Punches, not a roller. Lands a bit on top. I don't think he's going to punch his way through the white water here. Jeff narrowly in the lead with a 10 versus Patrick's 9. Super close. Super fun surfing.
Yes, yeah, as you can tell, even the boys are struggling a bit. The wave is not really powerful, so when you try to do a big maneuver, it really pushes you back a bit. But looks like the conditions are changing a lot with the tide. Let's hope the high tide gets some better waves, some powerful waves, so we can see some big airs from all the riders. I think it's gonna get better, and we're gonna see a big show going on, so make sure you stay tuned, because we're still going to be running this round of quarterfinals, and then after the girls are going to go in. Myself, I'm going to be in the first seed of the quarterfinals, and I think that the juniors are on the schedule also. So let's see if we finish off the day with the juniors. Long day for us today.
Yeah, long day for us. Good day for us. Beautiful conditions. The waves are very, very manageable. The waves are very nice. And yeah, that's a great day. Beautiful sun's out, bun's out, everything is out. We got some barrels, we got some ramps, had some tight heats previously. Welcome to the screen. And welcome to the booth again, and thank you so much for always. And this time our names are in the right position.
Yes.
Hey, Alex,
You're
what's
not
up?
Alexander anymore.
Oh man.
Nice.
At
Yeah,
least my
no,
surfing would be
lovely
better if
place
I was
we're here.
Alex.
Sorry?
At least my surfing would have been much better if I had your name.
I'm not going to reply to that. No, definitely. Look, what a beautiful place we're here. Can tell it's a little bit of wind, but actually appreciate it because it's quite warm today.
Yeah,
and
it's a
that
good
wind just
wind.
keeps you fresh. So, yeah, beautiful place here, beautiful beach. The waves are looking good, so it's going to be a great day of competition for sure.
Do you like my mustache?
Oh, yeah, I just saw it. Nice.
Eh?
I don't know.
Magnum.
Yeah, I'm not going to say what it looks like, but
Keep telling
No.
yourself. Eh?
but you look younger without the beard. Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah.
I think I shaved off about 5 years.
Yeah,
And I
could
lost
be.
about 2 kilograms just on beard weight.
So maybe I should shave mine.
Yeah, maybe you should. Oh, we're just here having fun. It's such a beautiful morning. Everybody's having a good time, and you know what? That's what it's all about. Having a good time. You guys, the waves has been a lot better since the other couple of days. A lot more manageable. You find yourself getting some good rhythm, some good scores. You know, Neymar and Pam and and Sari and them managing to clock some good numbers. Fortunately, with Daniseli and Isabella's heat, that one just kind of went flat. That was weird, eh?
Yeah, that was actually like it was really weird. The waves did change a lot. The conditions changed a lot through my heat also. So at the end, I didn't get much waves. I got 3 waves. There was one point I was like, okay, Alex, you gotta get a wave because you only have one. You need a good backup. And yeah, Isabella's heat was so slow, and she told me she was paddling into the wave. She just couldn't get into the wave because the wind and the current was just so strong. It's definitely not the riding we're used to see from Isabella, but you know, we all have those heats sometimes, and I think as we're talking, we see Patrick on this left. It's an in and out for him, in and out burger.
In and out burger. Drive
Yeah, was not used to see Isabella surfing like that in the heat. She's normally quite active, but as I was saying, we all have those kind of heat sometimes, and I'm sure that she will come back in the next heat and show us what she's made of. But yeah, the girls did, like after that, the girls were just on fire. Sari did some good scores, and then Neymar also ended up with some good scores. Third heat was actually really tight. I think second position was like a total of 10.5, and I think Teresa just got eliminated really close with a 0.5 difference. So
Yeah.
the girls are on fire, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the quarterfinals for sure.
Super pumped. Can't wait for that. Can't say I can't wait, but I it just feels surreal that we approaching the finals there. Patrick Orr operating under priority, needs to improve his scoring. That's a good roll out the ball. Got good projection. Again, just getting stuck in that little on-wrist washing machine. Gets himself in front of there. Pat knows he's got to throw it all out against Jeff. Jeff had his back against the ropes the other day against a very informed local rider, Benji Oliver, one of those quiet guys that kind of just lets his surfing do the talking, and it was a very close heat. Jeff getting that nice invert right at the death of it. So great surfing from Benji. But yeah, let's look at this little replay here from Patrick Orr.
Yeah, so he sneaks there on the priority. He has a second priority. He's like, okay, this looks like a good wave. Let's see what it offers. So he goes down. He kind of connects it good, like he has a good time, but then he gets a little bit stuck, and you don't want to land with the lip. You want to land in front of the foam. Gets a little bit stuck. It is a complete maneuver, but the judges will definitely think about what to score because he struggles to get out there. And to remember, you guys, the judges want to have a clean landing. So let's see if that's going to be a score to put him back in first position, or if he has to work a little bit harder to go into first.
Head over to ibcworldtour.com. Check out everything, all the live action, all the scores, all the event information, everything you need to know what's happening on the tour schedule. Coming up after this would be the Sintra Pro, one of the longest running bodyboarding events in and on the calendar for about 25, 26 years, and then right after them going to the beast, potentially crowning the men's world champion at El Fronton. Back in your turf, you be pumped for that?
Definitely, yeah. Fronton is a great opportunity for the girls. This year we've talking. There might be the possibility to have a special event there. We're definitely going to crown the world champion here, but we've been talking with Danny and the guys, and if there's enough girls this year, we can do a special event. I will be stoked, but definitely going to be there to watch the boys. As we see, Yellow was on this ride, going for a roll, now trying to look in the inside to connect with another maneuver and gets out there. Let's see what the judges think. I don't think that this will improve his score. Maybe he did another maneuver before, if we can see the replay before we start judging. But yeah, I'm looking forward definitely to watch the boys, but it would be nice if we have that opportunity. So all the girls out there, if you have the chance to come down to the Canaries, there will be a special event for the girls. If we have enough girls, would be awesome. I know that the Portuguese maybe can't come and the Japanese because they have a national tour, but I think a few girls will be pumped to surf Fronton. Myself will be real pumped to do that. So yeah, I'll try to motivate as much girls possible to surf there.
Great replay of us sitting there. Here we go. Jeff with a quick little mid-face Rolo. He's looking to improve at 3.5, sitting with a 10. And Patrick right behind him with a 9. Yes, ladies, take advantage of this opportunity. Put yourselves on the mat at Fun Fronton. I'm sure Dan and them are not going to throw you guys in there when it's 10 foot and heaving, although some of you would like that. But,
that would be epic, yeah. So any information you need, you can actually talk either directly to Fronton King, or you can send a message to one of our to the girls on tour. And if you need more information, I will be there, and I hope that we will be enough girls so we can smash it there. It will be nice and show the boys that we are also made of.
Yeah,
rock,
that's correct. I know Begonia will be fighting to get a couple of pits over there with all you ladies. Man, she's an ultimate froth monster.
Yeah.
She loves it. She loves it. Like, it's crazy. Missing all our teams here. Hopefully next year we'll have a lot more. We'll win the lottery and get everybody here. Put on a much bigger show. Well, there it is. That little pan shot of the Crocs banner. The Crocs proud sponsors and presenters of the women's division. Crocs, come as you are. And what a fitting slogan, and what a sick brand to get involved with women's sport, and specifically professional women's bodyboarding. Well, we live here on the shores of Onrus Beach. The river has definitely slowed down quite a lot. Now you can easily cross the river and get on to the beach. We're going to be having our beach cleanups. We're going to be having our clinics and safety talks on Friday afternoon from 3 o'clock. You can see the waves surging into the mouth. You got to just time it, and and then get yourself across to the other side. Good times here at Onrus Beach. Jeff Hubbard Nari leading with 11 and a 9-point ride here from Patrick Orr. Patrick Orr, ultimate smoke bomb ninja, surfs his heats and disappears. He's been in this country for almost 10 days and I still haven't seen him. Patty, if you're out there, if you're listening, we'd like to give you a high five, bro. It's been a while. Last time a couple of spectators hanging out here, enjoying a sunny Wednesday morning. It's just gone 10 past 10 Central African time. Jeff Hubbard 11 and Patrick Orr with a 9. We're just touching that 5-minute mark here at quarterfinals. Heat number 1. Jeff Hubbard up against fellow Hawaiian Patrick Orr. So we will see who will be advancing into semi-finals. Well, talk about semi-finals. Jeff Hubbard is hungry for that. Cruises down the low, lots of speed. Good looking flip, catches the rail, almost not landing it, but turns it around in that bumpy white water. Classic and controlled Jeff Hubbard. Super cool to have him around. Such a great ambassador for the sport for many years now. Both him and his brother Dave Hubbard, World Tour campaigners, multiple world title holders within the Hubbard family. Just an absolute pedigree of bodyboarders and bodyboarding, also owning their own board brand, sponsoring one of South Africa's finest 2-time world champ, Jared Houston. Fortunately, out with a shoulder injury. We wish him the best in his recovery. Quick little replay. They see Jeff up and riding. There's a nice little mid-face one. You can see the right hand is starting to show. Gets enough speed. Hooks it. Perfect timing. Gets a projection into the flats. Quick little turnaround. And there he is. Gets another nice little score. Jeff Hubbard, Patrick Orr going toe-to-toe here as we have our replays presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are.
Yeah, what a heat here. Yeah, I've been a little bit on chat with Danny about the scenarios for the world title. I got a little bit confused. You know what? I'm not going to think about it too much. I am not going to talk. I'm not going to think about it too much. I'm just going to focus to try my best to win the event, and then whatever happens will happen, because it doesn't only depend on me. And same for the other girls. I just got a little bit mixed up here. But yeah, what a heat. So Jeff is still in first now with a total score of 12. Actually having
Jeff is just kind of pulling away there from Patrick Orr a bit.
Yeah, he's definitely, that's what you want to do. You want to increase your score and making it more difficult for the second one to take away that first spot and get into the semi-final, which will be on the podium then, and that's something really special for the first time being on podium, at least here in the first Walker Bay Pro 2022. I'm looking forward for my next seed. We'll fight and we'll do my best to make it also into the semi-finals. We'll be running the semi-finals and finals on the weekend, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
the weekend, definitely. Finals, they'll be on the weekend. We're just keeping a keen eye out on the conditions, where there's going to be Saturday, Sunday. We're hoping for Saturday. There we see we finally got our water photographers in the water. Much more manageable conditions. Water legend Morbo always out there and providing the best water shots around the Cape Peninsula. Well, Jeff Hubbard, ladies and gentlemen, living up to expectations, holding it down. 3 minutes, 14 seconds to go. And there is our photographer finally managing to get some good snaps from the boys and the girls out in the water. We're going to be running quarterfinals, then we're doing quarterfinals in the women's division, and then with the repechage and the round 3 of the juniors. So that's going to be very cool. Then we'll be calling it quits for the transition. So still the transmission, there's still a lot of surfing to come, and I'm sure soon you'll be heading off again and just prepping yourself for your heat, and best of good luck with that. I think you're going to be in for a fun one, as I'm sure you're keeping a super keen eye on the water and what the waves are doing with the tide starting to push, Alex. So yeah, a couple of, not those bombs we've seen offload on Monday and Tuesday, thankfully, but still a couple of ways to keep you honest.
Yeah, definitely. There is some really good waves out there, and I trust that with the high tide, it's going to get actually even better what it is now. But we have been seeing big scores. We have been people doing good waves. So it's going to be a really good day. Stay tuned, because there's a lot of action still to come. There's 3 more heats of the men after this one. There's 4 quarterfinal heats for the girls. And the juniors will be going into the water. So a long day and an exciting day for bodyboarding today here at the Walker Bay Pro 2022. So 3rd day of competition is going to be a really good one. I'm really looking forward for what's going to be coming next. I will be competing myself in a bit after the quarters of men. And a lot to decide there in the quarters for the girls. It's going to be really exciting, really good heats, and it's going to really see what's going to happen with the title race. I'm going to be still fighting and try my best to get into the semifinals, and I think all the other girls will do the same. It's going to be a good one. As we see, that's the judging tower, and where myself and Dion are sitting in paradise and providing you the information of the heats. As we see, Red up and riding on this ride. Let's see what it has to offer. Looks like a pretty whitewash wave. Let's see if he can connect with a maneuver down there. Maybe we get the replay and see if he was able to do another, maybe a roll or another maneuver at the outside of the wave. So waiting for the replay there. Sorry?
1 minute to go.
1 minute to go.
The end of the Jeff Hubbard and the Patrick Orr show.
Time flies when you're having a good time.
Yeah, it does. Time flies. I'm super keen to hear a bit more about your expeditions yesterday, and a little bit more about what you guys experienced, but let's throw into that after this. So Patio going for a little bit of spinneroonie there, it seems, and the wave just running a bit away from him, and he's looking for quite a big number to get rid of his low scoring. Jeff Hubbard with a 12 and Patrick with a 9. So 12 versus a 9. 16 seconds ago, coming down to the wire, the last little bit of this heat. And so far, Ocean going flat. Couple of seconds left. It seems safe to say, let's wait. You're not going to say it's not over till that butter beats. And here's little spectators coming to show themselves here and looking at what is happening in the water. Jeff Hubbard coming out on top of this one. Patrick Orr probably going to be disappearing again. Hopefully we can catch him before he goes. And we'll see him a little bit later around, I'm sure, on the dance floor. Jeff Hubbard coming out tops. Coming up next. Wow, another banger. The Daristian legend, Luke Bruton, up against, well, the Prince of Onerous. And that is Tristan Roberts. Paddy Orr coming in. And all good and sunshine here on the beach. We'll see you guys after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the more action here at the Walker Bay Pro. All right, well, welcome back to much anticipated heat. Tristan Roberts taking on Luke Bruton. Luke from Daristian region, old Melkport's table view side, and Tristan, well, a couple of 100 meters from this beach. Two competitors that can throw it down easily, and I will keep a keen eye out on Luke. Long, tall, slanky guy. Here he is, Luke Bruton versus Tristan Roberts. Quarterfinals, heat number 2. Here in the men's division, it's my pleasure to be hanging out with Alexander Rinder, world title campaigner and fellow commentator. She's really come into her own with regards to the commentating scene. Both her and Robbie Berman helping us out immensely for when we need to attend to something or just filling up bringing some good technical knowledge from a rider point of view. Well, this heat's underway. Tristan Roberts up against Luke Bruton, and both of them will be vying for that quarterfinals position. Luke knows he's up against a mountain and a local champion. Yeah, Tristan Roberts kind of holds the key of the town, and we'll be looking forward to seeing this heat getting thrown down. I will not count out Luke Bruton in any way whatsoever, because Tristan will definitely be keeping his guard up. Just quite interested to see where Tristan will be sitting. I'm sure Luke will be staying very close to Tristan because he knows Tristan is the one with all the knowledge here, and if he can tap a little bit of that knowledge, you can see now with the tide starting to push, we've got some waves coming through the middle, and Luke is looking and he is leaving. So nice little graphic there as we wait for the guys to take off on a wave. I'm sure the cameraman has been keeping sharp this whole day and making sure. Here we go. That's red. Up and riding. Luke Bruton all the way from Cape Town itself. Daristian table view. Nice little spinning. Getting back out as a nice little set breaks behind him. Okay, we can take the graphic away now. Thank you so much. Tristan, P1. Second priority is Luke Bruton. Alex, it's a lot on the line for Tristan Roberts. You know, it's his home break. You get that, you know, the hometown pressure. He's no stranger to high pressure environments, but I think this one makes it a lot more sweet, a lot more special being in your hometown where you grew up, where you started your trade, sharpened your knife, managed to get the world titles, current world tour leader. So it's quite a thing. And I do think he must somewhere along the line feel that little bit of pressure.
No, definitely surfing at your home break is no easy game. You definitely know the best conditions. You know you have that advantage of knowing the wave, but you also have that pressure of people just expecting you to do your best. Well, they always do, but especially when they know it's your home break, because they have the feeling that no one can beat you here. But you know what? Competition is not only being the best in your skills and in bodyboarding. It's such a big mental game. We just saw it with Isabella and that heat. You know, like it's. We've seen like big names falling in important heats because that pressure is something so dangerous in the water. So it's I always try to change those nerve into strength in the water to do my best. But yeah, sometimes it's really hard. I get blisters. I thought I wasn't so stressed. I wasn't so nervous about this, but like. It's something so big. It's what you work for, and I get my body shows it with blisters. So
that's crazy.
yeah, it's
Very
just
Very
it's just your
unique.
body showing you that the stress has to go out somewhere.
Well, while we talk about stresses, we're going to be throwing to an interview with our previous heat winner, Jeff Hubbard. Guys, take it away.
Standing here with Jeff Hubbard, winner of Heat 1 in the men's division, through to the semi-finals. Jeff, tell us, how are the conditions out there today?
The conditions are a little bit more manageable than the other day, so that was nice. We had a little more opportunity, but still a lot of work. Still not easy, but there's some fun ones. My first wave was a nice fun flip, so I was stoked right off the bat to get a good score, and then just trying to build on it from there. Got one more backup right then, and then I was like, okay, hopefully nothing comes in, and the waves really came in for Patrick. So unfortunately, stoked for me, I made it through.
Awesome. We're looking forward to watching you for the rest of the tour, and obviously watching you through to the finals, hopefully. And do you want to send any shout-outs to family or friends, or just say hi to anybody back home?
Definitely, yeah. Hi to my lovely wife, my brother Dave, my mom. I know they're all watching. Love you guys. Thanks for all the support back from Hawaii. 12-hour time difference, so not the easiest, but I think it's probably 9, 10 o'clock. You guys go to bed now. Thanks. Love you guys.
Cheers, guys. Thanks. That's from us.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, eating healthy, not drinking.
All right, great interview there with Bianca and Jeff. Tristan Roberts, well, just showing how well he knows his wave at the moment. Using that whitewater face, pumping a couple of spins, and then a nice little smooth off the top reverse. And,
He makes him look so easy. He makes everything look so easy here, especially here. Like, he knows the way so good. So yesterday, he finally got his backflip. It's like we were talking about it. I'm spending a lot of time with him and his girlfriend, and his girlfriend was like, "Don't go for the rolls, Tristan. How many backflips have you done here?" He goes like, "Yeah, I don't know, 1 trillion." It's like, how many did you not land? It's like, I think you've landed more than none, as we see the replay. He goes there. Looks for a hit to lip. He goes for the reverse directly. So
did you see the high line he takes?
Yeah,
Just the
definitely.
high line. He knows exactly, because if he was a little bit lower, he would have been mid-face and won't be able to have enough time to do that full rotation. So again, just knowing where to be on the face of the wave.
Definitely, he gets rewarded with the 4 points. So that puts him in first position. But you can tell the waves are. He was the first one. Told me when he came out, I was straight away went to him. I was like, I know you can't give me a lot of tips, but how is it out there? He's like, yeah, the wave is not so strong. It's a little bit weak. So you gotta really push yourself. And I'm happy I got my 42 down here, so I can get more speed, and looking for that high line. I was also looking for the high line because I knew like bottom turn up, maybe it was maybe the wave was just too short, or I couldn't really hit the lip. So you gotta really watch what Tristan does to know what you have to do yourself in your heat.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the equipment that you're using. Let's talk a little bit about the equipment that you are using. You said a 42. 42 is a big board.
Yeah.
What's in your arsenal? What did you bring to South Africa?
41.5 and 42. So my 41.5 is a little bit wider in the front, but still the 42 I'm using, it's such a good board. I feel so comfortable with that one. So I've been using that board the whole entire year for the contest, and normally like when it gets bigger, I get back to my 41.5, but I'm actually really comfortable with this one right now, and definitely gonna be getting some 42s for next year. And yeah, but I think for front on I always go a little bit smaller, just to control better the line when you get to that steep, like really hollow, strong wave. It's maybe 42 sometimes then too much, and you just slip away. But yeah, I'm really comfortable with this board. It has been a good companion with me. Got the two same boards 2 times, and yeah, just a perfect line there for me, and it has been working out quite good actually. So I'm happy with the boards.
Now, do you ride a stock board, or do you ride your own?
I have
own like custom type of model where you've managed to tweak it over the years?
Yeah, so I have my own custom board, but I took one from the stock. The 42 is from the stock, but I will definitely ask for 42 to get my shape for next year to get my custom ones. But yeah, actually the stock one is working good also, so no big difference there. But yeah, I definitely have my custom boards made, especially for me. But apparently this year the stock one worked out better for me. As we see, red up and riding.
Yeah, this is the young gun Luke. Nice little loopy roll. Well, Alex, did he land it? Again, he was landing sideways and not facing the beach. But I'm eating my words on this one as Luke comes out victorious after that one, and that will definitely take the lead away from Tristan Roberts. Well, did you even thought you're going to see something like that?
Well, as we were talking, everybody has their heat. It's not easy being the favorite of the crowds. You feel that pressure, but you have to. I've learned to not put it so important. Of course, you love the support of everyone, but at the end, it's you who's in the water, and it's important to, as we see the replay. Sorry, I will tell you after. We see he goes for a big roll there and really manage. He struggles a bit at the beginning, but then he really managed to get out of there. He actually disappears. And there he goes. Let's see what the judges think. But yeah, it's important to. I had to learn to not to put too much pressure on myself because it really doesn't work in the water. So trying always to focus to that we're humans. We can do mistakes. We can't always. We're not machines. So the more pressure you put on yourself, the harder it's gonna be for you to perform at your highest level for sure.
That's it. Spot on. Tristan chasing a small number. He's got that 4-point right. He'll be looking at improving it and going for those backflip sections. If he gets anything that's remotely going to look like a lip, he will hit it. Luke coming out swinging with that nice little roll in that set wave. Fortunately for him, the score a little bit on the lower side because he got stuck in the white water. But here we see, let's see, Tristan slowing it down and knowing there's nothing much on this left-hander, losing that priority, but not too sure where Luke is in contention for, well, in position, and if he is in contention for that priority right now. Tristan is, he just got a little incomplete, but he's got that one scoring, and Luke as well only got that single scoring. So this heat wide open, ample time to go. We are on that 13-minute mark. Tristan making it to the back first, gets that priority. And we often speak of the importance of the priority system, especially now it comes into full play with a man-on-man situation. Your quarters, your semis, your finals, and having that key, having that ticket, having that card in your back pocket means a lot for your confidence come that last 5 minutes. How crucial is that?
Oh, it's really crucial. Heats are like, it's crazy how heats just work out so different every time. Like sometimes you try to focus and do this. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna take this 2 ways at the beginning, and then I'll, focus on maybe doing a bigger maneuver. But then you get in, it all totally changes. But yeah, that priority system, I think it was actually Mike Stewart that invented it, right? So it's such an important card to have, especially in those last minutes. You really, really, really want to have priority. Even if you're first or second, if you're first and you have priority and the last minute someone is there, it's good that you can try them not to take the best wave. And if you're second, that you get that last chance maybe to put yourself back into first position. So definitely key moments at the last minute. Sometimes you feel like, oh, I want the heat to finish because you're first. You're like, oh, I want to get through. Yeah. But then sometimes you're like, I need more time. So yeah, it's that's part of the game of bodyboarding, and yeah, that's what it makes it so beautiful.
Again, one of those things that comes out of bodyboarding development is that priority system, and now adapted with water sports all around the world. Yeah, it's another feather in our little sports.
Yeah, definitely, it's a good way, especially when you compete against Brazilians. I've nothing against them, but they were always really, they were always there, trying to block you and stuff. Really, nothing bad against them, but yeah, they're really competitive. It's a good thing, But I'm happy that the priority system is actually on, because then everybody can really perform their best, Really, you can get your best chance. and yeah, not feeling that pressure of maybe being blocked to not catch
Yeah,
waves.
Those days you're talking about where the two competitors will sit on another.
Yeah, well, you were
competitor.
sandwiched. You definitely were like
And
a.
you're just not getting any, and that's so frustrating. A bit unsportsmanlike, but using the rules to your advantage. Here we go. This is yellow Tristan with a little Rolo on the left-hander, and he's focusing towards that rip ball. Probably going to kick out of this. There's not much happening further there, and the priority system just giving equal opportunity and equal measure, so you can all athletes can get a chance at those set ways and at the the better ways, especially if you're sitting on a reef, Alex. That's also very critical, very important.
Yeah, definitely. Like here, maybe sometimes it's different because you can be so far away from each other that the priority is not so important. It is always part of the game, and it will always have a key point in the heat. But yeah, when it's like a break point, like Saint Fronton saying like the Maldives was, then it's really important. As we see the replay of yellow, we see Tristan going on this left, going for one roll. Looks like it's not really easy out there to find a good lip to hit, and he tries to connect with another maneuver, but he decides to get out of there. Let's see what the judges think, and let's see what the situation is.
Yep, Tristan will be pulling away a little bit further from Luke, but a low scoring one, just a 2.65 I think. And there it is, Tristan with that first spot. Luke second, both of them chasing some 4s, 5s, some big numbers. We saw Jeff posting some super good scores, and especially some of you ladies getting over that 10-point mark, which has been fantastic. Well, the wind, still a bit offshore, cross-shore. Probably going to be staying like this the whole day.
Yeah, let's hope that.
Up until late afternoon. It might just get cross-shore, but at least the way is a lot more manageable and a lot more contestable than the other bombing days that we've received. A couple of big, some staunchy swell coming in Thursday, Friday, but the winds are southeast and they're very strong, and that's going to blow everything out. And then over the weekend, as we hope and wish for, we'll be in for some good conditions on finals day.
I'm really looking forward to finals day. Hopefully I am in it, so I will give my best in my next round and fight myself into the to the semi-final. Sorry, and yeah, I think it's gonna be really nice. Also, it looks like it's gonna be good weather, good waves. What else do you want, man? Like good waves, good weather, happy people at the beach. The crowd's gonna love it. It's gonna be a big show. So make sure also back home to tune in, and maybe it's gonna be myself or someone else, but we will definitely give you with Dion the best information here on the live.
That's it. Here we go. Luke Burton looking for those big numbers. Nice little wave. Good little roll. Much better than the first one. Gets out of this really quickly, making Tristan's job a lot more harder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is coming down to the wire. We're on the 8-minute mark. Luke will most definitely be improving his situation, getting into that first spot. There he is with an 8.4. Tristan needing a big number. So, is that hometown pressure?
Ooh, yeah.
Is that hometown pressure cooking?
3.4. So let's see what Tristan's going to do now for this last minutes of the heat. Tristan will need...
Here we go. Let's look at this replay quickly. There's a look at the back. Quick little bottom turn. Sees a section. Nice speed. Good line. Hooks a beautiful Rolo. And there he is, out in the flats. We knew this is going to be a tight heat because Luke is really good. He's also one of those younger kids, and Tristan looking for the situation in the water. I think the wind make it a little bit harder for them to hear out there. And Tristan needs a 4.41 for that first position spot. Now, he's going to be looking at something. I won't be surprised if he's going to start paddling towards the far right. He's sitting now in the middle of the beach basically, and look a little bit more towards far side. Look, putting some pressure on Tristan. Tristan now with that first priority. He's dropping anchor, staying where he is, and but I won't count him out, thinking that he might be going towards that far side right. But the lefts in the middle seem to be the ones producing the numbers right now, Alex.
Yeah, it looks like the middle is the point right now to be, as the tide is changing, the conditions change. Looks like a little bit smaller right now, but definitely some ways out there. Let's see what Tristan will do with these last 6.5 minutes on the clock. Tristan in second. we never thought of such a situation, but that's what we're talking about. The pressure of being the local favorite, it's coming to him, but you know what? He will definitely look for a good wave and getting that score. He needs a 4.41, which for Tristan is not much, but the conditions are tough. So let's see what happens in this last minutes of the heat. Will Luke really knock out Tristan, or will Tristan find another wave and make it into the semi-finals? As we see at the beach, while we're watching the next seed getting ready to make it out there. And we see
the next seed, Alex, going to be another banger. Alex Nutt versus Alan Munoz. I'm telling you, that is going to be one explosive matchup. Alex Nutt, he likes to send anything. Very good, consistent surfer. Very used to these type of waves back home. And Alan Munoz, he's going to have to keep his guard up as well. We've got some local guys that's out to prove a point. This is competition.
It's their chance to show us that they can actually beat the
absolutely.
big names.
It's, you know, this is why the cool thing about having a World Tour stop here in South Africa, to showcase the talent that we have, the talent that nobody knows about. And here we go. You've got them all. We got one of the locals leading, Tristan Roberts. I'm sure the whole town is on the edge of the seats, hoping that that the town's golden boy Tristan Roberts can make it. There goes Luke, a quick little takeoff spin. Oh my goodness, this guy is leaving everything behind. He's looking for a little section. There is another one. Goes for a roll. Well, this is going to make things hard for Tristan.
Yeah, this might improve with 3.4, which we're going to make it. He's going to have a better score, so Tristan will maybe need a higher score to make it into first position. There's still some time. Tristan is out there with first priority, and that's it that we see. Tristan going for this one. Is he going to go right or left? He kicks out.
Oh my goodness.
Chooses not to take this wave. Oh
Less than
God.
5 minutes, Alex. Next 5 minutes. Alex Bruton pulling away with a 5 and a 3.4. We're waiting for that score. The quick little replay from him, as we can see. Look at this. This is how he posts that score. There he goes. Takeoff spin, beautifully read. Goes on the left-hander, foot on the gas. There he is, sets himself up. There's that section right in front of him. Knocks it out, a little roll, and bangs smooth into the flat.
And he does increase. He does increase the distance. He gets a 4.5. Now Tristan needs a 5.5, which is the highest score, would be the highest score of the heat. Let's see what Tristan will do with his last 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Guys, oh my God, if you don't see us right now, but we had to stand up. We're both just, what a heat. What a close heat.
This is insane. This is insane. That hometown pressure. Wow. Come on, Tristan. Come on, Luke. This is incredible. This is, I mean, everybody's sitting on the edge of their seats. You know, on one side of the spectrum, you want Tristan to do well in his hometown, to make it through all the way to the finals. But at the end of the day, you also want the other competitors to do the same, to do well.
Yeah, of course, especially local riders.
Luke has taken he's taken this opportunity with both hands and his feet, and he's clenching it under his arms. He's not going to let Tristan get off that easy. There is 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Yes, priority is with Tristan. Tristan needs to turn and burn. He needs to do something, and he needs to do one of his trademark textbooks. Is he going to leave it for last? Is he going to get a wave? Is he going to get that score? I don't know. It's all to play for the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Look, that second priority. Now he's in the back line. At the same place he's been on those good scoring rides. He's looking. Tristan is looking. They're not close to each other. Luke is with that second priority. There's no point he goes up and paddles and sits close to Tristan. This heat just... oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined in, welcome to the Walkabout Pro. This is quarterfinals number 2. Tristan Roberts trailing behind in form Luke Bruton, all the way from Darristien. Tristan knows he needs a big number. He knows he's got his back against the wall. The clock is ticking. We're below 2 minutes. Can he get something? Can he squeeze out a 5.5? That is what he needs. There he is. He is paddling. Alex, what's going to happen? Let's go.
Let's see what Tristan has to offer in this wave. Goes down the line. Goes for the flip, of course. Beautiful flip from Tristan. No, oh my God. Down to the last minute. He keeps on going. Goes for the 360. He will try to connect another maneuver for sure down here. He's coming close to the beach, looking for the last section of the wave. Is he going to do another? Yeah, it looks like he's going to hit that lip at the end. Going for a roll and ending up just in front of the rocks. Oh my God, Tristan.
Wow, he's on the rocks.
My
He's
God.
on the rocks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't want to be his girlfriend right now. She must be on fire.
The crowd is going absolutely donkey out there. Tristan Roberts probably just pulled it off with under a minute to go. He's on the far side of the beach. But wait a minute. Luke Bruton is standing all alone, unchecked, unchallenged. He needs one wave. Now, let's wait for the score to drop. This is definitely going to change the situation. There we go. Massive score from Tristan Roberts. A 6.76. More than enough. Now, Luke only needs a 5.75. There's a wave coming.
Oh my
There's still
God.
a little bit of time. Oh my goodness. Here's a little replay from Tristan. Let's see how we move through that one. Surgical
we
in
see
his
Luke
air.
at the
Luke
back.
going up. Can he go? Nice little, big roll. Oh, Tristan is nervous, but I think
Let's see. The
Tristan's
wave's still
actually
going.
stopping and he's looking. Luke is still going. Luke needs a 5.76. Luke is still going. Table view is on its edge of the seat. Standing up. Tristan is looking. He is looking. He's walking across the beach. Here's a section. Oh my God. What's going to happen?
Whoa, big roll at the end. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Tristan is sitting down. He is sitting down and we're waiting for scores to drop. This is as tense as you can get. You cannot script this. There is a 5.75. What's going to happen here? Let's see. Keep it like this, Mr. Director. Keep eyes on these two guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to go anywhere. Keep an eye on your scorecard. 5.76 is all he needed. That was very close. Tristan, backflip, spin, roll. 2 rolls for Luke Bruton. What's going to happen here? The crowd is screaming. What's going on with the scores? The situation stays as is. Tristan Roberts coming by on the skin of his chin. Look at that. That is nail-biting quarter-final stuff. Oh my goodness, I am going to get a hernia after all this action. Alan Munoz, Alex Nutt coming up. Next, we're going to take a quick little break and a breather with some more tense action here from the Walker Bay Pro right after this.
Op soek na jou droomhuis. Daai chic charmante pondokkie. Dalk 'n minimalistiese snoesige varkhokkie. Of selfs 'n majestueuse paleis. In die Hermanus area is almal tuis. Is jy 'n wynplaashaas? Of liefhebber van die natuur? 'n voorstander van moerensoek. Of dalk 'n kenner van die plesierbier. Het jy al 'n dekadente frikadelbroodjie hier kom probeer? Jou lyf opgehou in die waters? Lang stappies gaan vat op die magiese strande. In Hermanus gebeur dinge, my maters. Son, see, wyn, kuns, glans, genot, geluk en soveel meer. So af en toe kom 'n bekende ook hierdeur. Kom deel 'n brander saam met Tristan wat kan vlieg. Rian Man se rol gereeld hier verby, ek moet bieg.
Hi.
Kyk, waar jy kyk is alles mooi. Lekker eetplekke, boekwurmsentrums en dalk 'n onverwagse waai van 'n oulike nooi. Lieflik, pragtig, wonderlik, uitmuntend, beeldskoon, Hermanus. Jy's welkom.
Well, welcome back. As we've recovered from 7 heart attacks and 9 hernias after that heat, I'm joined by heat winner and legend Jeff Hubbard. Jeff, congrats, you made it through into the semis. Super stoked. but the South Africans throwing it down. Alex Nutt already has a leg up on Alan Munoz. But welcome to the booth. Welcome to South Africa. Welcome back. So pumped to have you. And how good are those Ager beers?
Oh wow! I got a 12-pack for you at the house. It is great to be in South Africa. I tell you that it is just the most beautiful country. I've always heard the stories about how beautiful it is here, and it just didn't disappoint for sure. Okay, let's see what we got. Is this Alex on this first wave with a nice roll? There we go. That's a great way to start a heat.
Yeah. Very good. Arm extended, straight bang, faces the beach.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been talking about this whole day so far. Before we get back to your African adventures, that's kind of what we've been talking about. With Honoris, you got to make sure that you get landing facing the beach, because you felt it, even so small, and it's got a lot of power to it.
Definitely. It's got some push, which is great. It's a nice punchy beach break, and when you get the right little wedge or the section, it's going to toss you a little bit, which is great. That's what you want here in bodyboarding. And so, it's great to see Alex. Young kid from Durban, KwaZulu-Natal area, that region. And these right-handers would seem to be a forte for him. That's what they have down there in that province, and for him to come here and be in the quarters against a legend like Alan Munoz, it's really, really cool that he might be able to really show his stuff to the crowd.
Yep, that's correct. But let's touch base on that after this interview of probably a very relieved Tristan Roberts. Thank you for handing us a very unnecessary stress. And congratulations to Luke Burton. We're going to throw to that quick interview and back with some more action here with me and Jeff.
Standing here with Tristan Roberts, winner of the 2019 IBC World Tour. We just had quite an intense heat. Conditions were a little bit tough actually this time, Tristan, but through to the semis. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm kind of making a habit of buzzer beaters this year, and putting a lot of stress on myself, but waves are really tough, and the local knowledge kind of went out the window in that heat, where it's pretty soft at the moment, so it's hard to pick off the good ones. But Luke Breton's an up-and-coming rider from South Africa, and first heat ever against him, and it's an honor to compete against someone and from the new generation, and I look forward to what he brings in the future for sure.
Awesome, thank you. We look forward to watching you and supporting you all the way through to the finals, especially here in your local town, Hermanus and Honoris, where you grew up. And good luck to Luke and his future in bodyboarding. And tell us, is there anybody you want to do a shout out to or say thank you to back at home or back in Honoris or down the road?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone from around the world for tuning in. It's been an incredible contest so far, and the vibe down here, I wish you could feel it through the screen, but it's absolutely phenomenal. And just shout out to my girlfriend and my friends and my family, everyone down here for the support. It's incredible to compete in front of a home crowd, and it's actually an extra stress that I'm learning to deal with, but I'm loving it, and I look forward to the next round.
Thanks, Tristan. Thanks, guys.
Well, welcome back. Myself and Jeff in the hot seat. Jeff, man, we're just talking about the beautiful views. Wow. It's just such a magical place, and we're just so blessed to have you here, and hopefully next year Dave can join as well. But yeah, just awesome. We're so humbled to have you and Alan and Patrick all here, and all the ladies. So it's really cool. And thank you again for making the mission a long trek down to the tip of Africa.
It is a long trek, and man, I was really stoked. I was down at the Cape of Good Hope yesterday, sightseeing, cruising around right at the bottom of the tip of Africa. Just so cool. Full-on bucket list check mark.
Nice.
You learn about all that stuff in school when you're a kid, and really, really cool to be down there. So let's see some replays here. What do we got?
Well, this is the previous heat highlights where Tristan and Luke went absolutely toe-to-toe, kept it to the last seconds. I think this is the wave of Tristan's where he manages to get that score. He goes with a backflip. He can basically backflip anything, but he knows that this wave is not over. This one's going to reconnect. Clever surfing, uses that local knowledge, and then manages to sneak a little spin and kept his foot on the gas. So you can see a little high line, and then it's going to just try. There he goes, runs away with it, sees that little build-up down at the bottom, and couldn't have asked for a better ending with a nice little section at the end.
right into the rocks there. It's
Basically,
pretty
it
wild.
was-
He was putting it all on the line in his local beach.
Well, he had to. He had his back against the wall.
Yeah.
Full on.
Luke had put his back against the wall. It's great. And so look at that. It's just what a nice little arrow. He'd been looking for that all heat. You know, that's his local break. He knew what he was looking for and just took him to the last minute to find it. And because we know that's what he does. He's going to do really nice, clean, big moves, and he's known for it. And here he goes, just all the way in, just going to milk it. And he did a great job. And that's all he needed to do in that heat was get one really good score and a backup and push you through.
Seems like you guys like to leave it for the last minute.
Oh, no one likes to leave it to the last minute, but it makes it exciting. And when you do get the victory last minute, is just, I guess it just keeps it a little more, it's pretty comforting.
Well, thanks for that replay of Tristan and Luke. The wave right behind that, very similar. Manages to get the roll, the 2 rolls at the back, but I think that backflip just pipping that roll a little bit more. So, I heard yesterday when you went down to Cape Point and stuff, you surfed a specific wave, and it was probably one of the funnest sessions you've had in South Africa.
Yeah, it was great to surf down in that reserve and just be in the reserve in general. You know, there's baboons everywhere trying to steal your stuff, so that was gnarly.
Did you leave some food in your bag?
No, I didn't bring any food. I had been told what was going to happen, so I knew the baboons were coming, so I didn't bring any food. But I just got to enjoy the sightseeing. The baboons were just ripping through people's stuff, and it's pretty scary. Being from Hawaii, we don't have large animals like that are kind of threatening. So I just stayed on the rock, stayed away from those things. And
how the canines on those guys?
Yeah, I heard they're pretty wild. We saw some beautiful bucks too, though.
Did you see some eland?
Yep.
Those are the biggest ones, the biggest antelope.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
In Africa, beautiful.
So it's really cool, adventure down in this reserve.
Well, that's cool. Well, I mean, your smoothie bowl is melting. I mean, I think you should please enjoy it while we're on here.
Milk
There's
on
a bit
the
of a
beach.
lull, but it's going down. There we got Alex Munoz with a 0.45, and Alex
came through.
Yeah, milk on the beach. Please
This
take
is
us through that. Let's
amazing.
have a little food show here in between the lull. Pretend that I'm the camera and you telling everybody that what the crunchiness and the consistency and all of that.
You're here to watch
That is great.
bodyboarding, but we're going to give you the food shows. I mean, that's one thing about South Africa so far. The food has just been incredible. The people are just wonderful, and the scenery's next level. I mean, you would just be, when you come here, it's just spectacular. Just the views and everything, and I didn't know what to expect. I had heard about all the good things, and it is just,
Blowing
one
you
of the
away.
best places I've ever seen in my life. It's, top notch.
And have you had any good braais yet?
Yeah, we've had some amazing braais. We've had some, eaten out a few times, and great coffees, great beers. I mean, it's a wonderful place.
Nice. Well, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let's look a little bit again. This is just some of the previous heats. So that's that last wave from Luke. I think that's here we go. That's that last section, that last roll that got really close to keeping Tristan out of the semi-finals. But I think it's quite evident. Like I've seen it a few times. Tristan gets this little bit of a nail biter, and especially in the kike and those places. Then he comes out swinging for the rest of the match, or the rest of the event. Let's rather say that. So it's not over. You guys have semis coming up. And I'm not sure who you will be up against yet. So we're still one more away from this one. But right now it's Alex Nutt who's got one up against Alan Munoz. The number 3 world ranking. He's in here for world title contention. Tanner not being here, which means if Alan keeps on with his performance, and there's another little nice wave from Luke in the previous heat. That's these first ones. So we're going to try bring you guys some of the highlights from the previous heats while there's some lulls, but we'll keep an eye out on the action in the water. So I think let's throw a little bit in the water. Alex Munoz, Alan Munoz and Alex Nutt. I get a little bit tongue-tied there.
A little tongue-tied. It's pretty cool. Is this live action we got here?
Yeah, that's Munoz up
Live
and riding.
action. Alan Munoz in red, it looks like. With a spin to roll, he's coming through, and he's probably going to come all the way to the shore break. And he doesn't. You noticed in the last heat, Tristan and Luke came all the way in and for their reforms to milk those extra points. But maybe Alan, just like me, I didn't get to go to the inside reform at all. probably just a lack of local knowledge there on my part, and maybe Alan as well. It looks like Alan's just going to come across, get back to the rip current, because there's a nice rip current there at the end of the beach that takes you right out really fast. You just got to get over there when you're stuck in the middle of the beach like that. It's tough. Here we go. We got Alex from KwaZulu-Natal up, local South African rider. Nice spin takeoff. Let's see if this left opens up for him. It's nice. It's the wind's blowing into it, but you're really looking for a roll section. He does beautiful spins, really clean combinations there. But yeah, look at him go. It's just backing off, and he's trying to race for the inside. And if it punches up here, he's going to get a really good score, but he's got to get it to a lip move. He's just waiting. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Yeah, see. Oh, he just didn't make that ARS. And fair enough, going against Alan, you're going to have to go for a flip. You've won all the way to the inside. A soft roll on the shore is not going to do it. A flip might have really turned the tide there. But beautiful surfing by Alex. You just see the style and grace by the big tall guy. Looks like he's about 6'3".
Yeah, exactly.
He's a tall kid.
Yeah.
And so he really, to get around and with that, all those spins and carves and combinations, that's not easy. So, man, really fun to watch him in these waves.
That's it, 8.5 plays a 4.15. Alex sitting with a 4 and a 4.5, and Alan Munoz only with a 3.5 and a 0.65, Jeff. But Alan Munoz, a fierce competitor, one of the guys you guys always trying to keep in check. But this is Alan's little replay. Nice little spin. A little bit dirty there on the takeoff, and it gets a real roller, and he's kicking himself out of there. Alan Munoz, soon to be a father as well. Welcome to dadhood.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's so cool. I think congratulations to Yuri Valadao. I think he's just was a father,
That's
from
correct.
what I understand.
Yeah, big
so,
ups, Yuri.
all the guys, everyone's, growing up on tour,
Yeah, that's it,
having some kids, and really cool to see that generation. Alan's been around for a long time, and we're pleased to see him over here in South Africa. That's for sure. It's really cool. A lot of guys just like him and Patrick Orr, they came here and they're going to go to Sintra. So that was their plan. They fly into Europe, fly down to South Africa. It's only a ticket away from Europe, and it's a lot simpler to do that. I feel like. And you get two contests in one. So it's nice and strategic to have the IBC planned it. So if you come to South Africa, you can do Sintra as well. So it's really cool. I'm not going to be going to Sintra, unfortunately. Dave is going. So we got Dave going to be going to do that and try and win the Drop Knee World title. He got a fierce competition.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really great title, I think.
I'm pretty pumped because, this will be his 8th title, if I'm not mistaken, if he wins it, or round about there. I guess I might be mistaken, but there's a lot. So here we go. Back to action. It's Alex Nut cruising down the line. Nice little cutty reverse, and nothing in there for him. And then, will you guys be going to Fronton at all? Does the Hobbits have any plans of moving up to Fronton?
I'll be at Fronton, we're kind of just taking turns on some of the events, which is nice.
Cool, because last year Dave was in Fronton.
Dave was in Fronton last year, and so he's going to Sintra. I'm going home, and then I'll go to Fronton, and he'll go home. So it's nice. It's a nice little split there we got going, and Jared might join us at Fronton, which would be really cool.
That would be cool.
So we're excited about that.
Having you guys there means it's going to be a show. Party.
It's always a show.
It's always a show. And that wave is just next level there.
Yeah, next level. The boys rip it up the locals.
Bodyboarding right there.
Yeah, it is.
That and Eureka. This year's Eureka was something special. Did you watch? Well, you were there.
I was in Eureka watching Moz just put on an absolute clinic. Maury Laverne just took it to pieces. It was wonderful to watch.
That final was something.
And so that Alex just had, the wave just didn't offer any lip moves there for him, and so he cut out, rightfully so, just get back out to the peak, and so he's going to need a, just trying to improve on his scores. He's got a couple 4s, it looks like, in the score line, so he's, and Alan's got a 3.5. These 25-minute heats means you kind of got to keep busy out there. You really got to. You can't really. It's hard to sit and wait. I know. Tristan. Took all his opportunities he found, and took him cracking at it. You just got to crack at it, and then want to line up. That's just how it goes.
That's it. Do you like my mustache?
The mustache mumbles is really smooth. You did
mustache mumbles.
I've seen it combo with the beard, but I like just the plain mustache. It's really
Can
smooth.
I see your license and registration?
Yeah. A little McLovin.
Yeah, McLovin. Yeah. Well, you only have one name. Well, that's all you need.
That's all you need. That is all you need.
What a movie! Yeah, what a show that. changed a lot for us. But Onrus in South Africa, just you can see it's pretty rustic in terms of things like but it's our first event, and you know exactly what it's like. First events is always like at the back with Munoz with a massive flip right in front of Alex Nuts. Sorry, I keep messing that one up. My bad. Excuse me, Alex Nuts. Maybe we get Alex Nut up and riding this one. Gets a little tiny cover up, it seems. Well, a couple of ways getting thrown down here. Goes
Jammer.
for a little jammer there.
Yeah, the jammers don't score. They look fun, and they're super fun to do, and they're crowd pleasers, but they just don't score well. He's coming in. The reason why he's coming this way is he's trying to get back to the current zone, so he's coming all the way around, going to get back out to the peak and hopefully get some. But Alan Munoz, just amazing flip there in these, tough sections. And luckily the wind was blowing kind of into that, so the lefts are kind of starting to show a little bit more form if you take off a little deeper, because that lip section, because the wind blowing into it. So Alan got a nice projection, so it's going to be a beautiful score, and it's definitely going to probably put him into first place, I would imagine, and it's going to leave Alex with a little bit of work to do. So let's see the replay. Let's see how it goes here for Alan Munoz. Let's see this flip. Here we go. Look at him drive. Nice bottom turn. Look right up to the lip. Very nice ARS. Yeah, really cool. And I think Alan is really comfortable here in this cold water. He's from Chile, so the cold water is his friend. So he's used to beach breaks. Alan surfs I think one of his home breaks is a beach break back home, even though he just destroys shallow reefs. All the Chileans do. You wouldn't know it, but so he's very comfortable in, beach break conditions. So really cool to see this battle unfold here now that we got some waves under their belts. Yeah, it's a tight battle as well. I know Alex Nutt, he's come a long way. He's really come a long way. He's been in the scene for a long time, and finally, there was a brand that recognized his talent and stuff, and that's M-Star Bodyboarding. And then he's got his own fin called the Joker, which you guys can order at M-Star. You can get them at any good surf store. So Marco Justina and their team, one of their main team members here, riding on the World Tour stage, and that's fantastic. And Alex Nutt, I really love seeing him surfing. How's that photo of him there in the South Coast? I don't know if you recall seeing that with these bombs at the background, and it's just these kids, and also in Nazare, he did really well a couple of years ago. So he's one of those kids that just needs this opportunity. They just need this platform to really cement themselves and get that rhythm in the World Tour. So big up for the guys at M-Star that's truly making it work for them. But here we go. This is our rider that we're talking about, Alex Nutt, and he's up in there. That's that little bash one that the bumper you were talking about that just kind of doesn't score. It looks cool, but it doesn't score. So thank you to Marco just for identifying talent in this country. Yeah, good on you, Mumbles, for this. That's one of the main reasons to people put on an event in their home country, a big World Tour event, is to help the younger generation come up. If you don't do this, if we don't have events around the country in your own home, big World Tour event, it really helps the young kids, get motivated. And here we see a lot of the younger Groms in the quarterfinals. It's really, really great to see, these kids of, making a stage, getting some points and learning a lot. That's the main thing. And Alan with another big backflips. That was even bigger and cleaner. So that's probably one of the better flips of the day, I would recommend. Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a really nice score. Really nice score. And we're just happy to be here. We're just happy to have the partners that we have in this event for seeing the bigger picture. We've got Crocs for the women's division. We've got M-Star Bodyboarding for the men's division, the juniors. We've got Comfort Cool. We've got Milk on the Beach. We've got Seaf. We've got so many amazing sponsors here. We got the guys from A Sticker that's done all the amazing branding for us. Jackery. Dude, this event is completely clean energy. Solar and battery power. Everything you see here. Wow. Just does not have one single generator. That's incredible. Let's watch this wave by Alan Munoz. Talking about battery powered. Boom. That guy just did a big battery flip. That was sweet. And yeah, that's just textbook Alan Munoz. He loves big moves, and he can do them on this stage. We've seen him win in similar conditions in Sintra. So he's won in beach breaks before. He's not just a reef guy like I mentioned. He's won in, beach break conditions before, similar to this. Sintra's, cold water, beach break, same kind of wind. So it's like he's really talented in these conditions. So he's one to watch for going into finals day, I think, because it looks like he's might have this heat. Alex on the ropes. I'm not sure. Is Alex in combination yet, or is Alex just need a big score?
And here we go. Alex up and riding, using those Joker fins from M-Star, cruising down the line. This is a good-looking wave. High line. Releases the rail. There it is. Goes for a nice little roll. He's not done yet, Jeff. Nice little spin. He's so smooth on those spins. It's like he's just barely touching surface when he does it. Look at that rail transition there as well. Very technical riding from Alex Nutt, and he's really showcasing his skills here. And on this platform, it's lovely to see. But man, he is butter smooth.
He's very smooth. It's really nice to see someone that tall being so agile and quick on his transition with his spins. You know, he did a nice roll and a couple spins. I'm not sure if that's gonna improve the situation or change it. I don't think it'll change it, but it's nice. It might help his score. It might not need as much of a point differential yet. So I mean, look, these guys have kind of switched to these lefts, which is really smart. To go left into this wind is what Tristan was telling me earlier in the week. Like, hey, this wind's really good for the lefts, and it just kind of took a while till it fully changed. You know, we got the tide coming up. So that right's kind of disappearing, so these lefts are really coming into play. So I think, in these next couple heats from here on out, we're going to see some great lefts. And I think we have a lot of competitors that are great, really resourceful on these lefts as well. Coming into, we have, Alexander Rinder in the women's. She performs exceptionally well in both ways, but I think lefts are one of her strong points. And, Ian Campbell, he does great everywhere, but those rip bowls in Durban, that left rip bowl in Bourbon, he grew up surfing. This is really similar, so I expect him to just kind of put on a huge show out there. So, and I think the kid he's going against, Hugo, is from Plet, a little wedge up there left, so it might be a nice battle in the next quarterfinal coming up.
I think it is. I mean, he took out Robbie Berman in the previous rounds, and he served the back-to-back juniors and men's on Sunday. So this kid is one of those new prospects, a kid that's got a lot of talent and is being groomed and is being coached by the likes of Jared Houston. He attended that bodyboarding camp. He has a quick little graphics of the boys in the water. That's Alex and Alan. So Alex not currently trailing. He's got a total score of 9.5, and Alan Munoz with quite a high score of a 12.5 over there. Some fun waves right now. The tide in that pushing to the high tide. You see those left bowls starting to form. A couple of A-frames washing to the middle of the beach. Quite ironically so. We thought this was going to be working. But here we go. Alan Munoz.
Yep, another ARS by Alan. This is just, what he's going to do. He's found it's the end of the heat. Great way to end it. Nice flip. Really strong control. He's going to come all the way in. Maybe he'll get another move, but it's really not going to matter. It's just icing on the cake at this point for Alan Munoz. A well-surfed heat, and he's on to the semifinals.
Oh, he's still going. He's not
still
stopping.
going.
He
Look
wants
at
a
him.
big score on this one. Showing the boys he means business. Still groveling all the way to the end, literally into the channel and on to the beach. There he is, parking like a seal. Alan Munoz getting the better of Alex Nutt on this one. Fortunately, the end of the road for someone. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road. And quarterfinals for Alex Nutt. Well done and well played to get this far in the event. So super stoked for him. Congratulations, Alan. We're going to be back after this break with some more men's quarterfinals right after these.
Well, we're back. That was a nice little commercial break, and we're going to be looking at this quarterfinal. If I'm not mistaken, we have Ian Campbell and Hugo from Paulette. Look at that. You can see it on the screen. Hugo Nod and Ian Campbell, world champ. Ian Campbell is world champ. I'm trying to remember the year, but we know he's a world champ from South Africa, and one of my good friends, and he absolutely destroys waves. So it'll be real fun to see him up against young upstart junior rider Hugo Nod from Plet. And like I mentioned before, both these riders excel in these left-hand conditions, which looks like it's kind of changed. So we got the left-handers really starting to work with this wind and the high tide. So these guys are going to be kind of going at it, and we'll see who's going to be able to pull out the win to make it to the semifinals and meet Alan Munoz in the semifinals of the Walker Bay Pro. So looks like we haven't. The heat might just be starting soon, and we'll see. Hopefully, these riders are able to get some fun waves. Okay, we're just waiting on the horn system to blow and the riders to start their heat. So they're letting the riders from the last heat come in. Alex did a great job representing Durban and South Africa here in the quarterfinals, but advancing on was Alan Munoz to the semifinals. You got a semifinals berth here in South Africa, so another great job for Alan on his. There's the horn, and we're off. Ian Campbell and Hugo Nod in the last men's quarterfinal, and after this we'll be going back into the women's quarterfinals, and the women's are going to have some great woman-on-woman heats and the world title in the next couple days. So today it could be decided today in these heats coming up this afternoon, or it could be decided on the next whenever we run again, which could be Saturday or Sunday local time here in South Africa. So we got some Ian Campbell up and riding, smooth style, nice roll. So he's just real smooth with his bottom turns and powerful. Hugo's up and riding. He was going left, cutting out. So he'll probably maintain priority. And of course, Ian with another big roll on the inside. What a great way to start a heat. Two nice rolls, couple moves to show control during his ride, a couple cutbacks and spins and stuff. So he just had a great start. That's exactly how you want to start a heat, nice and early with some really cool flair.
Yeah, that's correct. Just getting on that scoreboard nice and early kind of does a lot for the nerves. I mean, you've been a long-time competitor, and just getting those two opening scores, and then from there on you can start taking a bit more risk and getting a bit more creative if you're in that position where you can be, or you're just going to have to continue building. So take us a bit through about your heat strategy and how you would approach this heat right now.
You're absolutely right, Mumbles, that if you get a decent score right off the bat, it really calms the nerves. You're the time situation when you're in a heat, you're up against the clock as much as you are against your competitor. So if you can get a good score right away, it really gives you a lot more time to find another one, and it really lets you take a couple deep breaths and center yourself and really get ready for that one more wave that you have to get. So right now Ian's just looking to get one more good wave, and he might have a really good chance to make this heat, whereas Hugo now is going to need at least two. Oh, we got an interview coming up with the last winner, Alan Munoz from quarterfinal heat number 3. Take it away.
Oh, thanks, Bianca. Gracias a todos. Alan Munoz.
Look at that Spanish you picked up while you're on South
Mi
America.
español
Lake.
es perfecto.
Perfecto. Incredibilia.
That's what it is. It's like dos café, tres cerveja, uno completo, por favor. You know, we got it. It's all you need.
It is.
It's all you need.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Or maybe, chuck a ceviche in there.
Wow, love it, Mumbles. Love the multilingual aspect here. In South Africa, it's also a multilingual nation. There's a lot of different.
Campbell coming
Campbell.
out firing. He's clearly healthy, feeling a lot better. He was very sick the last 10 days or so, and Sunday especially he had a struggle. But you can see now by his surfing, he's a lot more active. He's really punching through it. So yeah, Ian Campbell is back. Watch out for him.
Yeah, he's back. Looked like he did a great, second wave just to put that pressure on Hugo. He had a great first wave, Ian. His first wave was really good scoring, and then now he just backed it up with a nice big move on the outside, nice big roll. And now he's going to get out with a rip real fast, and he's just going to, I think, keep the pressure on. I think, he's going to go back, catch these lefts, like I said, and they're just coming in sequence. So he's just going to be looking for some flips.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's that's his game plan. He's going to keep punching on that. He's not going to be too phased of what Hugo is doing. He's a type of surfer that always keeps to his own game plan. And I think it's evident here. He's not even sitting close to where Hugo is sitting. He's just surfing his own heat, and that's quite important.
Definitely. It's at this stage, Hugo's in a combination situation. Ian hopefully can hear, there's a little windy out there, so hopefully he can hear the situation. And once he realizes he's got Hugo in combo, he's probably going to go sit next to Hugo and just try and, improve on that situation and get some more of those left-handers which seem to be offering up a lot more scoring opportunity. Like Ian's got a great point total already, a real high one, 12 point something. I'm thinking.
Yeah,
so
that's it. Yeah,
that's kind of what we've been seeing the winners of each heat, achieve. If they're in the 12-point range, you've kind of won each heat. So I think Ian's looking really comfortable, really safe already. But Hugo's a young kid, and this is going to really help him, learn about competition, and that's what these events are for. The juniors get to come up, the up-and-coming juniors, they're showing their stuff, and we're going to see him learn in a man-on-man situation against a world champ, right? He's got a chance to serve against a world champion, Ian Campbell, in some pretty fun waves.
Yeah, and then, Hugo's surfing juniors later on today as well, So, hey, look, this kid's got it. He's still on a World Tour event. He's going to be vying for the Walker Bay junior title. He's a great kid to start developing with and start walking the long road. And investing your time, investing your money, because he's got his head on his shoulders and he punches way above his age.
He definitely punches above his age for sure. He's a big kid too. He's a really strong kid, man. He's not super tall, but man, he is strong. He's got seriously broad shoulders and really strong. And I think that's one of the main things when you're a young up and comer. If you have a really good strength to weight ratio, like Hugo does, and I notice a lot of the other young juniors around the world have that. Mm-hmm. Everyone's got different body types, but that strength really helps you in bodyboarding.
Yeah, that's correct. 100%. That upper body, the core, the legs are kicking. It's such an all-over workout. From tip to toe, from your neck down. You got to keep looking after yourself. And with you guys, you're still performing at the utmost level. And time ticks and age creeps in. What's your regime, or how do you look after yourself? Your stretches, your cardio. Do you do a lot of cardio? Is your cardio mainly water-based? Do you do some land-based exercises other than your stretches and things like that? Because I know you're more elastic than inelastic.
Yeah, the stretching, as I do a lot of that. Here he goes. It looks like Hugo up and riding. Oh, geez, yeah, just didn't perform for him. But Mumbles, yeah, back to your point. Yeah, I do a ton of stretching. That's something I have to do every day to stay in good shape. Oh, Ian, look at him. Looks like it's going to offer him a nice bowl. Oh, no, he pulls out. He knows he's not going to better his situation, so he's just get out the back and try it over again. But back to your question is yes. To be in to continue to bodyboard, you really have to keep your body in good, in good shape. Stretching, eating healthy, and staying in the water. That really helps me stay fit. I don't do much running, but I try and stay fit with getting in the water as much as I can. Hey, it's not easy to always be in the water. You're running a business, you got the family, but I make it a point to try and get out there and I love bodyboarding, so I just want to have fun anyhow. So it's not like it's a chore to go surf. It's something I love to do, and I'm going to continue to do it till I probably die, because it's just the most funnest thing I get to do. I'm stoked.
That's super rad. Well, Brew, that's why we're here. We're doing this not just because it's for fun. Here's a little replay of us talking some smack, and all right, we're just chucking in some replays here. Well, not much on these little replays, but good-looking waves. As you said, the wind is just bang into the left-handers right now, and it is making it a wee bit tricky out there.
Yeah, the wind is actually helping the left-handers, though. I mean, because of the size, it's making it a little bit more punchy. I think the tide is already kind of stopped the right. So I think this wind is actually kind of a good thing, that we have a punchy situation happening on the lefts, and that we're going to actually have some decent opportunity for the upcoming women's quarterfinalists. Like I mentioned, these are some really important heats, some critical heats for the world title that's going to be decided here today, or maybe it's going to be decided on the weekend. We will see, and we're excited to crown the 2022 IBC Women's World Champion here at Walker Bay Pro.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, it's a little quick in and out from Ian. But that is still it's surreal to even think the fact that this wasn't even a conversation or thought that you would even be crowning a world champion here when we started planning this event and when we started working on this. It was crazy just to think that it could be today, it could be finals day, that we're going to be crowning the IBC Women's World Champion. I just someone pinched me. Is this real? This is actually happening?
It is happening, Mumbles. Thanks to you. Thanks to all your hard work, and the women are stoked. And I think something else that we might need to talk about is the equal prize money for the women. The women also have 20 grand on offer, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct,
so
100%.
it's that's the first time I think it's happened in the IBC. If I'm not, that also could be a first
in bodyboarding.
In bodyboarding, right? In the bodyboarding.
Look, we might be mistaken.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
Someone can send us an email later and correct us if we're wrong. But the first time having a women's as the same prize money as the men in an event is really cool, and to have it be deciding the world title is just so special. Ian Campbell showing his smooth style. This is the Durban Rip Bowl, all day long, roll, spin combos. He's probably going to do another, nice couple spins and maybe a roll on the inside, and just, really, he's just continuing to put the pressure on Hugo, just keeping busy. Like you said, he's feeling a lot better. He was feeling real sick earlier, and now he's better. And look at him go, another roll. He's not stopped yet. And, this is just shades of when he won Sintra. Yeah. He's won Sintra in conditions like this. And Sintra is a beach break, cold water beach break with, punchy little lefts just like this. So it's really cool to see these guys who you think can do good in these conditions come out and perform, right? It's one thing to think you can do good, but actually to come out and perform is, really important to see.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Ian, just incredible waterman. The fact that he can swim and kick so hard and so well. There was rumors on the tour at some stage that guys were pretty intimidated to surf against him because he swims so strong. Any paddle battle, you're going to struggle. Like, he can outswim you. He's such a deep duck diver as well. He's just so composed in the big stuff and just in the water. So, I mean, your experience of surfing against him, I'm not sure how many... I wish one day we can have all the stats up and how many heats you guys have surfed together. But just from your observations, rather, I mean, has that thought crossed your mind?
Oh, I really love that fact about him. Every rider has their strengths and weaknesses, and one of Ian's strengths is how strong he is as a swimmer and how strong he is on his bottom turns. Those are two facts where you're just like, yeah, he is one of the best at those two things. Paddling, you're never going to out-paddle him. There's maybe... you could think who could out-paddle him at this stage. Guilherme Tamega, maybe. That would be a great paddle battle I'd like to see. But that's it. Like, I could not think of one other person that could beat him in a paddle race. There's no one. Like, he's a big guy. He's got really strong legs. I mean, his mom was, a swimming coach, so he's he probably would have been an Olympic swimmer had he not been a world champion bodyboarder. So we're pretty lucky to have, someone like that with that much raw, natural, athletic ability on the world tour, and we really like watching him compete.
Yeah, dude, he's and his style is also so unique. His reverses. He keeps his legs differently to other guys. His inverts and his backflips, man. Those backflips when he loops and arches his back, it's really something to behold. Some people can really get those backflips absolutely perfect, and some guys are more specialists in your ARSs or your reverses and stuff like that. So it's I mean, for me, when it comes to your ARSs, your inverts stand out. Obviously, your whole arsenal. It's hard to pin down one thing. It's hard to pin down for one ride. Like Tristan, backflips, but then he banks out big air reverses, banks out big air forwards. So, but I mean, you become synonymous with those massive airs. Whether it's a flip, whether it's an invert, and those reverses. You just get the travel. I don't know how you get those travels. Do you get frequent flyer miles up in?
I sure love racking up frequent flyer miles. I sure do. But that's a good point, Mumbles. Like when anyone who's a world champion in their respective sport is got to be well rounded in every maneuver they do. That's something and be able to go both ways. So I mean, they able to be able to
wait, hold your horses. Look, cover up there from Hugo. Is he coming out firing a barrel and a roll? The first time we've had a little buzzer come. You had one, I think.
Maybe on my way in. Let's see what he does here. He goes. It looks like if he's going to be able to come in and finish this wave off Mumbles. He's rode it really well so far. I mean, this is a young kid, and Jared Houston's coached him really well. So that was a really well surfed wave. Probably. And let's see where this score goes, because if it might get him back in the heat. He's really far behind in this heat. He needs a good score to come back, and I think this is it. Let's wait for the score to drop and see if he can get himself back in the heat. The judges have been really good in this event so far, and dropping really nice, clean, correct numbers. So they always do, and I think this is going to be a interesting number that's going to come through, and how close it's going to be to Ian's best wave, and is it going to change this? It's not going to change the situation yet, but will it give Hugo a chance with 5 or 6 minutes left to possibly take the lead if he gets another one? What do you think, Mumbles?
Yeah, I think let's look at this replay. Let's analyze this one, because this is definitely one of the big. See, there it comes out of the barrel. He was gone. Now, not done yet. Connects a nice little roller. All right, so he's wise now that he noticed and he realized that the less are moving towards that ripple, and it's staying and it's offering an end section at the end. Nice little cutty reverse. Again, that's another maneuver, barrel, roll, reverse spin, and that roll at the end. So a big score from him should be. There's about a 6-point ride for that one, so he's almost back in the game.
So what does he need, Mumbles? Does he need a 6.51 to take the lead? Is that what we're looking at?
That's what we're looking at. We're looking at him getting another 6, because he's got a 1 and he's got a 5. So he's going to need like that 7-pointer. Well,
okay.
yeah, 6,
okay.
6.5. Then he's back in the game. 6 or a 7. And they're there. We see them. They are there. Alan Munoz getting some good scores. The lady's getting some good scores. So he's slowly clawing his way back into the game. I think he's going to feel a lot more relaxed after that great combination ride.
So I guess the difference in the scores there, everyone, is that he got a 5.5. It seems like, right? Is that correct? I have a hard time seeing the scores from this far away, but he's got a 5, and so Ian's best waves are 6s and 6.5. So he needs much higher score than Ian. What Ian has been doing is those classic Ian Campbell bottom turns and just nice big clean lip moves with the rolls, and so that's on a little bigger waves, and those have been a little more dynamic. And so the judges, when they saw Hugo's wave, the rollo on the outside just wasn't as dynamic, and I think that's where the point separation lied. Is he might have got a little cover up, but I think the main the juice of that 5 points was the 2 rolls and the nice spins, everything that came through there. But he really needed to hit a little bit of a bigger, cleaner roll on the outside if he wanted to punch into the 6-point range.
Yeah, spot on. And it also was a bit of a mid-size level wave. Let me just point out to you, Sunday I had to cross the river in my attire, and it seemed a bit shallow at one stage, and I ended up stepping into a hole, and I was basically waist deep in the water in front of everybody. So I was cruising around with the wet pants and a lot of laughs on Sunday. Sunday was wild. The turnout was incredible, and we just can't wait to have everybody here. And one of the cameramen also stepped into a hole, and luckily one of those saves. Hand in the air, the camera is in the air, and he's gone.
That's scary when you're almost ready to lose thousands of dollars of camera equipment into the flooding stream. You know, we have just these beautiful backdrop of majestic mountains here, and what's been happening is we had some winter weather, and it was creating these waterfalls back there, and the river's just been running nonstop. It's calmed down a little bit, and so you can cross. You can pull up your pants and cross. It's under knee deep now, but earlier, like you said, waist deep, almost just people plunging in there, and it was a little bit of an obstacle course to get
making a Kookslands reel,
right, to get to the judging the technical area, which is in the middle of the beach here at Honors Beach, and it's a nice little setup here, pretty far removed, so it's really separate from everything, which is really cool. And what we're gonna have is another amazing weekend. I think we're gonna have some rain this week, but I think this weekend the weather looks incredible. We're gonna have a huge turnout, Mumbles. I'm
super
excited.
Pumped about that. There's a little hole I stepped into next to those rocks. It was very deceptive.
It's very deceptive. I didn't bring any shorts. I knew I was coming into winter time in South Africa, but luckily I have my sweatpants, and I just rolled them right on up. I was able to cross the river okay today, and I was quite pleased. So what we're looking at the clock here, and it looks like there's not much time left here for Hugo to get his 7-point ride, but he's as a junior, he's going to surf again today, Mumbles.
Yeah.
So this is great. This is not his last chance, and he's already in the quarterfinals. He's made some money.
That's it.
And so he's a really happy camper, and I think we're going to see him really use the knowledge he gained in this heat in the junior heats. I kind of expect this kid to be one of the top 2 in the juniors division at this year's Walker Bay Pro.
That's for sure. Here we go. Red upper riding in his signature Rashi. Ian Campbell going for a little eject out the back, keeping us waiting for a little something and just letting it go.
Yeah, we saw him get his speed up, but then Ian realized, hey, it's not going to better any of his situations, so he just cut out. And look at Hugo, nice little roll off the back, and just couldn't connect with that one. And he's just learning out there, folks. He's just gaining knowledge for what he's going to do in the juniors, and he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the junior division here at the Walker Bay Pro.
Absolutely, one of those young grumps to watch out for as he develops through the rankings of bodyboarding. Hopefully he can follow in the footsteps of the likes of Jared Houston, Ian Campbell, and Tristan Roberts, Sasha Specker, and Dre. You know that Dre and them got married on this beach?
Wow, I did not know this is where Andre got married. A really special place. I know his sister Kamala and my good friend Spencer Skipper are coming here in a couple weeks, so they'll be here in Honors, I think, to visit their Nana. So that's really cool.
Their 2 cousins. Little replay of Campbell cruising down the line.
We'll see his beautiful cutout here. You can just see his technique, gaining speed, and then just deciding, you know what, he doesn't need to force a roll. He's just going to get back out there. It's not going to improve his situation. And now he's got his priority back.
Priority, that's so important, right? So important.
Very important, and especially in the last stages of heat, right? You want to have control where you can take if a 7-point wave comes, he can take it away from Hugo because Hugo doesn't have priority. You don't want to be in that situation where you don't have priority and your competitor just needs a small score and he can catch any wave he wants and choose it. So that it's really helpful. Because you just never know what's going to happen in the ocean, what's going to come in, and what Mother Nature is going to provide. A day like this, you could still get some wedges, and that could provide some big, 7-8 point rides.
Kind of no real section for him to hit. They had all that speed, but not real. Just that oncoming section, maybe a bash reverse.
Exactly. I looked at
choice.
It looked like some bash reverse sections, but again, was not probably going to get him the score. They're beautiful moves to watch, and technically difficult, but notoriously they don't score. He's not going to get the 6 or 7 he needs. Yeah. Right? He's could get a 5. Could do better than he did, but it's in this time crunch, he's probably better off waiting for a set and just trying to get a big flip out the back, like we saw Alan Munoz do You know, he had 3 or 4 waves where he did some nice ARSs and got some really good scores on these lefts that was nice and punchy. And Ian Campbell's kind of taking the same formula but just doing big rolos. And the judges are rewarding clean surfing, clean flips, clean rolos. They're just looking for nice big lip moves, and so it's really cool to see.
That is true. Judges keeping it really, really, really clean, and you know the fact that we've got Chico here, we've got one of the Chilean judges here. You know, just you got Rossi here. You got the World Tour panel here.
Oh, an amazing panel.
Oh, the world title is going to be.
Oh,
yeah, it's important to have these judges at every event, basically.
Oh, it's always important to have, you know, the best judges for sure. And here in South Africa, you have notoriously good judges. You know, Rossi is one of the best judges, and luckily we have Chico here as the head judge. You know, came all the way from Brazil. He's been at every event this year. I mean, he's a trooper. That's pretty crazy lifestyle to be at every contest. You know, away from your family. I mean, that's giving a lot of love to the sport right there. It's not easy, and we commend him for it and applaud Chico for being at every contest and doing his best for all the riders.
Yep, and that's it. Thank you very much, Chico. And as we see Hugo trying a last-ditch effort, get something, maybe just a bit after the buzzer, but good-looking wave. Nice little cut, easy comebacks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up, quarterfinals in the women's division, proudly presented by Crocs. Crocs, come as you are. It is now do or die for some of these ladies. It's world title time, ladies and gentlemen. Spread the word. Get involved. Get on the jump on the live stream. www.ibcworldtour.com for the scores and the live stream. Jump onto our socials. We're going to be back with some more high-flying quarterfinal actions in the Crocs Women division. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Back with some action. Sorry.
Yeah.
Here we go, Jeff.
This is awesome.
Awesome. It's warm, eh?
It's warm here in South Africa. We're at the quarterfinals of the women's. And we got every heat, looks like, has a world title contender in it. We have 4 quarterfinals. It's woman-on-woman action. Alexandra Rinder versus Danicelli Vallejo from Chile. And those girls are going at it right now in the quarterfinal, heat number 1. And what's really great, I just remembered that we're on live heat, so I can see the scores really easy, even though the screen's far away from my face. I just pull up my phone, and I have access to all the data right at my fingertips with live heats. These guys are probably one of the best heat platforms you can ever imagine for running an event. I've run quite a few events with live heats, and they are just, they're the best. I really enjoy them, and just mahalos to Chris Friend and all the guys who putting on live heats. You guys make it really easy for me to run all my contests, so thank you.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Get over to ibcworldtour.com. Check out everything over there. We also piloted first priority system through live heat, so we're right there.
Exactly.
Well, exactly. Danicelli Vallejo, Alexander Rinder, one world tour campaigner, world title campaigner, up against maybe someone that might upset the whole rhythm of the women's world title being decided here on Honours Beach in sunny South Africa. We've been bruised, we've been battered, we've had some seriously big swell, we've had some seriously big fronts. You know what Danicelli told me the other day? She, the day she landed in the country, I went to go fetch her at the airport, and it was storming, it was raining, and she was looking out the window with eyes as big as saucers. And I was like, so I noticed this, and I was like, hey, Danicelli, like, when was the last time you saw rain? And she's like, 2018 in Kaima. Dude, let that just sink in, how we take rain for granted, how we complain about, it's raining again. And there's this chick that lives in desert, hasn't seen rain in 4 years.
Wow, that's a story to behold. Someone who hasn't seen rain in 5 years comes to South Africa, gets off the plane, and they're stoked to see rain. They're just living it up. Like, rain is, even though sometimes it makes it a little cold and chilly, it is definitely necessary, as we all know, for this planet to function, and we definitely want as much rain as we can to get that natural fresh water into the earth, into our bodies. We love it, and we love rain, so bring it on. Even though we don't like it, sometimes we need it, and especially in a dry desert country like South Africa, it's really necessary. Cape Town's had some water shortages in the past, and so we can fill those dams up, those reservoirs. That would be really crucial here. Just put in as much rain in those reservoirs so they can have just power through the summer. That would be really ideal. Let's see, what do we got here with the time? We got these are 30-minute heats, guys. That's awesome. 30-minute quarterfinals because the world title's on the line. Loving it. The conditions got a little funky, so they know the girls are going to need that extra time to perform. So we got Alexandra Winder. She's got 2 waves already. Real small scores, 0.4 and 0.5. Nothing yet, but hey, it's a lead, and she's going to want to improve on those. And these little punchy left-handers, I think Alexandra's going to do really good at it, and she's going to have a great quarterfinal heat here. But you know what? Danicelli is, she's from Chile, so cold water and heavy waves are something she is very comfortable with. So let's watch her and see what she can do and what kind of pressure she's going to try and apply to Alexandra, who's in a world title situation. So being up in a world title situation, Alexandra might be feeling a little pressure. She obviously has done it before. She's a world champion, and she's very adept to winning crazy clutch heats, and she absolutely rips. So let's see if she can use some of that memory she's had in the past about coming in clutch, and see if she can win this heat. And up and riding, we have Danicelli, a couple little cutbacks and a cutout, so she's up and out there. It looks like Danicelli is favoring these rights, and let's see what Alexandra does, if she's going to really start looking for these lefts and trying to get some of these nice clean lip moves that we saw Ian Campbell do in that last heat. And
a bit of a quiet one. Quiet start, just easing into this quarterfinals. Alexander, still,
30-minute heats. 30-minute heats, Mumbles. So this is good.
It's good heats. The conditions are not slow, and it's a good decision keeping them in that 30-minute mark. It is a quarterfinal. It is a world title.
The world title.
Line, so you kind of have to give them all as much opportunity within the time frame of the event.
Exactly. And let's see if anyone's looking at these waves here. The tide is coming up, so it's pushing the bank farther in, and we're getting more little shorter, punchier rides, and we might even see the reform come into play even further, that it might just be a outside takeoff on that mush, and then they're going to ride onto the inside shore break to get their moves in. So let's see that as the day unfolds. One of the things I really want to find out is that getting the equal prize money, Mumbles. Congratulations on that. That is just really huge. Well done. And who was there? Anyone particularly responsible in helping you do that? Was it the South African government? Was it anyone else that we need to mention?
Yeah, unfortunately we have basically no government support, so it was very mostly privately funded.
Wow.
And Suzanne Ackerman has played a big part in this under the condition that we elevate women's sport. We bring in that equality. It's Women's Month in our country. We celebrated Women's Day on the we celebrated Women's Month on the 9th of August, and through her foundation they've assisted us to reach our target, and along with Crocs South Africa as well.
Amazing.
And that's why this is the Crocs women's division. This is this is really important, and I hope it's a pendulum. I hope it swings. It turns around some of the mindsets of some of the other promoters around the world, so we can try and build this asset that we have in the women's division, the development around it. now with this type of opportunity, we can maybe draw a lot more women riders from around the world and create a lot more development around it. And that is the main focus, is to continuing to build a sustainable tour through the IBC, whether it's the men's or whether it's the women's, the juniors and the DK, to be able to have this tour and to be putting money back into the athlete's pocket. You guys are here, you travel far, you come to these events. It is a big outlay. It's a gamble, it's a risk. If you don't make it into the points, it's going to be bad. But let's focus quickly on Alexander Renda. Good looking wave though, nice little takeoff spin, 2 of them. And now she's going to drop down the line, looking for a little roller section. There it is, nice little power roll. Good smooth surfing. She's not done yet. Let's see if she can get that little link up in the shore break. This is now the high tide, giving you that second and last scoring opportunity. And Alexander Renda, well, she means business, brother.
Yeah, that was exactly the type of champion you'd expect from, exactly the type of surfing you'd expect from a world champion. Just really smooth entry, couple nice clean spins, big clean roll. Just like I kind of mentioned earlier, is that the waves are pushing inside to create that a better bank reform on the inside. So she did all her moves on the inside. So there's going to be a lot less, stuff happening on the outside. And Alexander, as a champion she is, realized that and just utilized that left is just perfectly. Clean spins on the outside, big roll, and a couple more spins, and then finished off with a nice roll. So here goes Danicelli, seeing if she can answer back, and she does a roll, just couldn't quite finish that one. Gucci mumbles.
Yeah, Danicelli getting a little bit stuck on that one. But it was a good-looking wave. I mean, his left hand is on the high tide. If you just turn around, you can see how it's just shaping up quite nicely with this one, giving you that little section on the takeoff, and then it gives you that face where you can play around a bit. Alex getting a total score of 6.5 at the moment, and Danicelli Vallejos with a 2.75. This is quarterfinal stuff, ladies and gentlemen, and it's coming down to the wire as in terms of who we will be. Well, who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be? What are the scenarios, Mumbles? Can you talk me through any of them, or are we keeping it secret? So it's kind of a surprise. No. Can anyone have a interview?
All right, we're going to throw to an interview quickly here with Ian Campbell and Bianca.
Theoretically, it's
it's really difficult out there. The conditions, I mean, with the offshore winds kind of like blowing the face up, and it's holding it back. So there's not much power to do moves and to try and like land them on the face pretty clean, which is what the judges are looking for. But yeah, happy to go through, and unfortunate to knock out the young gun. But it was a tough heat and tough conditions out there.
Congratulations again. Do you have any shout outs?
Yeah, just to everyone watching. Today's a lot more manageable out there, so I'm sure the women are going to keep putting on a show, and stoked to be down here.
Amazing, and congratulations again, guys. That was Ian Campbell, straight through to the semi-finals. Back to you guys.
Baie dankie. Ons is weer terug hier op Onderse strand. Ek het langs my ou Jeff Hubbard, een van die manne wat al baie lank in die game is, en dit is 'n absolute eer om jou hier te hê. Ons geniet 'n sonnige dag hier op die strand. Branders in die 2 tot 3 voet, soms 'n bietjie 4 voet range, as ons dit so kan sê. Die rivier loop, die biere is koud by die Milk restaurant, en ons is almal baie dankbaar as hier is. Sief, M-Star, Suzanne Ackerman and her awesome team. We got Red Bull out here. We got Jackery. Again, this whole place being powered on solar energy and battery. So these guys, absolute legend. GoPro, Ryan Boone meats. We're going to have a lekker braai for all you guys from the speciality meats from Ryan Boone. We got the Ox. We got Pick and Pay for the rat burgers there on the beach. You can go grab yourself one. Milk, Comfort Cool, the naming rights sponsor for the juniors division. So we got people identifying and seeing the opportunities that are here and just putting back into the sport. And Sticker, what these guys pulled it off for us. It's beautiful branding you see all around. Absolute legends. Andrew and his team, really grateful for that. And again, we've got Discover Cape Town. Go check them out. There's a lot happening in our little town. Wavescapes, our media partners, which is them and Zete Boogie. And you know what? So this is Westgrow is it's part of the tourism department, and just to promote tourism, the local government here at Hermanus in the Overberg with their blessings and helping us with our permits and stuff like that. So everybody seeing the bigger picture and seeing what can be just on the first stop of this event, and it's been humbling.
It is magical. These sponsors that came in here to South Africa and are supporting this event, it's huge. Everyone is so stoked. The people on the beach, I've come from Hawaii and I've gotten here and had no idea what to expect, and it is just incredible that this location exists. I mean, hey, you have this beautiful promenade, amazing restaurants right on the beach, milk, and they also have Pick and Pay setting up a burger area. You have some other coffee zones right there at the competition area, and you're looking right into the wave, and it is first class here. And some of the other sponsors, Jackery with these battery powered things. Oh, unreal. There's no generator going on back here. That is something I noticed immediately. When we run our events, we have to use a generator powered by gas. Jackery's got all these battery-powered things set up all over this situation, powered by solar. It makes a huge difference. I'm not smelling diesel. I'm not hearing this rumbling of the generators in the background. It's a full-on new world. And I think, I'd love to see more promoters try and work and follow it, and I think it's totally possible. Alexandra Rinder up and riding. Let's watch her go.
Dude, it's been proven now that it is entirely possible. Alex with a nice little takeoff spin, going for another one, getting stuck in that little white water. But again, it is now proven that these large-scale events, look, we've got PA systems running with 100 meters cables to the speakers. We've got the entire streaming crew all lit up by these Jackery units. A massive LED panel for the priority screen over there that's drawing almost 2 kilowatts of power, and it's still just battery and solar. So these Jackery units are on another level. This thing hasn't moved in the last hour. Here we go, Danicelli cruising down the line. Watch, can she get a good looking wave? Bouncy Jeff needs to control that rail a bit. Does a nice little Revo spin and connects with the white water, goes for another one, and just loses it a bit there as the wave just kind of fades out.
She almost sprayed Alexandra there. She had a little reverse, then she went up and saw Alexandra and was like, I'm going to spray my competitor in the face, but she just missed out. But hey, that's Danicelli's best wave so far at Mumble, so that's really cool. And Alexandra had as a backup. Now she's got, putting the pressure on. Let's watch this takeoff spin, really smooth. She's looking, and she goes up for a little whitewater roll-up, but it's still something to better her situation. And she gets a little greedy here with an extra spin on the shoulder. I think she just didn't realize the wave was just losing all its power in that deep channel section. But it's still going to better her situation, and Alexandra's, now going to be even more comfortable moving into the forward part of this heat.
Yeah, she's pulling away a bit from Danicelli, and just making things a bit harder for the young Chilean. So it's really cool to see her here, and I'm still very blown away about, I haven't seen rain since 2018. Those little things we take for granted so much.
Right, yeah, here's Danicelli's 2.5, a nice reverse spinner, and then comes in, going to spray, almost got to spray Alexandra, run her over, but didn't complete that one. And Alexandra got she's, started off the heat with a 6, and now she's got a 3.5 as a backup. So she's looking in a really commanding lead with 13 minutes left. That's got to be nice and relaxing in her mind going for a world title campaign here. She's, looking pretty solid to move on in the semifinals, but Danicelli, she only needs a 7-point ride, and we haven't seen any 7s today, even with the mins. So let's see what happens here if Danicelli can, come out and do something really spectacular. And she's, we know she's done it before. She's in this quarterfinal heat of the women's. Let's watch her and let's see how she performs.
Yeah, exactly. 12 minutes to go, ample time to go in this heat. She's not in that pressure cooker situation. She's looking at this one. There's some fun waves in the middle of the bay now, and you've got that little peaky, you got the lefts and the rights. The right-handers will be showing itself a bit better on the low tide. And you can see these peaks showing themselves. It's just crazy how quickly this morning the swell was still fairly bombing. It was quite cool to watch. And now on the high tide, it's kind of gone a bit flat. And as the tide starts pulling out again, you will probably see a couple of those nuggets reappearing. And but it makes for good surfing because you got one peak that you can manage. And here we go, Alexander Arenda, world title campaigner, coming down the line, hooks a quick little rolo, gets a bit caught up in the washing machine, but lots of speed coming out there, doing some rail work. And now she is looking for a little something, this time learning from a previous mistake. Spins a bit into the face, but here's that reform we're talking about, and this is a reform that she was looking out for, and unfortunately, just losing the rail again on that spin. Maybe should have just held on and trying to race for that rolo at the end section, but she's here testing it out. She's trying things. She knows she's in the lead. She's fairly comfortable in the lead, not necessarily needing a big 7-point ride. So she's exploring, experimenting, and just finding a little bit of a groove and seeing what the ocean is actually doing here.
Right, she's doing everything right. Just keep punching away. Just keep trying to get those extra points. Better that 3.5. This 3 is going to show us what she's looking at. Coming off nice clean roll. So it's a little bit with the lip. I missed the lip a little bit, but it's probably better than the whitewater roller she had on her other wave. Even though it's just one maneuver, it's going to be close to that 3.5, right? So whether it's going to better that situation or not, we'll see. I think she's riding it all the way to the inside. So yeah, it should definitely better that 3.5, I'm thinking. And when I just turned back, Mumbles, like you said, I looked back and saw the peak. It's definitely getting way more contestable. This is what the women were waiting for, a peak, easy access to do some ripping, show us their stuff. And, we're seeing dogs. There's dogs here in South Africa. These are the wild animals we've talked about seeing in the South African wilderness.
Yeah.
Let's not...
freaks on the leash.
Freaks on the leash. Baboons would eat them alive, unfortunately. But hey, these guys are safe in a pram, safe on the promenade. There's no baboons in sight right now, so we're okay.
All right, Daddy Selling, needy that 7-point ride. Goes for a nice, smooth little spin. Now, she's doubling it up again. Still cruising. She'll probably pop another one. There we go. Just got a little bit greedy, as she said earlier. Should have just held on and tried and push for that end section. But, two little spinners just keeps her campaign alive. She might be able to improve that 1-point ride, throw that one away, and get herself up to that 5-point scale, making her job a little bit easier come the last 10 minutes of this heat. So some really dangerous animals on the beach. Luckily, they're being checked inside prams and not moving around much. So
this is awesome.
Yeah, you saw some proper wildlife yesterday?
I saw some proper wildlife, some bucks, some baboons, and it was wild. Look at Danicelli here with 2 360s. So she did 2 of these 360s. Reverse 360 seems to be her specialty on these lefts. And she goes for another one, doesn't quite make it. But again, she didn't get any lip moves. It's not going to be a very high score, but it did improve her situation. That really helped her. So let's see what she needs now. Well, 6.6, Mumble, so she definitely helped her situation out. That's great.
She's chiseling away at it, and that's all you got to do. Just keep chiseling, keep working. There's waves.
There's still action out there. It's a very contestable. Action. The high tide is, what it does is the high tide's kind of condensed it and made these left and right reforms on the inside this peak. It's a nice peak, and it's it's side offshore. We got beautiful conditions. It looks super fun. Like, hey, I would go out and free surf in this. As soon as this is finished, maybe I'm gonna jump on other. But we have the juniors after the women's, and we have 4 of these women's quarterfinals. So it's really they're all world title deciding heats. It's freaking mental.
Yes, mental. That's world title day. Potentially, finals day could even be. Depends how the dice rolls. The dice rolls for these ladies.
The dice rolls. We're gonna see who's gonna make it to the finals day, in which world champion will be crowned. It seems like with the way the heats are showing up today, I don't know if a world champion can be crowned today. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe
it'll be great to leave it for finals day.
But I guess it could, right? If everyone, if 3 girls lose and 1 girl wins today, that are in the title race. There's 4 women in the title race. I guess it could be decided today. We will see. I'm kind of excited, but it looks like, we at least got one competitor advancing who's in the title race. Alexandra at this point, she's definitely one of the favorites. Isabella Souza, who I think is in the lead for the women's world title at the moment. She's coming up in the next heat, and if Alexandra advances through this heat, pressure's going to be on Isabella, and we're going to see what her mental fortitude is capable of. I mean, we know she's I think a 4-time world champ, so we know she rips. We know she's got it and got the brain power to figure this wave out. She's not from South Africa. She's from Brazil, living in Portugal now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
and
spot
she's just one of the best riders in the world, male or female. She's, you wouldn't want to go up against her in a heat if you're a guy or a girl. She's incredible.
Water supplied by Steve. Thank you. As Danny hands him, I'll be on the screen. We're going to try and get a little bit of a behind the scenes here and just try to get more information from him, Danny Hernandez Bierkes, which is the contest director here for the IBC. So we'll try and get you guys a little bit more information in terms of this, the situation on potentially crowning a women's world champ. But wait a minute, that's still far from now. Dadiseli, nice little Revo spinny. Now can she link up down further on the beach and get that little Rolo? There it is. It's going. She's got her foot on the gas. Come on, straighten out a bit. You can see, she's a bit frustrated on that one.
Yeah, that left bend, as it comes to the inside, it's fighting the current. The current's creating the ripple, which is gets it kind of round, but it also pushes it down, like keeps the size down. And Alexandra's just showing her form out here. A couple of nice spins. Look at that. I mean, she's a strong lady, and so you can just see it in her riding. Clean moves, strong, capable, and she's going to come to the inside and see if she can, get to that last Rolo on the beach. And it's, she doesn't make it, but it's not the end of the world. Most of the meat and potatoes was done on that score. She did the hard work. The judges aren't looking for that last flop on the inside. They're looking for the clean moves on the outside. So her score is definitely going to increase, and it's going to put Dancelli in a really difficult situation. And, I don't think she'll be in combo, but she might need a high 9 after that last one of Alexandra.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, let's just compare the two. Here we got Dancelli. She goes with a nice little reverse spin, just looking. There she is. This little Curry just gets herself back into position, looking down the line. You can see where she's looking, and she sees something, but just maybe should have just turned a little bit straight. Look, in hindsight, for us sitting here, we're looking at the screen and not what's actually happening. And then Alexandra Rinder just again getting the better of that exchange, further extending a lead away from Dancelli. And here it goes, Dancelli again, a better looking wave, nice little wall. What we're going to see, nice little Curry. Jeff, now, can she link it up? Can she read this? Look, it's standing up. There it is. Nice little bowl roll. Can she come out of that one? Unfortunately, just a tough landing right there in
just
the
pinched
shore.
off there, didn't she? But she needs a 9-point score. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken. But with 3 minutes left, she might. Let's see if she's calling it. She's on the beach. Is she going to paddle back out, knowing she needs such a high score, right? Like it's a tough situation. It's not over though. I mean, obviously anyone can do anything. We always see that in bodyboarding in our sport. So exciting that way, and that's why we love watching these contests. But we'll see what Alexandra did to get that 6. Just clean riding, nice clean roll, and smooth surfing all the way through this this wave. We really like seeing nice, clean, smooth surfing, and Alexandra is a great example of that smooth riding. And so now she's in a nice commanding lead, and just going on to finals day, it looks like, where she has a chance to win a world title. Mumbles here at the Walker Bay Pro.
Yeah, crazy to even fathom that is an option. Yeah, it's amazing. If you just joined us, welcome to the Walker Bay Pro. This is a Crocs women's division. Crocs, come as you are, and it's so rad to have this global brand as part of Women's Month and the Women's Bodyboarding event here. The women's event, the women's division of the IBC World Tour might be coming to a conclusion, as we've been talking about crowning the women's world champ, but it's not over. They're still vying for good points. Here's a little replay of Dancelli's last one where she missed that Rolo, and there she goes. Nice little ball in front of her, but maybe a little bit too late on the on the heat there. Small frame girl, super quiet, soft spoken, lovely little human being, and just amazing to have her here all the way from Chile. I must say she was pretty broken when she got here to South Africa.
Oh
It's
yeah,
a
that's
long way,
got to be
brother.
just as long as Hawaii, right? Like I spent 36 hours, and I had a good flight straight from Newark. I had to go to New Jersey, and then New Jersey direct to Cape Town, which was quite nice.
That's sick.
16-hour flight that one, but I think these girls, it seems like they might be going to Sintra afterwards, just like we talked with Alan and Patrick Orr. They're coming through the Sintra Pro after this, so they kind of doing a stopover through Europe, so that makes it, going up and then back down. That is kind of the worst way to come to South Africa, in my opinion. If you're go up through Europe and then come down, if you don't live in Europe, if you have to go to Europe and then come down to South Africa, that's another just a long haul. You don't realize how large Africa is when you have to fly all the way over it on the and as the Earth curves, you're just flying forever. And it's I've done it a few times when I came in the late 90s. First time was 97, the second time 98, coming to Durban, and I haven't been back to South Africa since 98.
Sure.
And
it's changed a lot.
It's changed a lot, but I've never been to Cape Town. So this was, a
great.
bucket list
It's a
for me,
place,
and just to be able to come here, you got your thank you for putting on a contest and giving me a reason to come, right? Sometimes you don't have a reason to come to some place.
Well,
And
now you have, yeah.
now I got a reason to come to this beautiful place.
Every year for the next foreseeable future.
Exactly.
hopefully.
And I had no clue how wonderful Honors was. And it is Honors, and Hermanus is amazing. And look at our world title contender, Alexandra, just putting icing on the cake here. Probably one of her better rides. Big outside move. Going to connect it all the way to the inside. It's amazing how agile she is. She is so strong, and look at her, just nimble and having fun, body surfing. She is just one of the funnest humans I know.
Yeah.
She has a great sense of humor,
Definitely.
always laughing, always
Definitely.
smiling, and really enjoyable to be around and see her. I watched her grow up from a really young little girl, and now being just an amazing woman world champion. Really cool to see, and really just love watching all these ladies surf and show us their stuff. And the last
we
wave,
go.
let's talk it through it.
Daniseli on the buzzer. Can she just redeem herself a little bit, feel a bit better, get a nice little rolo down, and finish on a high note? Nice little cuddy, and there she is still going, looking for a section. There we go, showing up for her, goes up for the rolo. Can she hold on to it? Gets a little bit of enjoying the hard landing there. Well, Jeff, we're going to be back with some more women's quarterfinal action after these commercial breaks. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
20, 22, side coming back. Long time no see, huh? 오래가 아니지, huh? 우리 다시 웃고 일고 지지고 바꾸고 let's get loco. Pandemic's over, 그래 기분이 오죠, 다시 그분이 오죠. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Oh yeah. 준비하시고 쏘세요. That I like that. 기분 좋아, baby. 흔들어줘요. 우위 아래로. 1, 2, 3 to the 4. That I like that. That I like that, baby. That I like that. That I like that, baby. That I like that.
Isabella Souza just taking control of this heat from the very start. She's going to do a big roll at the end and doesn't quite make it, but man, she had a great outside wave, and this is, for her, a world title campaign heat. She's got to make this to try and solidify her position. She's in the world #1 right now, so for her to make this heat is going to put a lot more pressure on other girls because she's leading. Any more points she achieves that can put her ahead of the other ladies, she's going to be really hard to beat in the final with that confidence. So let's watch her go. She's activated the ripple on the far side of Honors Beach here. There's another rip that takes you all the way out. So the peak is right in the middle of the beach, and we have on the outside in yellow Madalena Valerio. She's out there looking for a wave. and Isabella Souza is going to take a time getting out there. The rip takes you out there, but with these sets that are closing out across the whole beach still, we've had it could take her a while. We had one of the biggest swells to hit Cape Town all year. It was maybe the second biggest this year in 2022 that just hit yesterday and the day before. It was massive. We didn't have the contest yesterday because it was just huge closeouts across the whole beach, and it kind of shaped up, looks like it shaped up a sandbar right in the middle of the beach here, and it's really nice when you just seen it from the beach. This is a really cool beach. Just, you can see these little wedges pushing through on the right. With the wind, the lips pushing away on the right. It's a nice long right. It's giving you some push and speed, but without the lip moves on the right, the lefts are what's getting the bigger scores since that wind turned. And I've had a lot of trouble just trying to figure out my compass directions here, and I kind of think I figured it out today. Now the wind is from the northwest. We have a southerly swell, southwesterly swell with a northwest wind, and the wind is blowing into the lefts here at Honors Beach. The locals, I had Tristan and Hankus show me exactly what points of reference are at the beach, what's south, what's east, what's west. And it's, Cape Town's a really confusing place when you're facing the exact south. You're on the tip of South Africa right there, and it's a little peninsula. So everything is bending around a peninsula, bending around the bottom of this huge continent. So for me in Hawaii, the northern hemisphere coming to the southern hemisphere, being flipped around, took me a little while to get my bearings, and being in such a new place, so different. It's really exciting. And that's one of the things I love about traveling, is when you come to a new place and you discovering all these different things, and it really keeps your mind being so creative, and just learning everywhere you go is learning, the waves and the culture. And that's one thing in South Africa that's so special, is this amazing culture they have. And you can see it with the print on the Walker Bay Pro. You can see the print. It's really cool to see. So what do we got here for scores? We have Isabella with a 6.0 to start. I mean, that's just an incredible score. Those are, really great scores coming in, and we'll see what she can do for a backup. So some of these little waves coming through are really good. If you're just in the right place, you can get some really great rides, but it looks like it's harder to be in the exact right position. Looks like we're ready for an interview with Alex and Bianca. Take it away, Bianca.
I'm standing here with Alex, winner of a heat again. We really keep bumping into each other a lot here. Alex, how does it feel? Through to the semi-finals, what were the conditions like today?
Yeah, definitely stoked. Just keeping that momentum alive, and it's tough. It changed a lot from my first heat in the morning, and just try to find those scores to secure my first position. And I want to congratulate Daniseli. She's done an incredible job in this contest, and looking forward for the next heat. Let's see who is it going to be, if it's going to be Mari or if it's going to be Isabella. I'm looking forward for the semifinals, but it's time to calm down and focus.
Yeah, do you have a game plan going into the semis? Is there something that you think you can do differently to improve your attack, if you can call it that?
Oh, there's definitely always a place like a space to improve. I was kind of nervous in this one. I think it is coming to me to knowing that I have the chance, I still have the chance to win. So just I have to focus a little bit more, maybe trying to be strong at the beginning. I had 2 waves that were not good, and so sorry to my parents, they hate when I do that. But just try and maybe focus to get the better ones and making good scores at the beginning, so I can feel safe. But every heat is different. We don't know yet how the conditions are going to be on Saturday. Let's hope they're going to be good, and just going to be destroying as I always do, and hope to do my best, and hopefully that helps to get me into the final.
Super exciting to watch you bodyboard, because you actually just start charging from the beginning. Do you want to do a shout out to your parents? Anything you want to say to them, and just to keep their spirits high?
Danke Mama, danke Papa, ich hab euch lieb. Danke, dass ihr immer da seid. Thank you to all my friends and family. Thank you, gracias a mi hermano, my brother. I don't know if he's watching or he's working, but I love you a lot. And to all my friends back home, Marcela, Shannon, Ruth, everyone that's watching, I love you a lot. And yeah, just gonna keep going. My sponsors, thank you especially Costa Deje. I've been there since day one and keep on going strong. So yeah, thank you very much and see you in the next round. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Good luck with the rest of the comp.
And we're back. That was a great interview. And Alexander Rinder just showing us that she is ready for the final day. She's excited, and we're excited to see her take it to this world title showdown here at the Walker Bay Pro.
Yeah, just a quick update. So if Isabella Souza makes this heat, Neymara and Sari does not, then she's going to be crowned the women's world champion.
Okay.
Today.
So we have a scenario, everyone.
That is a scenario
So
today.
you got to stay on this TV or on your device, whatever it is, to watch this possibility that Isabella Souza could be crowned world champion today. And how that happens is if she makes this heat, which it looks like she's in a really commanding position at the moment, and Neymara and Sari do not advance. And Sari has Pamela Bowen in her heat, local South African, who's dangerous. We've seen she gets huge scores out here, so that's a brilliant heat. And Neymara has Joanna Schinker, another world champion, a past world champion from Portugal. So, gosh, that is by no means easy heats for those two women. In fact, I expect really great battles in those final two quarterfinals. So, it really could happen today. It really could happen.
Yeah, so it's just gotten real here at the Walker Bay Pro, ladies and gentlemen. It's hot in the water. It's hot outside. The wind is just beautiful, playing along. It is gone just 12:17, and we are so pumped to have you guys here. So the scenario is if Isabella Souza makes it into semifinals and both Neymara and Sari O'Hara does not, then we will be crowning the IBC Women's World Champion. And that is a surreal experience if either one of those two ladies make it into the other, which means Sari or Neymara makes it to the semis. Then, well, world champion will be crowned on the weekend. So much sweeter, a lot more people. So we kind of wish for both, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what the waves are doing. It's gone super clean all of a sudden. The wind has shifted back again. The white horses on the back has kind of disappeared. Watercolor is changing.
It is a beautiful day in South Africa. It's a winter day here, guys.
Yeah,
so winter. It's gets really cold. When I first landed, it was absolutely freezing. You're talking, 10 degrees.
Yeah,
in Fahrenheit, it was like 40, 50 degrees, frigid. And now we're talking 70-degree days right now. It's hot. And that's what's so cool about South Africa. You get these temperatures out here that, a beautiful day in winter, and it's 70 degrees out. The water's hooded suit, but it's in the high 50s, which isn't bad. Everybody, that's really nice. So it's one of the reasons why Mumbles chose this time of year to have this contest. We got a little warmer water, a little more tolerable temperatures, and gosh, with days like this, that's what you want, just warm water, beautiful wind. What a day.
Yeah, exactly that, man. Exactly that. And it's exactly it. I mean, I don't have to say anything much about it. The temperature is great. Look at this. This is just another beautiful winter's day here. As good as it gets. The wind has now gone down. We've got a beautiful offshore. The swell is starting to show again. The tide is starting to turn. So it's going to make for some great surfing, and we can expect similar conditions over the weekend. So I'm super pumped for that, and that's going to get the crowds here. We want you guys here. Come in, look at this. The first time ever we've got this event at your doorstep. On Sunday, this place was popping, bro. We said, we're going to maybe applications. We might expect between 2,000 to 3,000 people in the duration of the window period. Some more people on the weekends. We just kind of didn't know what to expect. Those stats went out the window by 12 o'clock on the first day. It was pumping. Some of the all-time locals here said they've never ever in their lives seen this place so full and so busy. Not even on high peak Decembers when we have our summer holidays.
amazing. The road was closed, the local road that runs right around this little outcropping peninsula here, and then so everyone was just filling the promenade. It was insane. And what a show everyone got to witness on Sunday. A full day of competition, which is what we should be seeing this Sunday again. Beautiful food, beautiful waves, the best riders in the world just battling it out here in South Africa. And luckily for us, Sunday looks like we got some really good waves and really good conditions. So, I mean, to have this play out, that we're going to have this, probably the best conditions and waves we've had all event in the final day is pretty amazing. You don't usually get that, Mumbles. Usually it's rare to always have the best conditions for the finals, but it looks like we're going to have it.
Well, let's hope so. Super Punt, bigger rider in red, up and riding. That is Isabella Souza, continuing that hunger for the world title trophy. She's locking it in with a nice roll in the spin combo. Rides it in. She goes in, going back to the whitewater, knowing that there's a link up coming. There she is, back in the line. Nice little line, drawing her legs. There he is, releases the rail, looking for something. Again on the top. She's going to go all the way down. There it is. Goes for a loopy roll. The landing is quite heavy, but not a problem for Isabella Souza. Already has a 6.5 on the board, Jeff. So, man, she is just showing her grit right now.
That was Murder, She Wrote. She murdered that wave. What a show of force. Shows us why she's winning the World's Tour and why she is going to be this year's world champ. 2022, can she win it? She just put a huge nail in the coffin on this heat, possibly, right? Possibly. 6.5, that's going to go in the 8-point range, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even 9. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's like a 7-point ride or something.
Wow.
So that's the biggest score we've seen today, Mumbles,
yeah,
a 7. We've not seen a wave score from the men's or women's yet going to the 7s, and that was it. It just shows us that the waves are still out there. It's actually getting better. I feel like with the higher tide, it's just getting more and more contestable with this inside link up. Just a nice peak running all into the lefts. Let's watch a replay.
Let's look at this replay. Let's analyze this one. There she is. Well, this is now at the back end of that wave. And, there she is cruising down the line. She sees it way down the bottom. Look at that arm extended. Lands in the flat and just gets pushed out onto the beach. Before that, it was some beautiful link-up surfing with a roll and another spin. So taking the wave from the takeoff all the way to the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. If you can get a nice big maneuver on the outside in this moment, in the critical section, and then link it up with some nice smooth moves and have a powerful finishing move, you're really going to amplify your score. And that's exactly what the judges want to see, and she just gave it to them. They were stoked to see that. That's what the judges really like to see. Is it helps them give better scores. They don't want to see the same thing. They want to see bigger, better, stronger surfing. And that was just wonderful from Isabella Souza. We really enjoyed that. And we have a nice little lull. So Isabella's getting back out really easy right now. So she's going to get out to the back after a nice long wave. And now she's probably has their competitor in combination. And she's going to be looking really strong for the rest of this heat. 30-minute heat. How much time's left, Mumbles?
Well, we're halfway through the heat. We're on that just under that 15-minute mark. So another lekker 15 minutes to come here on this beautiful, beautiful winter's day. You know what? On days like these, we like to light the fire and have a braai no matter what the time it is. So I won't be surprised if you'll be smelling the boerewors braaiing this evening and into sunset. It's going to be a very beautiful sunset as well. Some low-level clouds. You see these lines up ahead. When the sun sets on the bay next door, you're going to have this beautiful red hue, a classic winter sunset. So definitely worth a little walk around the coastal path and go have a look-see. Maybe grab a cold one and then sit on one of those benches, feet in the water, and enjoy what the Overberg has to offer. And man, what a place.
What a place indeed, Mumbles. And when you talk about braais, I'm really loving these South African meats. We have one of the sponsors of this event is, from what I've been told, is hooking us up with some amazing meat coming up for tomorrow, maybe a competitor's barbecue, aka braai.
What is that?
So we could be getting some amazing food. That's what I've been told, but I'll be waiting for the confirmation since tomorrow looks like a lay day with nuclear winds. We don't think we'll be running tomorrow, and we're going to be waiting for the finals day on the weekend. So that's going to come probably Sunday, but we'll check in Saturday just in case. but we're excited about having the delicious meats from all the different animals here in South Africa.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about animals, we got a safari, tequila coming up, and that's where you get to see the elephants, the rhinos, the hippos, the lions, and linked up with a lovely lunch. Oh, dude, it's just one of those things that you just. It's not the Kruger National Park where it's way up north in our country. That's synonymous to all of this. But it's a great place. About 2 hours drive from me. It's a beautiful drive through all the mountains and stuff like that. And then you get there, and you just feel like you in that little African jungle vibe. Your reception is incredible. There's a beautiful big pool and a spa and a lovely lunch restaurant. And then you jump onto the game drive vehicles, and you're sitting all nice and tight, and all of a sudden you've got these mammoth 10-ton elephants just cruising past you. You feel the earth shaking, and the rhinos. That is something special.
I'm excited. I am very excited.
Special.
When last time I was in South Africa and in Durban, we went to a game reserve, something similar. And when I was with the No Friends crew, with Spencer and Nels, Ross, we just had a really great time running around. Unfortunately, I don't think that's recommended. We got out of our vehicle, which is highly unrecommended. Classic tourists. We went probably just for the video shot for Stoker, because he wanted to get us running around, and it's one of the iconic shots in No Friends 1, the original masterpiece by Brian Stoker. If you haven't seen it, it's 20, 30 years old by now, but it's still a timeless
No
masterpiece.
Friends became timeless.
So I'm excited to see this game reserve. And what's cool is that you're right. It's close. 2 hours is pretty nice. And one thing I also like about the smaller game reserves is you don't have to drive for 5 or 6 hours inside the game reserve. You go to Kruger National Park, you're spending days. You could actually spend a week up in Kruger National Park just searching for animals, because it's so huge.
It's so huge.
You take off on a day journey. You're driving 6 or 7 hours in one day in the Kruger National Park to check out these animals. Probably here, you go up, you just drive 2 hours to the park, boom, spin around maybe an hour and a half.
No, that's about the 3-4 hour thing. So it's
perfect.
It's great value, and it's close enough to be close enough and not feel that far. The drive back always gets a bit quiet after everything, and an exhaustive day. I mean, I remember taking PLC there when he was here for his tender premiere, and what an amazing piece of bodyboarding cinema. But when he was there, you can clearly see the tears of joy, the tears of everything in his eyes when he saw those rhinos right here by him, within a stone's throw away from you. And just this thought, like, why would anyone want to hurt these most placid, peaceful animals? And just for their horns. I think it was early in this year, one of their partner game reserves had a poaching incident where the poachers came low flying with a chopper, landed, killed a few rhinos, took the rhino horns immediately and left. And it seems like the perpetrators have been caught, or they're still investigating. But that's the thing, dude. There's anti-poaching teams, QRSs, quick response forces on the farm, hiding through their dugouts, so constantly scanning with radars and stuff like that. These people just knew exactly where to go and how to bypass everything. It's just super sad, super sad. But we all for conservation, and what they do a lot for conservation, for breeding and helping the population of rhinos. The lions thing, look, there's no free roaming lions. It's in a massive pen, it's huge. It's huge. It's like rescue lions that came out of the can hunting, and they, bringing them back into a sustainable pack and getting them back into wild. And when you go through those gates, you get this little nervous things about you, and that there's going to be, soon you're going to be seeing these lions, and those paws are the size of our faces, like this massive. That's why they're the king of the jungle.
So excited!
It's incredible.
Wow.
So hopefully next year, when some more athletes come down, we can do it again. But yeah,
we're very looking forward to doing it, and that we get the sounds of the Lion King, Simba. Playing. So you just have that playing in the background on repeat while you drive through the game reserve, and it is just the best time of your life, seeing these animals that you've only read about in books and seeing on the movies. And that's what some of the rescue animals are. They've rescued from movie parts. The animals have been in movies, famous movies, and they get to come back to this wonderful little game reserve.
All right, red up and riding, Isabella Souza, 13 points, place 4 points. Isabella Souza stomping her authority, showing that she's here to mean business. She's looking for that world title, my man. And that says it's all in that scoring. We're touching that 10 midges on that 8-minute mark right now. So, yeah, it's looking a little bit difficult for Madalena Valero from Portugal. And talk about her, there she is, up and riding on a nice little right-hander.
Wow, just like Sintra, she's going up for a big roll. That was huge. That was huge.
Come on.
If she pulls it off, we're talking a giant score. But it looks like that just got swamped. And
what a pity.
But what excitement. You heard the beach just going wild. Alexandra Winder cheering on her friend to really help her cause in this world title situation for her. Like Alexandra knew if the competitor, Mariano, made that roll, she was going to put Isabella in she's going to be right back in this heat. But Isabella on the outside. See, I mean, look at these. There's still bomb sets coming in, and it's on the outer bank. And Isabella trying to access those, but not easily accessing. It's probably better when it's a little smaller and she can come in, but inside and get those long left reforms that we are seeing earlier.
That's it. Let's have a quick little replay and just look at this. Look at this roller of hers and see how come, what went wrong for her. Good looking wave there, that section, punches through the lips, gets a good landing, but I just think a little bit too back into the whitewash and just grabbed it and didn't let go.
Yeah, she landed in the V there. So when she landed, she was a little bit on her tail, a little bit in the V, and so she needed to be pushing forward to try and get out of there. So that was really great to see some explosive maneuvers by our competitor in yellow.
Well, Jeff, 6 minutes, 25 seconds. Isabella Souza holding it down for the Brazilians. And I'm just looking absolutely solid in her drive towards world title victory. And she is looking for that. Isari and Neymara does not make it. Then, well, today, Isabella Souza, my man, is the IBC Women's World Champion.
Let's hope you are ready, because these conditions aren't easy for any competitor, but Neymara and Sari are seasoned veterans here with the pressure. So we're going to see what happens in the next two quarterfinals after this. The pressure is going to be mounting. Isabella's doing her job, getting through this heat at the moment, a commanding lead, looking really comfortable. And, we got about 5.5 minutes remaining until quarterfinal heat number 3. And those we're going to start to see some really big action with Saria Hara and Pamela Bowden going into the next round. It's another world title deciding heat, right? Any one of these competitors that loses out in this heat gives the other competitors more of an advantage going into this final day on the world championship, or they are just going to be possibly crowning the world title, handing the world title over to Isabella Souza today.
Yeah, it's nervous times. I think the next hour will dictate what's happening. Is it going to be today or the weekend? There we go. That is yellow. Madalena locking into a small little insider one. Lots of speed. Hooks a little reverse spin. Looking for that reform on the shore. There it is. Can she turn it? Nice little roller. And there she goes. She's got it. Some of her friends on the beach loving that one. Amazing. It must feel good too. You've been trailing so far behind and just being a bit frustrated, and eventually, finally getting one of those numbers.
That'll be nice. It might put her back in the heat. We'll see if it cracks her out of the combination situation. She took off on the inside, and her move was on the inside. Usually the judges giving those really big points for outside moves, even though her move was super clean and pretty. Let's see where the judges go with it. Big thanks to Crocs. This brand is super fashionable brand. They are everywhere in the U.S. right now. Every kid I know wearing them, and them come to the table sponsoring this event for the women with the equal prize money, really helping out the cause here in South Africa, and these women who traveled from all around the globe to be here to be crowned a world champion, fighting to the very end today or Sunday. Let's see. I'd like to see it go to Sunday, create the drama, but we don't know. It could happen in the next hour, Mumbles.
Yeah, it could happen next hour. That's crazy to think that is actually almost a reality, or it's an option. So with 13 plays, 8 points, And we've got next heat's going to be another absolute cracker. I see Sari O'Hara making her way into the water. And I'm not sure who she's up against. I think she is up against the South African Pamela Bowren. So, wow,
big heat on our hands
Pam
here.
is on fire.
We're going to hear the local crowd go absolutely nuts, just as they did for every South African rider so far. It's going to be really cool to watch and hear the crowd just cheering on their very own South African riders. And that's what we love to see. Like, you go to contests like this all around the world, Mumbles, you get to see and hear the local crowd react with their favorite riders, with their comrades, with their fellow citizens, pushing them on to the brink of winning, pushing them to the final level. It's really cool to see, and I always enjoy to see that camaraderie everywhere I go, especially one of the times when it's the first event that's happened here in ever, maybe a world tour event. This is the first world tour event that's ever happened on South African soil, and to see the crowds come out and just be so excited for their countrymen. Wow, it's what a feeling, and I just know how proud all the citizens of South Africa are for all the riders that are entering this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just homage to our athletes, homage to the Dreys, the Specks, the Houstons, the Campbells, the McCarthys, and Tristan. It's just, you got such a massive talent pool over the last decade, 20 years. Yep. And, it's taken a long time before we got to this point. And, it's not the easiest place to put up an event, let's be honest.
Totally.
But it is definitely doable. And with the support and
you did it.
What we're getting, it's just
well done.
It's humbling. It's insane to think from now on we can now look at things differently. We can start building a new business model. We can now we have something to fall back on. We have a product. Yeah. And from here on, we can just improve. You sure can. I mean, it's hard to improve on this. It's already such a special, amazing event. Everyone is just so happy around here in the beautiful, special place you have here in Honors Beach. It's a natural amphitheater and one of the better contest venues I've been to as far as just the area and what it looks like. It reminds me of just that, maybe, just the restaurants and the promenade and just the beach, and it's just incredible. So, and we know this wave gets amazing. We have the far side, roadside, and far side banks, and right now we have a bank in the middle. It's wild for me to see. You have 3 different banks, and they're all sand dependent. So right now, far side's not working. Roadside's a little slow, but high tide's making these nice little wedges in the middle of the beach. So a lot of great action here coming in for this final hour, where we could crown a women's world champion. Yeah, it's wild to even think that is potentially going to happen today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is crunch time. 20 seconds remaining in this heat, Jeff. We're going to have a quick change of commentary. Alexander jumping in the booth here with you, and I'm looking forward to you guys. She probably would have won this heat, which just goes to show you anything can happen. That last one, she flew up, got a big projection, landed, and then the backwash and the other whitewater converged on her, crushing her dreams. And so 2 amazing moves, just couldn't hold it down. And Isabella Souza ends up walking away with the heat because she has just such high score totals. And when the rider doesn't land their moves, you can't advance, unfortunately. But really great battle. We'd love to see it. And thanks, Mobiles. Go take care of some business. Alexandra and I will hold it down here in the commentary booth. We'll be back with some more high-flying action with Sari O'Hara up against South African Pamela Bowren.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
And we're back. It's going to be with Jeff commentating in the next heat. Lovely to have you here. We have Sari O'Hara and Pamela in this third quarterfinal. What a heat, the last one. Isabella taking the win with 13-point total. Gonna be competing against me actually in the semifinal. It's gonna be a good one.
That's gonna be absolute cracker. That's what's really cool is that when the world title contestants come up against each other, right? So we're hoping for a world title showdown on Sunday, the finals day. And if you guys, you girls, ladies, go head to head, which you are, and it's gonna be for a world title.
Definitely, yeah. So Isabella and me still alive there, and it's gonna be. Yeah, actually, I am the one that can stop her. She's the one that can stop me. Let's see how that goes. But the other two contenders are still fighting it out there. So Sari in this one, and the next one is going to be Neymar. Let's see what happened in this quarterfinals. But I tell you what, Pam is not gonna put it easy to Sari. She's local. She has surfed this wave a lot of times. Sari is definitely dangerous in these conditions, but let's see what happens. Long heats, 30 minutes heats, gives you the time to really sit down and really focus on getting the best waves.
Right.
But you, congratulations also today on your performance.
Oh, thanks, Alexander. Yeah, I was stoked. Rough heat against my fellow Hawaiian countryman, Patrick Orr, but I was able to come out on top and go move on to the semis with Tristan Roberts on Sunday. We're going to have a nice battle with the local boy. So that's going to be super fun for me. But gosh, the action in the water is ladies, world title stories here. We got Sari and Pamela Bowden. And like you said, Pamela is not lying down. She had great scores in her first heat. She did really good. So, and the local people cheering her on are going to actually add to those score ranges, I feel like. So, man, it's going to be a battle for Sari, and I'm excited to watch it.
No, yeah, I'm definitely super excited, and I'm really looking forward to your semifinal also. It's going wow, we're already in quarterfinals, semifinals, the men, so let's see what happens. Let's see if there's some action at the outside. Both paddling. Ooh, let's see what happens with the priority there, but both tried to get that wave. As you can tell, the tide is really coming up, so the wave is kind of dying at the outside, but I tell you what, the inside has some strength there to do some nice rolls. Maybe we see a flip from the girls.
Yeah, the girls are going to, really push on it. What I've seen, if I was a competitor, the outside right is soft, but if you get an inside right, it actually has some really good lip potential with this nice wind. The wind switched. It's going straight offshore, so the rights have a little bit of a cup to them now, whereas before the lefts had a little bit more of the bowl due to the wind direction, but now the rights are just, holding up. So if you can come inside and get that section, you're going to get a big score, because tell you what, it's right in front of the judges. That second section of the right doubling up is right in front of their face.
Yes, like a little show for them just in front of their faces. But yeah, Tristan, his best wave was a ride. He did a flip outside, ended up with a really good roll on the inside, actually landing nearly on the rocks. As we see some paddle action here, we see Pam going for that left. Sari decides not to get the wave. Pam goes for the spin. Gets a little bit stuck there, but she will keep going on this one. Gets a lot of speed there to get through that foam. Let's see what she can connect it with. She's going to the inside, looking to hit that lip. Let's see if she can connect. Oh, it looks like she goes up there for the roll. It just gets caught there. Not really making that incomplete roll for Pam, but you know what, she's going to paddle as fast as she can. She still has a lot of time, but now Sari will have priority, and we know how dangerous she is, especially in this condition, so let's see what happens.
Right, it looks almost, you could mistake it for Japan. The watercolor, the temperature of the water, a beach break, rippy, Kearney. This is kind of what Japan looks like, I would say, on a good day. So if Sari shows up in Japan on a good day, this is what she's seen. So she would be absolutely frothing, just losing her marbles about getting to surf and pumping waves in Japan. But she's in South Africa with a world title scenario. This is probably what she practices in her mind all the time, Alexandra.
Yeah, definitely. She is really strong in these conditions, but it's hard. All the four riders fighting for its height. You have been there. You know how it is. You have it there in the back of your head in every heat. I always try to put that that nervous feeling into strong energy in the water and try to perform. Well, I always try to perform my best, but especially when you feel that pressure, I try to always just switch it into a good energy in the water to not putting that much pressure on myself, because you know how it is. It doesn't really help to pressure yourself.
No, the pressure, anytime you put pressure on yourself, it kind of backfires.
I heard, sorry for interrupting you there, but we have the winner of the last heat ready for the interview. Take it away. And we're back and back to the action. We see Sari going for this left, looking to connect with a maneuver. She goes with a reverse spin. As at the back, we also see some action. Oh, double wave here. Let's see what it gets. Pam on the right. Sari on the left with another spin, trying to connect with the inside. Looks like she will. So she has two spins. Let's see if she can connect the roll, but the wave looks a little bit that she flattens out. She's still going, looking for that momentum down there. And seeing if she can connect there with the roll. She goes for the roll. Yes, good roll there at the end. Okay, really good roll to finish that wave and the inside on the sand.
That was cool. I really like that wave of Sari. You know, she didn't have much on the outside, but really smooth style, which she's known for. You know, nice flat spin, a nice little cutback. And, you know, I think she had one more spin, and then she really drew her line on the inside. Like, she went really fast and hit that roll right on the shore, and it had a little bit of projection, so it was really cool to see, you know, her utilizing your speed line. And I think the judges like watching you when you have a nice bottom turn in speed line. That's when they, you know, are able to separate the scores and give some points.
Okay, we're going for the replay of that wave. Let's see. Let's take it through the replay. Let's see. Replay? Okay. We're really close here, all working all together. But yeah, so okay, no worries. We'll have the replay soon. But yeah, let's see what the judges. So the judges give her 4.75. There you see that line she draws in the wave. The judges love that. Connecting the maneuvers real smooth, like not really hesitating, not, you know, clean maneuvers. That's what the judges want to see. That's what they tell us at the beginning of the contest. They kind of give us a briefing of what they want to see outside there. So
yeah, and that was just the maneuvers. You know, she didn't have any major maneuvers on the outside. She didn't have a lip move, which is what the judges want to see. And getting a 4.75 is pretty rad.
We have the replay there. So get us through this one, Jeff.
Yeah, so this is what we saw. She's coming inside. This is, I think, her second spin, and after a cutback, and I think she's setting up. What you're going to see is what we were talking about earlier. Like, she gets ready, she waits, and then she comes to this double up portion on the inside and really is able to really engage her rail and go real fast. And look, there she goes, her speed line, nice lifting up the leg. She does a nice little rolo right on the beach. It just projected her there. And so she was stoked. I mean, that was a happy Sari to get that first wave under her belt, so to speak, and get a little score. And, you know, put Pam in a little situation where Pam has to, like, perform.
Yeah, definitely. She got the better... She got the better wave there at the beginning, so Pam is outside with priority. Looks like the wind is getting a little bit stronger, but Pam will definitely look for a good score and put it difficult because she doesn't have the pressure of the title. So she has the pressure of being the local favorite. So let's see what she can do, and I think she will definitely perform her best. She's doing so great in this contest. Also, such a lovely human being. Her and her partner have been showing us around and just helping in whatever they can.
So cool.
Yeah, really thankful for all the South Africans just treating us like it's home. So
yeah,
shout out to all the South Africans.
She was a legend. I think she bought me coffee my first day here, just pulled up behind me. My credit card wasn't working yet, and so she just, you know, dropped in. I'd love to buy you coffee. And Pam, she was just so sweet. And
it's kind of like they don't let you pay.
Yeah,
you know? I was
really,
like trying to
really
pay.
Sweet. I know my wife Ingrid would just lose it having someone buy me coffee. Hopefully she's not listening to me tell that story, so I won't repeat it at home. But
She might see the replay. She might go home later and watch the heat. Some of them have already told me and tell me about my comments. There you go. She goes on this ride. Oh, closes out on her. It was
she does a roll
pretty.
though. She did do a
Yeah,
roll in the
she's
white
still
water,
there.
I think.
But yeah, just unlucky there.
Didn't make it.
Yeah, it was a little bit fast that wave.
yeah.
But you know what? She's definitely gonna paddle. She's really fit.
Yeah,
she
super
also,
strong.
She also plays rugby, if I'm not wrong. And
Yeah, she looked like it. And one thing, and you mentioned, Alexander, was the wind had shifted. I talked earlier about the wind being straight offshore for the right. So the wind went back and is blowing into the left. So that's why that right she had on the outside was soft in that mush section, because the wind's coming across it and it's not opening up the lip. So the lefts are having a much better lip line right now. And I think that's where the majority of the bigger scores are going to come from as this wind increases from the northwest. And that's what we've been told the lefts like, is the northwest wind kind of bowling the waves at them. At least that's what the locals have told me, and that's kind of what we see. So let's see how the rest of the heat plays out as far as waves. No shortage of them though, right, Alexander?
Yeah, it looks like it's quite slow, but I think it's the high tide should be in 1 hour, so still some more water coming. It changes so much. Like the first 2 days was so big, and still some good waves out there, but it has dropped a lot. Looks like there's another swell coming out, but like a stormy as well. So I think the weekend will be fun.
Right, there's just nonstop swell here at wintertime in South Africa. There's so many waves to access. You know, Jared Houston showed me around, Tristan showed me around, and these guys are just showing me wave after wave after wave after wave. There's, you know, yesterday Robbie Bourbon gave me a tour as well. Gosh, you cannot find a spot more littered, a country more littered with waves than South Africa, it seems like. And they're all empty. Empty spots. You could come here on a free surf. If you're not afraid of a little cold water, you know, sub 60s, you know, mid 50s, oh gosh, come to South Africa. You're just going to get...
Yeah, well, maybe there's no people out there because another reason, Jeff.
No, I've heard the sharks have left.
They knew that you were coming. They left.
The
They're like,
orcas
oh,
came.
Jeff is coming from Hawaii. Let's go.
Let's go. No, the orcas are the ones that have chased away the great whites here in South Africa. Everyone seems really happy with that. The orcas come and eat the shark's liver, and we got a shark on the outside. Sorry, what's she doing? Oh, nice roll. Just gets a little hung up there and doesn't perform the major maneuver. But let's see if she can get back out there. But Pam's going to have priority now. So this is a great chance for Pam to come back in the heat. You see these little, the high tide creating these little bowls on the inside. And this seems
getting better. And I'm lucky that I got some lefts on my heat because, yeah, everybody knows I prefer the lefts. But I'm strong on my right. I've been training. So we will have a little recap of the last wave. So Sari really, it looked like the lip was getting a little bit better. Maybe it's the wind that pushed it a little back, but yeah, it was kind of flat, the lip, so she just got caught behind the wave. But you know what, she's gonna go up there and she will definitely try and have a good score. But Pam has priority now, and she will definitely wait for a good wave and maybe get that score to get in first position.
Totally.
And maybe getting that title dream from Sari away, but Sari is strong, so let's see what happens.
Yeah,
we
Sari
still
had
have
nice
13
approach on that last wave. I liked her approach, even though she didn't complete the rollo. Her bottom turn was really smooth. It went up to exactly where the rollo would have been, the lip would have been, but the wind and the had blown it away. Because the bank out here, it's kind of a pyramid-shaped bank at the moment. It's right in the middle of the beach. There's a rip bowl that blows it away. So that
we see up and riding again. Let's see if she can get through that. She goes for the roll. Gets a little bit caught behind it. We see Pam on the back. Goes also for a roll. Big roll. She also lands that one. That was... Oh my god. Sticks to that one. Sari gets out of there. And Pam will definitely try to look for the inside one. That was a good way to start the wave. But she's not done yet, Jeff. She will try to connect with another maneuver down there. Let's see if she can. She's going. And let's see... She goes for, keep going. Come on, and another roll. Oh, yeah, she got it. There you go. So what a wave.
That was
for
huge.
Pam. Putting the pressure on Sari. Let's see what the judges think. And let's see what the situation will be. Oh, my God.
Look at her run up the beach. Everyone's... cheering her on. You heard the beach erupt behind us, everyone. So I'm not sure if you saw what we saw. Alex and I were watching it live, and Sari caught the first wave, went right, kind of hit
Okay.
a whitewater Rolo, but Pam out the back did a huge Rolo. One of the better Rolos I've seen on the outside this afternoon, in the women's heats. She hit a full lip move outside on a set.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
landed it and came around to the inside, in a clean situation and finished it off with a nice big Rolo, surprised everyone on the shore break, making it in a critical situation. So that was incredible. That's going to be a huge score. And let's see where the judges go with it. But like we mentioned, is that if you get a move on the outside, you're going to get a massive score today.
And
Because
that is a massive score. Just came in 7 points for Pam.
so
Putting her in first position. Sari got a 4 points, so Sari now is in second, needing a 4.51. But the thing is, Pam has only one high score. She needs to back up that. But Sari is no stranger to putting big scores there. So let's see what she can do with this. We still got a lot of time. We still got 11 and a half minutes. But you know what? Pam will definitely try to fight for priority, get out there and doing the best. So let's see what's going to happen.
That was huge. So, that's a 7. That's the second highest score we've seen today, if not tied for the highest with Isabella. So Isabella, I think, had a 7, and now Pamela Bowden has a 7, which is, like we said, that's the biggest score we've seen today. So if she can back it up, Sari has a 4.75. If Pamela can match that score or get something close to it, it's going to be incredible.
Sari's replay, we see she kind of, she does a roll there. It's good, but it's not a clean lip. Good intentions though, and then she tries to connect with the inside, but it just closes out on her. So she skips out of there, and then at the back we see we might get the replay now from Pam also.
Now they're fighting for priority. We might get a replay of Pam's. We're going to get the replay of Pam's inside. So since two riders are riding at once, they missed the outside of Pam's, but this inside was really crucial for the rest of the score. I mean, look, she goes for the barrel, it almost gets tubed. It pinches and backrushes on her, but with the mental fortitude she has, she stayed with it in a huge air-dropping Rolo onto the shore break. To make that and to hold on with such strength, that was very impressive. And to come onto the beach, the crowd erupted because, like you guys weren't able to see from your seats, was that her Rolo on the outside was massive. It was a beautiful, and it was a left, so she bottom turned on the left, hit a big section, and threw a huge Rolo up. And we didn't expect her to really land that Rolo.
No,
actually on
she
the
got
outside.
really like under the lip, like that. That's why you can say that she is strong. I really thought she was doing one before, but I think she tried to go into the barrel. But yeah, luckily she got that roll at the end. Now she's in first position. She just has a 2.25 as a backup, so she will definitely look to back up that. Putting herself far away from Sari, but you know what? You know Sari, we all know Sari. These are conditions for her, so she will not just let this go. She will try to get a good score and come back into the game.
100%. Sari, won her world title in 2019, I believe, in Fronton. So she was able to win the world title of Fronton, so that just tells you that how intensive a competitor she is. And here she goes. Look at her go on this one. Sorry, what a beautiful looking wave.
This
it's
got
doubling up.
slowly.
It looks like it could be a massive score.
Oh, she's trying to hold on that. She's holding on that. Let's see if she gets in front. Oh, yeah, okay. She does hold on.
Pam on the outside, though.
Pam going
cutting
on the
back
outside for
clean
60.
surfing. Let's see if she can make it to the inside. Like, if Pam can come to the inside and do a Rolo here, she's going to have a great chance of winning this heat. I think this is a huge
Let's see, she's still going on this left, looking for that inside. Let's see if she can connect.
Oh, she's going to make the inside.
Let's see if she goes there. Goes for the roll. And so she hit it. Yeah, she's got it. Another good wave for. Oh my God.
Wow.
The crowd is getting crazy.
Incredible.
Sari is there also. Oh, this is a really good matchup, guys. Whoa. Sari with a big roll.
She fell. Oh no, is she okay? She stumbled.
She stumbled
she's okay.
a bit.
Oh my gosh, someone go help her. Okay, she's back up. She's riding the beach. Okay, she knows she's in a fight of her life for the world title. Pamela Bowden, the local girl, just had a great backup score. Okay, the outside maneuver was just cutbacks and spins, but she solidified it all the way to the inside. So in my opinion, it's going to be close to Sari's first wave of
Yeah,
a
so
4.75.
the roll was really good of Sari. It was a big wave. Problem was that she got a little bit caught up. We know that the judges really want to clean.
Landing.
Yeah,
You gotta
clean
have
landing. Yeah, she gets a 3.75. If she would have landed in front, that would definitely go into the 5, 6, 6 range for sure. 6, 7 range, because clean landing, that's what the judges want to see. There's still sometimes, there's a paddle battle going on. Looks like Pam is quite in front though. Let's see, last wave of Pam. Okay, so we're going to see the replay of Sari's wave. First Sari's wave, and then we'll get Pam's replay also. So Pam gets a 4.65. So now Sari needs a 6.91. Not impossible for her, but this makes it more difficult for sure.
Yep.
But we still got some time, and Sari is the one that puts those numbers in the heat. So let's see what happens with this last 6 minutes and 35 seconds.
Anything
we really
can
want to
happen.
see that replay.
We do. Anything can happen. As you know, we love saying that in the commentary booth in these last minutes. But, Sari's known for this. She needs a 6.91. So just so we're all aware, that's going to be the third highest score of the day, men's and women's. So
Okay, let it get through this replay.
Okay, nice cutback. Look at that control by Pam. And then into a spin, cut back to spin. We love seeing that on this left-hander. And she just milks it. Look, cut back, great control. We really like seeing the control aspect here. But what was really nice is that she comes in and knows she has to make the inside. She sees it, local knowledge. She sees the double up. Look, you think it's here? No, she has to race to this double up and push through this section, fighting backwash, getting over it, and then boom, it shoulders up and clamps. That was heavy. The fact that she made that was just shocking. She had an airdrop down into a trough, lose all her speed, and then come up through a thick lip on the shore break and punch through it and make it onto the sand. It was wild.
That was definitely difficult to land there. And then Sari has a really good, like I would say, like Sari got the outside roll, but like she didn't land this clean, and that makes such a big difference. We have seen this in this contest so much, because this wave is not easy. Sometimes you do an air maneuver and you're like, oh, you think you're sweet, but like then you get caught by the lip and you have to struggle to get out. And that's not a clean maneuver, and the judges are really strict with that, because we are professionals and we really have to give our best and show the cleanest landings and cleanest maneuvers, of course.
Right, they love to see clean moves, and Sari's roller was awesome. If the wave at backwash had pushed her out straight, she would have got a great score, maybe even close to that 6.9. But instead, like you said, she was caught up bouncing, hidden, just very much of a lack of control, and that's why her score is so low. I mean, the roller was great, but it took her a minute or so to come out of that white water, and that's what held the score back. And Sari's just in a pressure situation against the local hero, Pamela Bowden. Let's see how this plays out. I'm super excited.
Yeah, and 4 minutes 20 seconds, and Pam is in first, Sari in second. Sari needs a 6.91. We all know she can't do these scores. She is the one out there that can definitely put out a 6.91, but Pam has priority right now, so it's going to put it a little bit more difficult for Sari. But we still got enough time to make some good scores, and let's see what's going to happen here. Man, I'm freaking out. Of course,
you're in the title scenario, so what does this mean for you?
Of
Is
course,
this a good thing for you, or
on one part, it
what
would
do
be
you want?
nice that Sari will be not getting through this round for my chances to win. But on the other side, as a professional athlete and being professional, man, we're all fighting for it, and everybody deserves it. If she performs good, then she also deserves it to get through this heat. As I'm saying, my ego, of course, doesn't want her to get through, but as a professional, she is incredible. She is also such a lovely human. So that's what I said. I can only do my best and whatever, and everybody will try their best, I can only perform my best and see what happens.
You've
and
been
then
a world champion before a couple times, Alex, so it's great to see you handling this commentary position so well. I've watched you this whole year take on this commentary role, and you've done amazing. So to be in this moment listening to you commentate with the same feelings you have of watching, it's probably maybe even easier commentating it, because if you're watching, you're probably biting your nails and stressing, but here you have to be professional and you have to be supportive of all your friends, because it's pretty cool, because all the girls are such good friends. They're like best friends, even though you're just trying to rip each other's hearts out in the water.
Yes.
You're on land just hugging and cruising and just sharing sharing meals and hanging out all day together.
Yeah, definitely. We are definitely friends outside, and inside it's just our job. We see Pam on this left. Can she connect with a roll? She goes through the lip with a roll, lands it. Oh my God, Pam is on fire. Okay, let's see if she can connect with another maneuver. The crowd is definitely loving this, but yeah. Now Sari's out there, but Pam is not over yet. She's trying to connect with the inside. Let's see if she can get through. It's a little bit foamy. Let's see if she gets another chance. She is going down there. She will try to go for another roll. Oy, she just gets caught with that whitewash. Good wave for Pam though. Let's see what the judges think. Oh, but we see
Huge set.
big set at the back.
Sorry.
And we see Sari
Okay.
going for the left. Let's see what happens
She
here.
needs
Oh
to
my
get a roll on
God,
the
Jeff.
outside. She needs to roll the outside if she has a chance to stay in the world title contention. There's no roll. Okay, so now I think this wave is probably not going to do it for her. But if she does a flip, let's take it back. If she pulls back and does an ARS on this inside with a clean lip maneuver with a big ARS, we could see her really improve her situation. So it's just a roll on the inside. That same combination grabbed her 4.75 last time. It's a little better, so she's probably going to get somewhere in the 5 range. But Pamela with the Rolo on the outside is going to eclipse that with probably close to a 6. So I'm thinking it's
I
not
don't want to
going
be
to
a
help.
judge right now.
It's not going to help Sari's situation because Pamela also improved her situation. Pamela looks like they're both running out there. Pamela just put on an amazing show here for the local crew, and Sari is fighting for her life. And let's see if there's enough time for Sari to come back. And Sari is the athlete, the world champion. We know she is. Let's see if she can pull this out with a last-minute comeback.
So last wave for Sari is a 5. It's not enough. Not enough to get back there. It's 40 seconds remaining. And Pam gets a 5.5. Now Sari needs a 7.5. Oh my God, 30 seconds remaining. This might be the end for Sari O'Hara. And she's still fighting there. Great performance for both of what a heat. Seriously, I have goosebumps.
It's cool watching, commentating it with you since you're involved in this situation. So say Pam takes this out. That's great for you. It's great for Isabella as well. Great for Neymar. The last 3 girls remaining. Neymar is up next. She's got a crazy heat against Joanna, who this looks just like Sintra to me in Portugal. Joanna's going to be really hard to beat out here. So it's going to be nuts. But what does that mean for you in your title scenario? Can you break it down for us?
Fast before we get to the commercial. So now, if Neymar makes it, she will have to be with me in the final. So I have to win. I have definitely to win. But good thing is, if I win now, I win the title.
That's great.
So because I will stop Isabella.
Perfect.
And if Neymar gets into the final with me, if I win, I have points. If Isabella makes the final now, I think she wins.
Yep.
And I think if Isabella gets knocked out and Neymar wins, I think Neymar wins.
Great.
So not 100% sure, but I think kind of like this.
That's awesome scenario.
So one contender is out. Sorry for that. Sari definitely did a great job through the year, and she will be one to talk in the next years. Lovely competitor, strong competitor, and I'm gonna definitely go and give her a hug. We will be back for the last quarterfinal heats, guys. Don't go anywhere after the commercials.
All right, well, we are back, and what an absolute humdinger of a heat. Pam Bowron
one of the dark horses coming into this event, haven't surfed a World Tour event ever, and in a long time hasn't competed, and just showing her skills and the grit. And what a well-fought heat between her and Sari O'Hara. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road for Sari. And Pam advancing into the semi-finals, and it's good. What a display of bodyboarding! What a display of women's riding! That is why we have the equal prize money. That is why we have companies like Crocs South Africa presenting the women's division. It's because riding like this, elevating the women to the highest level. And man, that was a heat of heats.
That was exciting, man. Hats off to Sari. Amazing year, and what she did, she surfed a great heat. I mean, a brilliant heat. By any standard, she might have won some other heats with the level of surfing she did. She did everything right, except Pam Bowden came to the table and knew that to beat Sari, she was after going to go surf out of her skin. So Pam, she's so strong and just an animal, she took off and just did huge rollos out the back and just landed them perfectly. Where we've seen other girls not be able to land them, she landed them and went onto the inside and finished off her waves with huge heat score. Wow, I'm blown away.
Yeah, I'm blown away as well, brother. That was an absolute 5-star display from both Sari and Pamela, and that was incredible. Oh, wow.
Maybe we sit down. I'm going to sit back down. I was on the edge of my seat for that finish, and we got the nail biter right here. So this heat is the last heat of the women's quarterfinals, and we have
back on screen, and hello, Danny.
We have Neymar Carvalho and Joanna Schenker. Okay, these girls have both won world titles. So Joanna from Portugal is a world title holder. She's a world champion. She may not be in this title race, but she is going to shred the living daylights out of these waves.
These waves are good.
Yeah, she's very good in these waves. It's just like Portugal out there. Cold water, kind of windy coming from the normal trade winds in Portugal. And is this Joanna, as we see?
Yeah.
Nice. She's spinning the pocket. She's coming in. Looks like she's going to do for a nice cut back. Just wait for it to hold up. So now they're going to... Wow, nice reverse. Let's see if she can make this inside, Mumbles, because what she needs to do is hold tight and get a roll and finish strong. It's not easy to do, and let's see how she does it.
Oh, the one just doubling up right at the end. The anticipation of just that section, but kudos to Pam for holding on to that one roll right here on the shore in the impact zone. And she held on to that. Just testament to her strengths. Like you said, she's a really strong competitor, and like mentally and physically. But physically, she really, I think that was the difference today between her and Sari. Sari is this technical, surgical rider. She's a sniper. And she just got blocked by a tank, I suppose, in terms of strength. If you want to make the comparison, it was what
Pamela
a day for women.
Pamela had the strength and fortitude on all her maneuvers. They're big rollos, and she held on so strong in their critical moves, which what the judges like to see, and that's why she got the big scores. Sari was smoother, more just effortless, but her maneuvers weren't as powerful with the lip. They're a little softer and not in the critical spots. So a lot less critical nature, and that's why the scores were different. And at the end of the day, the locals were just loving it. And we were happy to see the showdown and see the women's bodyboarding and giving us such a great show.
Well, there we have it. Sari O'Hara ending her World Tour title campaign. Yeah, what an exceptional year this young athlete from Japan. This 2019 women's world champion. I was looking at backing that one up, but unfortunately being stopped by South African Pamela Bowen. You can't wipe that smile off with a bat, even though if you tried.
But she's, look at Pamela. She's so stoked. And what's great is that that Sari was in title contention. Let's just focus on that. Having Sari, the reigning women's world title holder, still be in contention in the very last event down into the quarterfinals is just a great testament to how good she is. She's not, that she is one of the best women in the world still, and that the women's title race is the talent coming out of the women's division is just incredible and makes us want to watch it. They make us want to be out there, want us to go. I want to go surf. Like the way they're riding is like, oh, let's go do that. Let's go get out there and show us our stuff. So I know in Hawaii, the girls, we have just an amazing amount of girls in Hawaii coming up, really strong level of riding, and I hope this encourages them that wow, same prize money, equal prize money, and that you can go somewhere, travel halfway across the world, and you can probably pay for your expenses if you make a couple heats. You make it to the quarterfinals, you can pay for some of your expenses and make it worthwhile traveling and chasing that dream of becoming a world champ. So important.
So important, and this is the reason why we're here. This heat, insane. I mean, Joanna Schenker, she's up against Neymar Kavala in this heat right now. We're just been throwing out to some other things quickly. While there's a bit of a lull, but Joanna already getting the better of Neymar. And, I think the situation is I'll get Daniel to please correct me if I'm wrong. If Neymar does not make this heat, Isabella Sosa becomes world champion.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. Wow. It's a huge heat. It's a absolutely
this
huge heat.
is a pinnacle heat for this entire event. So let's go throw back into the water, and then we can quickly try and get you guys some more information. Proper gust of wind. The wind is starting to turn. So playing offshore, cross-shore, cross-shore games with it. Still offshore.
Let's not get ourselves at side offshore or maybe even straight offshore. Coming from these beautiful mountains that we have that I'm facing, right behind this. So it's really cool. Right, so we've just got an update from our technical director, Danny, and Danny gave us all the right information. So we kind of had it wrong, but who had it right? It was Danny and Alexandra. Alexandra knew. She's just like, hey, I'm in this situation. If I beat Isabella in the semis and win this contest, I'm going to be a world champ. So we got a really cool situation. No matter what happens in this heat, the world title is going to be decided on Sunday for the women. So we can calm on down. The world title will be decided on Sunday for the women, but there's still a crazy important heat. Joanna, is this Joanna up and riding?
Yeah, Joanna up and riding. Jeff, she is looking to keep extending that lead away from Neymar. But let's throw to the interview with Pamela Bowden of South Africa, knocking out Sari O'Hara. Guys, take it away. Well, hugs all around, Jeff. Women's division absolutely firing. Presented by Crocs South Africa. Come as you are. And man, what a day. But here we go. Oh, Neymar.
What? Oh my gosh. Did she hit it?
Oh!
I think she did a Rolo.
She
correct?
did, yeah.
That was an amazing. She didn't make it.
No, she landed and she kicked out.
I don't know. We'll see what the judges think, because I saw her bounce, but I didn't see her come out of that wave. She looked like it sucked her back. Like but hey, I could be totally wrong. I'm not the judge, luckily. So let's see what the judges say and whether they're going to give Neymar that score. Because if she landed that clean, wow, it's going to be a massive score and it's going to really help her cause. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's look at the replay, and then we can maybe decide and see if we can analyze it for ourselves. Thank goodness we are not judges, because we will be absolutely horrible at that job, including me. Mostly me as a Crocs replay. Jeff, take us through this one. We're going to pull it back up quickly. It's a really important one. All right, there it is.
Look at the bottom turn. Big bottom turn right underneath the lip. Boom. Such a powerful rider. She comes out. Looks like she almost has it, but see, she's in the whitewater. She doesn't ever escape it. She never escapes the whitewater. So from my understanding, like as a rider, the judges don't deem that incomplete, a complete move. But we'll see when the score drops. The score is going to tell us everything. And luckily, I don't have to drop the score. I'm so stoked. But you know what? She wants the score. She wants the crowd. She's waiting to hear her score. It sounds like, right? I saw her raise her hand. Is that correct? It looked like she's raising her hand, asking for information. So she's hoping. I think she might think she made it because she saw daylight. But sometimes, even though you see daylight, it doesn't mean you actually made it. So there's probably a replay system the judges are looking at as well. They're having a big conversation. Chico, the head judge, Rossi, the whole crew in there. What a team we got. We got just some of the best judges in the world. Darren Halls, Clint. Man, these guys are really professionals, and just they're, all bodyboarders. They know what's going on. They know how to score things. And what I like about the South African judges is they're just really precise, and there's no motion. They're like robots. They're like the traffic lights here, Mumbles. They just go red, yellow, green, and they're going to tell you if you're good to go. Look, everyone's asking for a replay. This is a critical wave, a huge score, because if this comes in, if they deem it a complete ride, she's going to get a huge number. But did she escape the whitewater? She doesn't escape the whitewater.
You see, she threw her hands up almost like in a claim scenario. When that happens, so just stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stay by, viewers. We're gonna, the judges are deliberating.
Yeah.
We can see them moving around. They're looking. They're watching Jeff, and it's a critical decision. And it's something
she saw
you have
daylight.
to take your time on.
Exactly, she saw daylight. She thought she was out of it, right? In her mind, she landed this huge maneuver. She knew that was going to be an 8 or something if she lands this, right? And then, but the fact that the whitewater caught her up is, from our angle. It's going to be tough because the judges are seeing the same thing we're doing. Okay, so great. They deemed it complete, but they also deemed it, they are penalizing her for not riding out of it. So it's an interesting scenario. I think that's pretty good judging, guys. That's probably the right score. They give her the score, but not the exact score, right? If she made it super clean out there, she's getting huge points. But because she didn't ride out super clean, 5. Great way to do it. Great way to do it.
Analyze it. I really, really appreciate that input because, coming from your point of view as a technical rider, you broke it down for us. First, the scenario was, yes, she got caught in the whitewater. Second scenario is, yes, she landed it, but did she actually ride it out? So the judges deliberating, and they came to that, yes, she landed it. She had control for a small amount of period, and then got smoked by the whitewater, and then just getting that 50-50 scale in terms of the scoring. And if she had rode that out cleaner, man, 8-7s.
Exactly. Imagine she rides out, goes to the beach, does another move. She's getting a massive score. But hey, she's got a 5. That's putting her in the lead. Actually, just behind Joanna, but still a higher number than Joanna, I believe. And Joanna's priority. Joanna's such a precise competitor. She knows what she has to do here, and she knows she's up against Neymar, who's like a 20,000-time world champion for the women's. But Joanna, a world title holder herself, and let's see if she can get that roll on the outside. I think, Mumbles, that we've noticed is that if you get that roll on the outside, that's where the major score is coming from. And I think both of those competitors know it. Neymar definitely knew it. That's why she went for it. And let's see if Joanna can get that roll on the outside and try and match that score Neymar had.
The way is also just turning on, being super fun and super competitive. in the women's division, and that's what the focus was all about, Jeff. You know, just to kind of put them today in the best height, the best conditions. And you can see by the waves rolling through the reform, they're getting all of it here in the middle peak of all places here in Onua. So
Middle peak.
Yeah, maybe take us through that world title scenario again. I was standard to be corrected, and I would just like Jeff to just maybe repeat it again if you're just joining us in terms of what's happening here with the women's world title and the women's divisions proudly presented by Crocs South Africa. Crocs, come as you are.
Come as you are. So 4 people came as they were. 4 ladies came as they were in title contention. 1 has fallen out. Sarah O'Hara, defeated by local Pam Bowen in the most recent heat. 2 have advanced. Alexander Rinder and the current world number 1, Isabella Souza. She is going to take on Alexandra in the semis. Of course, that heat is crucial for both of them. Let's see who's in advances out of this heat. Neymara has a chance as well to win the world title. So Neymara has to win, I believe, or get second place. So that means she has to advance out of this heat. Then she has to advance out of the semifinals. So no matter what, Neymara has a few more heats to go, just like Alexander Rinder. Alexander Rinder, to win the world title, has to win the event. So it's real cut and dry for Alexandra. Girls, possibly, or Pamela.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be keeping a keen eye out on Pamela, just given the performance she just gave, knocking out Sarah O'Hara. It was absolutely incredible performance by both athletes. You know, it was just wild to see and so great for women's bodyboarding. But now, big guns in the game out in the water. You got 2017 Women's World Champion Joanna, multiple Women's World Champion Neymara Carvalho, all the way from Brazil and Portugal respectively. So these are powerhouses in our industry, in the bodyboarding game. So these 2 women are here going absolutely toe-to-toe. They know what is at stake. Joanna wants a good result. She wants a victory. She's had a tough year this year, you know, just always falling short of the quarters of the semis. And now she's looking to break that stigma, break that cycle, and punch through this one. But she's got a work cut out for her against Neymara. Neymara, she will never take it laying down. She's a fighter.
Oh man, she sure is. And you know, like you said, they both are doing their hardest to win this heat. Joanna paddling. Joanna, like you said, she may not be in the title running right now, but she's just an extraordinary rider, and she's come up against these girls all year, and you know, had some varied results. And I think she knows if it'd be a great result to beat them and get into the semifinals. That'd be just amazing for a Joanna at the moment. And what I'm seeing right now, I'm looking at the ocean with you, Mumbles. The inside is so punchy and rampy. Like, forget about the outside bowls. If you can get like one of these double ups, you're gonna get a ramp on the outside and on the inside. It's like you don't catch the sets. You come in a little bit, and you're going to actually get an outside move and an inside move because it's so punchy on this middle bank. It's peak high tide almost. Right now, peak high tide's around 3 o'clock or something, 2:30. So
we're still like an hour and a half away from peak high tide. So, yeah, this short break is actually just kind of showing a little bit of probably gets a little better, a little bit more backwash.
Right.
Junior's going to have some fun.
Right. And what happens, you know, you're out there looking for sets, but the conditions change a lot. Joanna's great with that, with Portugal. The conditions change all the time. So look at this. Someone going, no one went. But there's some sections on that wave. If you were able to access that wave, you would have had some great sections in this. Right. I can't remember what. I know Neymara is great both ways. And I know especially you finish off with a big closeout right in front of the judges. So if you can get a move like in this middle peak and then you transfer all the way and get a roll right in front of the judges, your scores, we might finally see someone break above a 7. But they're hard to catch it. Look.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit closer, and it's a bit deceptive, right? I mean, because you think you want to have the outside link up to the inside and then to the shore. So kind of like a 3-tier wave,
Exactly.
So look at this one. This one is washing through. Now you can get on it, 1 or 2 spinning, scoring maneuvers. Then it's going to re-wash in the mid-bank. There's a little section, and now you're going to turn and go maybe back into the shore. So again, like 3 waves. But here we go. Maybe Neymara looking and seeing about this. Okay.
Look at the speed she's getting.
That's it. Take us through this.
So she took off. She accessed it, right? We're just talking about this. Let's see if she can access this right. She's coming back. She's cutting back. Hopefully she didn't cut back too much, because now she might have missed it. Wow. So she kind of missed it. There was a section at the end of that, but So if she kept her speed and followed through the inside, she might have got a good roll. But that was exactly what we were talking about. That's what she needed to do. You get a big push in from the west bowl. Like there's a huge channel from the river and the rip to the right side of your screen, I believe, that is all dug out, and it gives you, a push from that wave, and you can get a lot of speed coming across. And you may not get an outside move, but if you do, you're psyched. But otherwise, you race in the inside and can kind of punch it on the shore break.
Yeah, bang on. The condition is really fun, super clean, lovely wind. Well, it's just coming together for women.
Joanna, up and right.
Oh, leaving that one.
And what happened with that last wave, actually Neymar took the lead. So Neymar with that wave took the lead, and now Joanna needs a 3.26. So Neymar, very smart to access that wave. She had a couple moves, and she was able to do it. And so let's see if Joanna can come in and get some of these waves, because, that's one thing. You have to catch waves to get scores. You can't sit out there. And the more opportunity you get, the better you're going to be able to get. It's like the better scores you're going to be able to get them. You kind of keep attacking the waves, attacking, and then you can, the ocean might give you that one. And that's all you have to do, is just keep at it.
Yeah,
conditions like this.
So let's just look at the time quickly here, Jeff. There's 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. There's a little replay of Neymar just managing to get that spin and putting a little bit of breaking that tie break almost between her and Joanna. But it's tense out there. You almost feel it, because Neymara's got the world title on the line. Joanna is now the stopping block in between them. Neymar getting that lead again, but the clock is ticking, and we're touching that 5-minute mark. So what does Neymar need to do now? Because she doesn't have the priority either. She's got a fair amount of way to swim. The channels are becoming a lot more manageable. Right, so you don't have to go all the way. There's a ripple that kind of helps you, a bit slower than the on-risk conveyor belt.
It's much slower.
Much slower. So
if you go to the left side of the beach, up to the far side ripple, you're actually paddling against the wave, because the wind and the swell energy is coming this way. So it's taking Neymar a lot longer than it takes if you go to the right side at roadside. If you're paddling on a roadside, you can get out a lot quicker. So, but Neymar is still not in a bad spot. If a set comes and she just catches a right, she can get a good inside punch bank in here.
Yeah.
But Joanna has priority. She's out the back waiting patiently, just hoping, praying a peak will come her way to send her a lip on the outside to do something. But she doesn't need much. She needs a 3.5 if I'm not mistaken to advance. So coming down in crunch time, a 3.5 is just a couple good spins, and that could do it for her. It's really, really close. And look, she's come to the inside. Joanna's come in a little bit, which is I'm really happy to see, because I think she could really get one of these waves, and it's going to give her a lot of speed, and she can do some major maneuvers.
Yeah, and she's good with those ARSs. She's good with those arm extended rolls, So for her to, get that little punchiness, that punch bank as you're talking about, and get that projection, man, that's another 1 point. We got a Chico, boyfriend on the beach, flapping the board around, indicating to her where to sit and what's happening, and just being the spotter for her. And that's a difference here. But wow, tense moments, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Walker Bay Pro. This is one of the many stops on the IBC World Tour, and we find ourselves here in Africa, in South Africa to be specific, for the first time ever. Women's World Champion, Women's World Title, equal prize money, and a hell of a good time.
Wow. And then look, there's a little wave coming. Joanna's got 5 minutes left, a little less now. And let's see if she can catch one of these waves. She's come in a little bit. There she is. Look, she's up. Good. This is what we want to see. Look at this. It's going to give her some speed. She just needs something. If she can just hold on and get a lip move. Gosh, if she gets a lip move close to this. Oh, okay. She's getting some speed. Nice 360. Watch out for the backwash. Okay, she's come through that, Mumbles. What is she going to do? She's coming to the inside. If she can roll low, she does a roll low. Can she land it? She doesn't land it. So she's probably not going to get the score. That's nuts. So now Neymar is in a great situation. A couple minutes remaining. Joanna has to bolt back out there and get a wave to take the lead away from Neymar, who's in a commanding position. If Neymar doesn't have to improve much. Look, here we go, Mumbles. She's doing this right, just like we talked about. Look, she cuts back. She's going to get a big rolo.
Yeah.
She's going to. This is serving it up for her.
It's a good-looking wave.
Nice, clean moves. This is, wow, what we're talking about. She's going to come to the inside. This is what her strengths are. She's looking for this roll right at the end. Boom. There it is. Landing on the rocks. Critical section. Claim. She loves it. Wow.
Gave a hoot of more, a sigh of relief, a hoot of relief.
Hoot of relief.
3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Now, hang on. Where is Joanna? She's in the onwards conveyor belt. She knows she needs to hustle. She's pedaling really hard. Neymara's running back in. She knows she can't leave Joanna unchecked and unchallenged. Joanna, she improved at 1.5. Now, it's a 6.75 that's currently playing at 10.75. WIBC WorldTour.com. Check the scores in real time. Follow it. Let's break down this little bit of a replay of this is Joanna's one. She was hanging at the top for quite some time. You know, deciding is she going to go left, is she going to go right. You can see her head moving left to right. There she should have just gone bang right up roll number one. I'm just saying now from what I'm seeing.
Totally.
But that section was promising. Then she linked up here with a spin. The shore break gets quite gnarly, and everybody tends to land in that super impact. And there she is, boom, on the beach. It's basically, you know, it's like
See, Pamela was able to land those rolls. That's what was impressive. So Pamela was able to use her strength and land those critical rolls in the shore break through the lip. That wasn't easy, and Pamela did it on both occasions. And what happened there, Joanna couldn't do it. But I don't think, you know, Neymara had two of the best waves of the heat so far. So that wave, it would have helped. It would have helped Joanna's cause, but it wasn't going to change anything because Neymara came back after with a couple of nice moves, cutback spin, and finished off with a rollo and a claim. Here we'll watch it. Look, cutback spin. She does it, and I think she's going to do even one more. Watch this. Look at that. Nice controls. And just shows that, you know, the power and control. Look, gets the speed up, comes to the inside, you know, eyeing up that section right on the shore break, and you know, pulled back away from her, but still gave her another lip to finish the roll and come in with a claim. That's just a sigh of relief. Like, she's been trying. She knows it's a world title heat. She got the score, and you know, it's going to be a big situation here for Joanna. Joanna's going to come do something super special in the last minute.
Yeah, definitely. There's 1 minute, 22 seconds to go, Jeff. And my goodness, my man, there's a lot of drama and a lot of action here in the women's division. Joanna's sitting all alone there. And she just waits for something. There's a wide set approaching. Now, can she link up with this wider set that might throw in a left-hander? There is 1 minute to go. Neymara is kicking for dear life. Joanna knows she needs to take this wave. Under a minute to go. This is do or die. Turn and burn. She's turning. Is she gonna? She's trying to get it.
The next wave she might get the next wave. It's gonna pull back.
Neymara.
And let's see what happens. Neymara's not in a position either. Let's see what happens here. It's really interesting. Can Joanna catch it? It's a difficult wave to catch. She's on the outside. Current's pushing against her. Nope. It just pulled back with the high tide in the current. And Neymara's going to close this heat off with a victory, I think. Wow. What a clutch performance by Neymara, coming in with those last couple waves. And that's why she's such a multiple world champ. And
she was so calculated in the approach in this heat. She really, I mean, she seemed like she just stayed calm and collected. She knows she cannot leave Joanna alone. There's a few seconds to go. Joanna is looking. Can she get onto this one? No, she's not. And Neymara's sitting on the inside. She doesn't have that priority. So it seems that this is it. Neymara Cavallo making it through to the semi-finals of the Crocs Women's Division. A well-fought battle with Joanna Schenker. You can see her super happy about it. She knows she's kept that world title dreams alive, but boy, oh boy, Jeff, did she had to work for that.
She sure did. Well, I'm really happy to see the Neymara so excited. You know, it just shows like, hey, this means a lot to her. Even though she's won like 20,000 of them before, she is excited for this one. A world title means a lot, like, to her. So look at her. She's just ecstatic. She comes in with a victory. Joanna Schenker, great performance. You know, she came up against a world title contender again, like she has in every heat of the event so far. So kudos to her for an amazing job. But Neymara on to the semifinals, the world title to be decided this Saturday or Sunday at the Walker Bay Pro. Really great job. I'm excited to see the women just come through.
Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we got the junior repechage. We got John Cornelius, his other name, Peter Malan, Hendrik Du Plessis, Aaron Gimple. This is going to be one solid matchup. Juniors, and then we got the semi-finals of the boys. I'm going to step out the booth. We've got changing commentary, so don't go anywhere. Some more flying, some insane action here. I'm just a loss for words right after these ads.
20, 22, side coming back. Long time no see, huh? 오래가 안 아니지, huh? 우리 다시 웃고 읽고 찢고 바꿔. Let's get look go. Pandemic's over, 그래 기분이 오죠, 다시 그분이 오죠. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Oh yeah. 준비하시고 쏘세요. That I like that. 기분 좋아, baby. 흔들어줘 우위 아래로. 1, 2, 3 to the 4. That's that I like that. That's that I like that, baby. That's that I like that. That's that I like that, baby. That's that I like that.
And we're back with the repechage round of the juniors, and already some action out there. We see Yellow up and riding.
And out. How's your heart, Alexandra, after that last heat? Where were your emotions?
I was planning to have some lunch, but yeah, that definitely didn't happen.
It did not happen. No way.
No way.
You're
No.
right.
Oh, 3 girls still there fighting for the world title. Congratulations there on Neymara making it into her semifinal. And yeah, now it's in between Isabella, Neymara, and me. So it's going to be an interesting weekend.
Oh, man, that's going to be an awesome weekend. World title showdown here at the Walker Bay Pro this weekend. Don't miss it. Make sure you guys come back and tune in. Or if you're in South Africa, come on down and hang out.
Yeah,
Pull
definitely.
in.
It's going to be lovely weather, good waves. You don't want to miss that for sure. As we see up and riding, is it White? Yeah, we have White going for the reverse. Trying to connect with another maneuver. He goes for the roll. Kind of gets stuck there. Couldn't land that one.
So we're in the juniors repechage. Just so everyone's aware, this is a local juniors event. It's no points count towards the world title. No points count towards the world tour, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it was just a men's and women's world tour event.
Yeah.
But this is just showcasing the local talent, which we'd love to see. The local talent is just great here for the juniors, and we want to see these kids. This is the future of the men's sport, so it's great to see these guys, do rolos like that and learn their craft, right? It's just learning. More heats you get under your belt, the better you're going to get. And since it's a repechage round, they've already surfed once. 4 guys in the water. 2 guys are going to advance into
the next round. Yeah, so we saw Blue there with a roll, and then up on the sand. Has been happening quite a lot now in the last heats. Yeah, definitely a good chance for the boys to start competing, and maybe next year there's a IBC junior contest here. But this year, yeah, it's a local event. I think they're stoked to be able to be surfing around the big names as we see a replay coming through.
Yeah, the kids are just stoked to surf with surf next to their heroes, surf next to the pros, and here we go in White or Yellow. A little cover up doesn't make this. This was the first wave. This was a no score for that guy. Rider in Yellow. I need to pull up my live heat. If I can check out liveheats.com and see exactly who's run right in front of my face. Let's see. It's junior rapid repechage. We got in red, Cornelius Krieg. In yellow, Peter Mallon. In blue, Henry Du Plessis. And in white, Aaron Gimple. So all 4 South African riders in the local riders in this repechage. These guys probably knocked out of school early to come compete because it's a school day here in South Africa. So these juniors are going for it. Right now we got in blue, Henry Du Plessis in first place with a 3.5 with that roller we saw. Alexandra. Aaron Gimble had a 3 I think he might have also in white. He also had a roll. And Peter had just a closeout barrel that he couldn't make, and he got a 1.0. So 2 guys advance out of this 4-man heat. So it was a 25-minute heat, I believe. So we're going to really see how this repercharge plays out. And luckily the wind is held off today. It was forecasted to go really onshore, but the wind is, really offshore right now.
Sorry for interrupting. That's beautiful talking from Jeff, but we have the interview ready with the winner of the last quarterfinal of the girls. Take it away. Oh, we're back. Sorry. Yeah, we're still waiting for the interview. They will let me know. Sorry. Little mistake there, but we're humans. We're going to be all here. Let me know when the interview is ready. But yeah, the boys out there for now. The situation is first blue, second white, third yellow, fourth red with no wave here. Small scores on the scoreboard. Do you say scoreboard? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
so
for now it's blue with the first position there. And
we're going to have some of the local South African pros like Ian Campbell, world champ.
So
coming in
we
next
have
heat and to tell us all about these young kids, right? I mean, we don't really know these young boys, but we know some of these South African pros know who it is.
As we have the interview ready, now we have, I think Neymar wants to speak, so take it away, guys.
What's up, everybody? We are here with Neymar Carvalho advancing to the women's semi-finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so happy.
Oh, that's great.
It's like almost crying in the water, like in the end of the heat, because I really know that I can has this title. I believe that. And this year I had a sponsor to come to the whole tour, so it's very special for me. I'm traveling with my daughter. She's not here now, but she's also in the other contest of the tour. She's also fighting for the juniors title. So it's a special year on my career. And I want to just say thank you. I have been receiving a lot of messages from all over the world and cheers for me, especially girls that that was for my generation, and they are not here anymore, but they cheers for me. And just want to say, just want to call them to come back to the tour, because the tour is insane. This stop here in South Africa is so beautiful. It's so nice. I'm very happy. It just is.
Congratulations again. We are so happy to have you here in South Africa as well, and good luck. Back to you guys.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Walker Bay Pro. Ian Campbell here, sitting with Robbie Berman. We're going to talk you guys through the junior heats. Robbie, all of Robbie's mates are out there now, so he knows them better than I do. Introduce them, Rob. Tell me a little bit about, as we see Aaron here, nice clean roll onto the shore break.
Oh, that was a great roll from Aaron. Aaron's actually a kid I surf with a lot back home. He grown up on a beach called Glen Beach, one of our local that we share waves together. He's always out there training, practicing on waves exactly like this, so he should feel right at home in this. And I'm interested to see what the judges think of that one. It was a great clean roll, right on the shore break. Could have hurt a little bit landing on such shallow water, but I think he'll be stoked with that score. And yeah, right now he is currently sitting in second place. The top two highest scoring heat totals will progress through to the next round.
Yeah, so as we are counting down the hours of today's competition, we see that these junior repechage heat are running now, and then we're going to have a little bit of a break before coming back and running the last two of the junior heats, which will put the entire competition into the semi-finals for the men's, the women's, as well as the juniors. So Aaron getting a good score on that last wave and pushing him into first.
And here we have the replay of the rider in red, Cornelius Kreger. He got a 2.9 for this last ride. And nice roll on the shore break. Not as big as White's 5-point ride. You can see the judges are really differentiating between wave size and execution of maneuver. And that wave is just going to go by unridden. Yellow did give it a glance, but didn't suit his taste buds. And here we have him looking at the next one. He's going to use his priority, but never mind, decides to pull off. He's just going to sit at the back. He only needs a 2.51 to progress into the next round with just a bit under 15 minutes to go. So the pressure isn't mounting just yet.
So just a short ride there from the rider in blue, Henry Duplessis, as I think we might watch this wave for the rider in yellow. He's got some good speed here, the double hand push on the front of the board to try and make that up, and just going into this one a little bit early on that, but still able to control that and riding out. That was pretty wild.
Yeah, that was an intense wave. Very technical. Very impressive that he managed to hold on through that lip. He didn't get that much projection. He kind of fell off the lip instead of being pushed out. But yeah, I think it could definitely change his current scoring rides. He currently has 2 1-point rides, so he's definitely going to improve those. Could be a keeper of a score, and could definitely see some position changing in the current rankings.
So we are going back to watch Aaron on this, probably the highest scoring ride of the heat. A nice line, just cut back, trying to stay in that foam, in that power pocket. And one last little stroke into it, and here we go. Driving through the lip. A nice clean roll from Aaron there, and that was pretty sick. You must have been teaching him some skills,
That was
Rob.
really sick. Yeah, I've been teaching him a few things or two. Aaron, I pretty much taught him everything from the beginning. Met him at my old school where I started doing bodyboarding training, and he just picked up the boogie, taught him like a bit about the rips, some waves, how to duck dive, and then from then on we've just been surfing local waves together, and I've kind of been trying to take him under my wing and show him the ropes every now and then.
There you go.
But so he's kind of like my Grom, let me put it that way.
Yeah, he was staying with us at the villa earlier in the week, and it's really cool to see these Groms coming through and charging, and especially when they're making nice clean moves like that. That's, it makes it worth it as a rider like yourself, trying to get these kids in there and showing them a little bit extra. As we see him again up here, that's Aaron with a nice reverse spin, going for a second one, just kind of staying centered on that board, making sure the rail doesn't dig, but he's after something a little bit more here. Another forward, and then try and milk this one all the way to the sand. So
and
nice
he
clean roll.
found the roll on the end. That's going to be quite a nice combination for the judges. Definitely not as big of a boost as his high 5-point ride, but that could definitely change his second scoring ride of a 3. Those spins were really tight, very cleanly executed, nice combination. I like that one.
I liked it too. nice clean rolls, nice clean moves, and that's what it's about as we watch the replay here for the rider in blue.
So we see rider in blue, he's just trimming on the foam, but the wave didn't offer much and kind of faded out, so he's just going to pull out of there and try look to the back. He's currently in second place with a 3.5 and a 0.5, so he needs a 7.5 to take the lead, but any improvement in his backup will further his lead over third and fourth place. And Aaron's scores just dropped. He landed a 6-point ride for that spin, 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 roll combo.
Wow, that's some good scoring. I mean, Aaron's had some really cool potential over the years, and just watching him. Sorry, just going back to the action here. Rider in red, a really tough section to hit, kind of just getting underneath the lip, and unfortunately not landing that one, but we can see some of the other riders able to land those ones in the heavier conditions, but that's rider in red, Cornelius Kricher, sorry, and he's just trying to get those scores up a little bit here. As we're now going to watch rider in yellow. Take us through this one, Rob.
We see yellow take off out the back, riding the foam all the way through. He's trying to look for a section. The wave goes a little bit fat and chunky, and he kicks through, goes double hand for extra speed, and now he sees a section, just rolls off the lip. Not too much projection out of that section, but he landed pretty cleanly and rode it out in front of the foam. The judges liked it. He got rewarded a 3-point ride for that. He is currently in 4th place with a backup of 1, so he'll definitely need to improve that if he wants to stay in the competition.
So Rob, being here and having a house here and being able to surf this place all the time, you know, we've seen the conditions change so much over the last few days, and I think it's, you know, it makes it a challenge for everyone. We saw, you know, your heats the other day, really, really tough conditions, but today completely different once again. Like, have you seen this a lot? Does this place change a lot? What happens to the sand? You know, how does it actually, you know, for people that aren't here at the beach that have maybe been watching, like, just explain a little bit how this place changes and why it changes so much.
Yeah, so I've been coming up to Onrus for a few years now, and pretty much every time I've surfed it's been different. The wave is always changing, the banks are always moving. Even by the hour, you can surf the most perfect right-hand bowl in the morning, and then come the afternoon it's gone, just disappears. There's just so much water movement and flow. Just hold on here, look, comes a replay. Rider in red, looks like he's on the foam, kicking through. Can he find the section? He's trimming pretty fast, some speed through the lip. He kind of went up a little bit late and lost his speed on the bump there. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance to get projected all the way out to the foam, so that's going to be a short for him. But yeah, so like I said, this wave is super exposed to the ocean, so there's always swell coming in. It can break anywhere from 1 to 10 foot on any conditions, and there's a river mouth right here that's always just, often water's just flowing through it that moves the sand all around the beach, so you never really know what you're going to get. Here we switch to yellow. Another roll, doesn't quite go up and hit the lip there, more on the face, and he's unfortunately not going to land that. That is going to be another short for yellow, as he's going to try and make his way out to the back line with 7 minutes to go. But yeah, this wave is, at the same time, as difficult as it is, it's super rewarding when you get it on its day, because it is such a really, it's an amazing beach. I love it.
Yeah, it's a, you know, like the whole time that we've been watching, you know, we watch Tristan and we see what he does here, you know, staying less than a kilometer up the road. It just makes it so much, you know, so enticing to come down here. I don't often come down here, but every time I look at it, I'm like, wow, that's like, it looks so good. And then we get on days like we've had in the past few days, and it's actually super challenging. So
yeah,
I think that, you know, like you say, you feel like you get rewarded pretty highly when you do get a day that it's really good. So I hope we can find one of those days in the next few days, because it just seems like, you know, we've been battling against the elements the entire time we've been here, and I think it makes it pretty tough for all the competitors.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, as close as this is to you, I wouldn't be complaining too much. You do have one of the best beach breaks right on your doorstep. Ian is a Caves local, probably one of the best beaches South Africa has to offer. It's just the most iconic right-hand wedge in the most beautiful setting in the world. You don't get a better beach than that. I mean, so what's it like coming from such a perfect wave like Caves that does have its challenges, but at the end of the day, it's a lot more predictable than a place like Onrus?
For sure. I mean, for me, you know, I came from a beach break that's very similar to this up in North Beach in Durban. And, you know, like, it's the same. It's forever changing. You get these rip currents that pull through, and it's always a challenge out there. So for me today, like, milking waves to the beach is like kind of my bread and butter, and that's what I grew up doing. So for me, a little bit easier, I think, not coming from something so perfect, but actually having that kind of staying power to figure out that this wave's going to change and it's going to adapt, and you've got to adapt with it. And I think that's the key to kind of to really figuring out exactly how to ride waves like this, and just to stay on top of the competition, because, you know, there's so many guys out here. There's not only the internationals, but you've also got the local guys that are going to put up a good fight, and we saw that, and it's been beautiful to watch. I really enjoyed staying here, as we see Aaron on another one here, a little check turn.
Tries with the ARS, but unfortunately not much projection pushing him out in front of the white. He's just going to land in that iconic V that us bodyboarders don't quite like to land in, because it really gives you quite a quite a washing machine experience.
Yeah, exactly. That's always a really tough place to be, especially when you got limited speed. When you got a lot of speed and you can push through that lip and get in front of the wave, kind of makes things a little bit easier. But this shore break is known for that. It's known for being heavy and power. And again, Rider in blue here just showing us exactly how to manhandle those waves and just flick that around. So a nice complete for blue. And when we see the second, third, and fourth all with very similar scores, this is going to be the decider, I think, for this heat.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the 0.05 of the score to really separate these guys from making the heat versus not. We see Henry Duplessis with that nice roll on the inside. That's definitely going to improve his backup of a 0.5. With only 4 minutes to go, he needed a 1-point ride to take second place, and he has. He has been rewarded with a 3.8 for that last ride, pushing Cornelius Cricket to third and Peter Malan in fourth.
So just like that, a pretty big change in the scores. We now see that the bottom two riders are nearing a 4.4 and a 4.3. That's Cornelius and Peter. They both need in the 4.4 and the 4.3 range. So you can see just one wave is going to change the situation here quite a lot, and it's epic to see that these guys are really putting it all on the line.
So, Ian, being a world champion, the 2017 world champion, you've surfed it all. You've seen all the different phases of competition, all the different kind of waves. What would you say to these young juniors who have, they're surfing quite a tricky beach break with a reef form that's completely different to, say, a heavy reef break like Tant or, say, Fronton, for example. How can a local guy from South Africa prepare to challenge all faces of competition around the world and really try to earn that world title that everyone's hoping to achieve?
I think the biggest thing is to just keep surfing different waves. You can't consistently surf the same wave, and I think that's a major factor that we really struggle with as youngsters here in South Africa, and especially here in the Cape. You've got to travel pretty far to try and find these waves, and that's always a big thing. It's always challenging to find the right people to go with and to find the right people to surf with. And I think that for me was the biggest thing, was differentiating where I surfed the whole time and not just surfing the same spot over and over. And I think waves like Honoris, like when you're coming here, you're surfing a wave that's consistently changing and consistently moving, and the sand's moving, and you've got to understand the ocean and find the currents, and that kind of stuff is huge. And I think, the more you understand the ocean and how it's moving, and when you look at the ocean, see how it's changing, those are big factors in your riding ability. And you've kind of shown that this year. You're coming onto the world tour, you've never ridden any of those waves, yet you can still hold your own in multiple different waves around the world. And that's what I would say to the youngsters coming up. Look for different waves, surf different waves, ride with guys that are better than you. Push your limits, push what you do in the ocean, and just try and go as crazy as you can all the time.
Yeah, and also here we quickly switch to Red, looking for a score. Good roll on the
Very
inside.
nice roll.
He was looking for a 4.4. That could definitely improve his lower score of a 1.65. I'm not too sure if it's going to be the score. It's going to be very down to the wire, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges think. There is 1 minute, 15 seconds left, so Red will have to race to the back line to see, in case he doesn't get the score, and try and improve. But yeah, Ian, I think you spot on, and it also gives you the chance to work on different kinds of maneuvers, because some waves don't really offer that ability. Like, say, Onrus, for example, is more of a bowl, so you don't get that many close-out ramps to work on, say, an air reverse maneuver, for example.
Exactly,
and practice your tricks.
And then you look at a wave like Cave, it always offers that kind of in-bowl ramp. So I would say, and that's one thing that I've noticed Tristan does exceptionally well too. He surfs here a lot, but he also, he can afford to get out there and travel and move to different waves and surf different waves and test his abilities in a whole wide variety of different waves. And to me, that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, 100%. And to all those Groms and anyone looking to improve their maneuvers or just try find out exactly what they're doing differently or what they can do and improve, definitely check out Ian's YouTube channel where he has set videos on each different maneuver. So if you want to learn how to roll, how to nail that bottom turn, the most important thing of any form of wave riding, it's definitely something to check out. And yeah, here we are at the beach. It's a beautiful sunny day. I'm quite nice and tan, but Jan with his pasty European skin, unfortunately, is probably getting pretty sunburned right
I'm
now.
getting absolutely roasted, but loving life. Absolutely loving life, and that's the end of that heat. The end of the repechage with Aaron Gimbel and Henry Duplessis going through in first and second. So I'm sure we're going to go to the interview after this, but for now, let's take a quick ad break and we'll be back shortly. So we are back after that small short ad break, and we're just going to be waiting for the interview to get underway. But before then, we will be crossing to Dion Mayer. Old Mumbles is across the river, and he's going to be showing you guys all that is the other side of the river. So we are going to shoot across to Dion. Hope you guys enjoy this.
Welcome to the Athlete Zone. Welcome to the heartbeat of the whole event. We're going to walk you guys through it while we have a quick 15-minute break as the boys are changing into the new race race colors. We're going to say how's it to a couple of our athletes, some of our fans, take you guys through everything that's happening. So follow me. Let's go grab a quick beer and we take a tour of the Walker Bay setup here at Milkweather Beach here at Honours. Well, right here you can see business happening right now. Isabella Souza, she's in the quarterfinals. She's got a cracker heat coming out. That's going to be on the weekend. And we've got our physios here looking after all our athletes with professional advice, making sure that they're staying in peak condition. Let's continue the tour as we sneak through them. This is the shower area. This is where the rash vessel. This is where the guys change up. Beach marshal is right over there, and she's making sure that everybody gets the right rashie on, gets in the water on time. Crucial job. This is no mix-up. We're going to take a walk through the massage zone. Just be careful where you're walking. Some great visuals for you guys back home as we see the junior quarterfinals taking to the water. It's going to be another couple of fun heats for us out there. What a day of competition it's been here at the Walker Bay Pro. We're going to be walking on this rolling with me some cables. Anyways, next year we'll have the wireless tech. Okay, don't speak too loud, but she's getting a message. Alright, we're going to just continue the tour. Henk Hermanus, Henk, jumping on the mic here with me. While we have a quick little break, Henk, he's the vibe of the village. Let's put it that way. But he's got the most important job is keeping our athletes safe, first and foremost. And, you know, you've kind of put on another hat to be our main caller in terms of when we will be riding, looking at the conditions, studying the ocean, and, you know, really making sure it's safe for you guys and safe for the athletes. Walker Bay here in town, you know, what's your take?
Well, Dion, it's lovely having everybody here at the local beach. I just came to the beach as normal and just look at the spectacle. You know, we had massive waves over the weekend. Saturday, Monday, you looked me in my eyes and you were like, Henk, you make the calls. You tell us when it's cancelled. All the athletes looked at me with these big eyes. I said, guys, you pros, get out there, give us a show. That's exactly what they did. Today we got a bit smaller conditions, but it's excellent for the junior riders. I see all the women's riders really enjoying the waves today. I see some of the locals also supporting. It can't be a better turnout than we've had at the moment, Dion. So safety-wise, everything's going excellent. Conditions-wise, we can't ask for a better thing at this time of the year. You know, it is winter. We have those 5-meter swells. Onrus can still handle a bit of swell, and it can handle the small swells, can handle variable winds. So contest conditions, pretty good. I think we're going to maybe run on Sunday, but we're still going to decide tonight. I think we're going to chat about that. And then Friday, we got the clinic. We got a water safety education from myself from Sea and Sun at 3 o'clock. And then from 5 o'clock, we got the riders surfing with the Groms. I can just see the stoke, everybody around, just amped. We got kids with boards getting signatures. We got the locals seeing the heroes. What better than this, eh?
Ja, nou, maar bro, it's just one word in Afrikaans, is lekker.
It was lekker, my bro.
Duidelijk en lekker.
It was millies, it was quite soaked. We got the Groms in the water now. Can't be better.
That's fantastic. Well, straight from the horse's mouth, we'll be giving you an update next day or so in terms of when we'll be wrapping up the Walker Bay Pro and crowning the Women's World Champion. The Walker Bay Pro, men, women, and the Junior Champion. So, still a lot on the line. We got finals day coming up over the weekend, so tell everybody, make sure you guys get in here. I'm frothing on one of those. Milk on the wood, just delivering the goods. Look at the smoothie bowl, keeping everybody hydrated, keeping everybody lekker. Look at that thing. Your Henk is going to go to heaven right now.
Thanks for the show, Dion. The cameraman behind the show, you never get the credit. You guys are awesome. Keep it up.
Lekker, man. Let's continue the tour, the grand tour. I've got no idea on the timing, but just want to show you guys a little bit what's happening behind the scenes. Here we go. These are the power gurus. They are giving us the green energy. That is Simon and Ross. Simon, thank you so much. Jackery, you guys came to the fray, and you know you've changed the perspective of how events can be run. And I hope in the future event organizers can contact you guys and take advantage of the fact that you guys can run these big events on natural, clean battery and solar energy. How does that feel?
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for the invite.
Yes, man. Many words. And as we continue here to our social media guru, having the calamari roll.
Yes, it is.
The one and only calamari roll here, hand rolls here at it's breakfast. I'm pretty keen to have breakfast, dinner, lunch in one sitting. Dude, Jane's been punching out on social media. Kudos to you, brother. Keep it up. Enjoy it. Have a beer. No. Just now. No. Right, well, here we go. This is where the vibe is. This is Milk on the beach. Well, quick one. I think our time is running out. This is where you get everything. This is where you get the good times. You can put your keys in a safe locker. We're happy to have you here. It's such an honor to have you here. Chico Sagres, right here with us. And man, it's been a long time. And congratulations. And just yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. That's what South Africans are. We want to give you the best. It's the spirit of Ubuntu, the spirit of sharing. Exactly. Perfect nacho. That does look bloody delicious. I might grab one of those. Even better. Yeah. Even better. But my brother, we're going to have a little nice braai, a little veggie braai for you guys, some braai breakies, and the first safari. I bet you're looking forward to that one.
My bucket list. I have to go.
Thursday or Friday, we'll let you guys know. Probably this evening. Quick one, let's just follow through and see the riders are making their way into the water. But this is where it's all happening. Here we have our Walker Bay, our far side lager, specifically brewed, specifically made from the good folks at Fogan Good. If you say that a few times fast, it sounds like a different word in Afrikaans, but I won't repeat that. So we're moving up the stairs here at Milk on the Beach. Nice little vibe. Here's the main restaurant. There's Simon Hill. There's the boys all hanging out, grabbing a lunch. Tristan, Jeff, let's get a little high five from the guys. Yo, boys. Give us a jueza. How's it there? Some shakas for the fans. Quick little intermission. This is where it all goes down. Enjoy it. Let it be said that they're going to be surfing in the next heat. Tristan was likely going to put some Brooklaks in the drink of Jeff Hufford. Just joking. There's our cameraman extraordinaire, Jordy Masters. Check him out on Instagram. Take some of the wildest photos as we got the beaches in the background. I think it's the beaches. Okay, almost the end of our tour. And we've got this beautiful sea van playing some beats. Got one of the sponsors out there. Coffee makers. Hallelujah, what's up, dude? Nice shirt, man. And there's that. Ladies dancing. So if you want to get some merch, come down to this little stall here, Surf Zone, Hermanas, providing the goods. We got Rash Fest, limited Rash Fest. Get your history, a piece of history here, and everything that you guys might be needing. As always, we've got the medics on board, and we've got everything, all the boxes checked here at the Walker Bay Pro. Good day, everybody. Thank you for coming through. Well surfed. And that's it. So we're preparing for our heat. I'm going to throw back to some ass quickly and throw straight into the water for the juniors quarterfinals.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the last two heats of the day, the juniors. Thanks very much to Dion Mumbles Mayer. If you guys could understand all of that, we are very impressed, on the couch. So, so we're going to run straight into these junior heats. We have two heats now, and looking forward to a lot of action coming up.
Yeah, so in the water in red, we have Hugo Nort from George. Young gun in the pro division. He unfortunately fell out to Ian Campbell in the quarterfinals. And then in second at the moment, in the yellow vest, we have Liam Prophet. And in third, we have last heat's winner, Aaron Gimple, in blue. And straight off the bat, it's looking like we have yellow up and riding, hitting at the section, good roll, off the foam, kind of got away from him. And I think he's unfortunately just going to be left behind on that one.
Yeah, tough when you go up to those sections, especially today, and now that we have the higher tide coming in, the wind playing a big factor. I'm sure you can hear it here flapping behind us, but when that wind blows so much, it kind of pushes you off the top of the wave, and that makes it really tough to kind of land and continue on the wave. So I'm sure Liam will get a score on the board. Not a good one, but it's something to start his campaign off, and with 23 and a half minutes still going, there's plenty of time for him to come back in this one.
Yeah, more than plenty of time, and the other guys haven't even gotten a score yet. He's just warming up, getting comfortable, so he'll slowly make his way to the back line. He doesn't really need to make much use of the rip anymore, because the swell, with that tide filling in, the swell's kind of calmed down, and you can really just paddle straight through the beach now.
Getting big and lumpy out there, but exciting times. We're getting to the pointy end of the draw, This is now I think these are the two, what would they be, the two quarterfinal heats for the juniors. And then we're going to go into 2 man-on-man heats for the junior division. So exciting times here at Walker Bay Pro.
Yeah, this is really exciting to think that we're coming towards the end with finals being on the weekend. We are going to be crowning the ladies world champion. We did have one big upset already. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Sari O'Hara, who fell away to local lady Pam Bowron, who really just destroyed that heat. And yeah, all of us Sappers were really just rooting for her. We were so stoked. I was frothing. How about you, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, standing up there, you know, I would love to have seen Sari go through and watch a little bit more of a showdown happen. You know, Sari and Neymara would have been the heat, which would have been super exciting. But at the same time, I love the fact that local girl Pam Bowron is through. So that's always exciting here. And I think, you know, Pam's just really showing her strength in those conditions. She had like big moves on the outside, some nice power rolls on the inside, and I guess that's what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, exactly. She just textbook competitive riding. It was great to see, and it's just so nice to see her back on the competitive team, because the ladies division in South Africa is very small, and she's always just been at the top of her game, and it's so nice to see how she'll fare out on the international stage, because you never really know if you're at the top of your game in your own country, how will you fare out on the world stage. And she's really just proving her worth, showing she means business. This is her hood.
Yeah, I remember a while back, Pam decided to come on a couple World Tour events, and maybe not the best stops for her to really show her strengths, but she came on the tour, she did pretty well, made a couple heats. As we watch Hugo here go for a nice clean roll, a little bit stuck in that whitewater, but he's going to try and milk this into the shore break here as we look at Ryder in white. Unfortunately, well, he's still there. He's coming out. He's holding on. He's kicking through. Oh, so that's Ryder in blue.
Aaron Gimbel that's all that Glen Beach training, really holding on, using the grovel. And he pushed through. That score will definitely not be as good as Hugo's wave, since Hugo's roll was a lot cleaner through the lip, whereas Aaron got a little bit stuck up in that foam, but it's definitely still a good score to get them going and just get comfortable in their heat.
For sure. Aaron just looking to come in here for some reason, maybe just to try and get around and get into the current to get back out there, that's probably one of the best things I found about this beach break. Is as powerful as it is especially in that middle section, you've got these two kind of filters and these two like rip currents on either side of the beach that you can just jump into and get washed out. So as we go back for the replay in red, take us through this one, Rob.
I see Red go with a nice bottom turn and just go into that lip with a lot of speed, punched really hard. You see Hugo is a big dude, he's got a lot of strength on him, and you really need to wrestle waves like that, especially when you're going through the lip, and it's quite unpredictable. And he really manufactured a good score out of that wave, and he'll be stoked with it. The scores have dropped, and he got a 6-point ride for that roll. And we quickly switch to yellow. Liam Prophet looking to answer back to these guys. What can he have? It's a very nice reverse spin off the top, out the back. Little check turn. He wants to try to look for a roll section to really just seal the deal. He's looking, he sees something down the line. Is the wave going to offer it to him? Tries to cut back. Wave is fading back, but he's going to keep kicking, and unfortunately just couldn't stay into that one. But that reverse spin was really nice and tight and clean. Definitely not a 6-point ride that Hugo just posted, but it will be a good score for him to get started. The current positions are Hugo in first, Aaron in second, who scored a 4-point ride for his for his first wave, and Liam in third.
Yeah, Liam just kind of it gets into a weird little area there on the left as you're riding closer to that rip current. I think it drops off quite a bit there, so you end up getting these big troughs. And that's why the wave kind of doubles up and really gets hard to ride into that inside section. But the more you go inside of that, there's some really nice bowls, and I think that's what Liam was looking for. He was looking to kind of come back and try and get those rolls, on the shore break after some clean work out the back.
Yeah, and it's particularly tough to surf if you're not used to surfing rip bowly waves, because rip bowls are very like pocket riding. You got to stay on the foam. It's not much down the line racing that you used to that most of the waves in Cape Town have on offer. Like the waves that I have back home, it's really just pedal to the metal, put as much speed as you can on the face, and then hit the section. Whereas that would just not work out at a wave like this. You really gotta have your spins tight, sit in the pocket, very Durban riding that what you used to, and which is why you surf so well out here.
For sure. I mean, that's, we're working on a very similar kind of style of beach where it's not really just a straight drop off like what you're looking at Caves or at the Hook or, like Dudno area. Like that's the water, the sand kind of gradually goes and then just drops off out the back. So you get these kind of slabbing waves on the sand, and it doesn't really allow for much of like a double up section. But when you're looking at these waves where the sand's gradually just dropping off, or you have big holes like we have on the left and the right-hand side of the beach, you've got those double up sections where you're 100% correct in saying that you've got to be right next to the foam, stay in the power pocket and work off that. And that's the bread and butter that we got taught. Always stay as close as you can to the foam because that's where the power of the wave is, the front of the wave. But there's still plenty time. And we've seen in these heats, it all comes down to the wire.
Yeah, and here we go. Blue with a nice reverse spin. Wave kind of just tapered off where he did. Unfortunately, not going to land that one. He'll just try and make his way out to the back. But yeah, like you said, there's ample time left. A lot can change. Heat's definitely still anyone's taking. But right now, Hugo is definitely sitting very comfortable with that 6-point ride under his belt. That is a keeper for sure.
Yeah, I think, having a heat with him earlier, there were a couple flaws in his game. And as I love to play games, I took full advantage of it. But yeah, we see him really taking control of this heat. Starting off with a 6, he's just sitting out the back, waiting for another score, and we actually see him up and riding here.
Good roll out the back on the left. He's going to try and link it. He also surfs waves very similar to this back home from George, so he's got access to all the garden route where he's at. And yeah, nice tight reverse spins. He is very comfortable with doing those. Definitely some of the best in the business out here. Check, he's going to try to look for a last roll, and he finds it. Not too much of a projection, and fortunately doesn't land that last roll, but hopefully that first roll to cut back reverse spin was what the judges will be satisfied with.
One thing like we were just talking about, Hugo is he's staying with the foam, and I think that's a key to his riding and his abilities. He knows what this wave is going to do, he knows where he needs to be, and he just seems to be in the right place. He seems to be on the foam ball, riding it the whole way in. Those reverses when you come away from the foam ball and do the reverses to come back to the foam ball, that's kind of stuff that I learned when I was a kid growing up, that, the best way to do it is to continuously do moves, but at the same time you want to stay in that pocket. So those reverse spins back into the pocket are key for that, and he rides exceptionally well, and super proud of him and his abilities out here. So that last wave for him coming in at a 5.25, so he's in a pretty good place right now.
Yeah, he can be very comfortable. Now he's got 2 solid scores as his foundation. So if he really wants to start opening up and working on some of his other skills, he can definitely start venturing out, maybe try look to find a flip or something different, because he's very comfortable with his 2 scores. Aaron in second needs a 7.25 to take the lead, and Liam needing only a 2.5 to take Aaron's position, but he will need a 9-point ride, just a bit under a 9-point ride to take first place. So Hugo, he can be happy where he's at right now.
Yeah, it's been really cool just watching his progress. I actually had a camp with him. I know Jared's had a camp this last couple of weeks with Hugo, and you can just see his riding progressing. You see him riding the national events and the tour events and riding SA champs, and he's just going from strength to strength, and that's kind of what we need from these kids in this division, and especially seeing it all come to fruition here, and him just having that kind of drive to compete at a really high level, compete against the pros, compete against in the open division, and it takes a lot of guts to do that.
100%, and it's probably the best way to really learn and improve your skills. I mean, from my personal experience just being on tour, I'll tell you about that after this replay. There's that nice roll from Hugo out the back, and you see he's just hugging the foam. he sees where the wall is, but he doesn't want to leave it too much, and like Ian suggested, cut back into the foam because that's where all the energy is. And now he's just trying to find a section to do the reverse. He finds it, and now he sees that section lining up down the line, and he races a bit for it, but unfortunately just missed timing it on the end there, not getting the projection he was really looking for. But it was still a good score. A 5.25 is a great thing to have under your belt. But yeah, like I was saying, just being on tour with all you guys and surfing with guys I've been looking up to for ever since I started bodyboarding, it's pretty amazing how much I feel like I've grown and the skills that I've gained just from watching you guys surf and how to do this, how to do that. And that's why I definitely urge all local guys looking to like improve their skills, just to seize every opportunity you have to surf with the pros. Whenever Aiden from Bodyboarding South Africa is running a camp with the likes of Ian, Tristan or Jared Houston, just jump on it, because trust me, it can only do you a world of good. And it's so cool to meet the guys and hang with them. Like, I can't fathom that I can call like Ian my friend. I mean, I've been looking up to him ever since he won his world title, and now we've been cruising the world together, and now we're just best buds. Well, I think we are. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't think
Maybe.
so. Still working my way there.
It's been epic to see, just to see the transition, even just through this year. I mean, coming on tour it's a huge risk, and you take a big financial risk, you take a big leap of faith to come across and compete against the top guys, and you get knocked down in some heats, but it's I think the highlight for me was watching you go up against Tristan and really give him a fight, and it made me super proud to watch another local rider really make his mark on the world tour. And I think it's
yeah, he's still definitely in the fight. Not a big ask. Here's back to Hugo in red. Just gonna hop out of that. That's not having enough speed going into that section. But yeah, back to Liam. He's only needing a 2.51 to progress. But yeah, it looks a little bit tough. You can see who's more comfortable on these kinds of waves. Liam, maybe not used to surfing such rip-burly waves, more punchy racing waves such as what Aaron's used to surfing. What he's grown up surfing is completely different to this, which is why you see Aaron also being a little bit slower off the bat, trying to find what he's comfortable surfing with. So again, with what Ian was saying, you really got to be versatile in the waves you surf. Try surf a variety of whole different things. Everyone rips at their local, but it's how hard you rip at other waves. And here's back to the replay of Liam. He checks the turn, he kind of like races away from the foam where all that energy is waiting for you, tries to cut back, a little bit of leaning on his rail to get in there, and now he sees the section down the line. He kind of just races a little bit past it, and the wave also didn't really offer too much opportunity for him either. So yeah, maybe just a little bit more patience.
Definitely getting tougher here on the high tide, and with the wind really starting to blow. That's going to push some of the riders off the back of the waves. Things are getting a little bit crazy down here, but only a couple more heats to go here in the the third day of competition?
Yeah, I think it's the third day of competition. Might feel like the fifth. I feel pretty tired from it all, not gonna lie. Those first 2 days were hectic of competing. That was gnarly. It was tiring. I mean, we've surfed pretty big waves in the past, much bigger than that, but that was just hectic to condense yourself to 30 minutes to get 2 scoring rides in heavy wash through waves. I mean, I think I was duck diving for maybe 20 minutes of that heat.
Yeah, it was insane, and I think hats off to everyone, organizers and riders, because that was a task in itself, just to be out there and trying to battle the elements, because that's literally what it was. And the sand not really lining up as we'd hoped here at the beach, but just unreal to see, like, everyone competing exceptionally hard and pushing the levels of the riding and being able to kind of get out there, show everyone what it's all about here in South Africa. And I think that's what it's all about, braving the elements here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, South Africans are very known for it. We got such a variety of waves. Like, you can really just surf anything from 1 foot slop to the craziest slabs. It breeds world champions, this place. There's so much variety on offer. So you just got to be prepared to push it. And if you can handle these waves, especially the waves out at Onrus, you can I think you can handle almost anything, because this place is hectic.
Definitely, 100%. I mean, yeah, we just think back to the last few months of waves. You know, you've had so many different waves. We've had Eureka and Iquique, which were just they're two worlds apart.
Yep.
And then going to Antofagasta again, another very different wave, and it just keeps changing, you know. It goes from reefs to beach breaks, back to reefs, now back to a beach break. We got Sintra, which is a beach break, and then on to the finale in Fronton, which is another reef break wave. So you've got to be getting versatile. You've got to be getting on different waves and test riding as many different styles of waves that you can and have a good go, you know?
Yeah, it's all about just having fun and sending it, and being, as long as you're comfortable in your situation, then your surfing will show. And if you can make sure you're comfortable in those 10-foot waves, then that's one task done. Then you can worry about actually surfing and not drowning, which is what everyone's irrational fear is.
For sure.
You see the big waves on the beach, like, oh my gosh, I can't do this, but everyone can. It's straight to White, who just did a good reverse out the back, hit a bit of a chop hop, but he managed to hold on. He's cutting into the foam. He's kind of seems like he's understanding how this wave works now. He's hugging the foam, looking for that roll bowl. Let's see if it can do anything for him. He's going to milk it all the way to the inside. Here comes the section. Beautiful roll out the back. Looks like he got a little bit stuck up in the lip. Unfortunately, not coming through that. And here we go to yellow. He is just going to hop out over there. But just a reminder to everyone tuning in, if you want to watch the scores and see what the judges are rewarding each guy for all their waves, head on over to the IBC World Tour website and you'll have access to all the live stream. You can see the scores, who the riders are, where they're progressing to, and the schedule as well.
Yeah, with just 5 minutes left, 5-minute call has just gone out, and it looks like we have Hugo and Aaron. That is rider in red and rider in blue. These are the top two riders here in the junior division, and the top two riders in this heat. They have 5 minutes remaining, and with Liam needing a 4.01 to progress, it's still enough time. How many times have we seen every rider get that last minute heat win just in the last dying seconds? I mean,
100%.
It happened to Tristan earlier, it's happened to me a few days ago, and I think it's happened to you a few times too.
Yeah, and it happened to Tristan against me. Thanks for rubbing salt in the wound. Yeah, I was winning the heat for 24 the 25 minutes until those dying minutes, and I made a very rookie error, to say the least. And Tristan got the score and won the heat. So never say never. With 4 minutes to go, Liam only needing a very minimal ask. I think it can definitely be done.
For sure, as we see some more white water rolling in from the back. It's been quite a challenging day here for the juniors, going from a repechage heat straight into another heat. That was Aaron Gimbel who was able to make it through and got put straight into the first heat here, the first quarterfinal. But he's doing well.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I mean, fitness is also a big thing. To be able to surf a 30-minute heat and come out for 10 minutes, have a sip of water and go straight back out for another one it's no easy ask.
Is that something you guys have been working on in your prep for this?
Yeah, I always just tell him to be prepared for anything and rest when you can and go as hard as you can when you need to. So paddle out, keep it cool, but keep a slow pace. Go maybe second or third gear, not fifth gear, fanging it, because you want to conserve your energy for when you get to the back line, so you can maybe duck dive or clean up if it comes, or paddle hard for a scoring ride. And then you have to ride the wave, of course. You don't want to be super exhausted come the wave and you blow your sections.
For sure. I think that's key, is to kind of conserve that energy. As we see Liam here taking off, I like this a little bit more, this approach. He's kind of staying on that pocket in that power section, going a little bit far away here, but he's keeping the momentum. Hopefully he can cut back into the foam, and we just see that double up on the left. And as he rides here into the shore break, whoa, big backwash roll there, but unfortunately just not getting onto the front of that.
Oh, had he connected that pair, that would have been the score. Unfortunately, not landing off the back. And here is our current heat leader, Hugo Nort, milking the foam on this right, does a spin in the pocket. Bit of a sketchy spin, but he manages to bring it back into the open water. Can he link it to that oncoming closeout? But no, I think he's just going to hop out of that one.
Well, I think that might have just been a little bit more of a block than anything else, that maybe trying to push Aaron out and try and keep that that consistency that he's had this entire heat. It seems like he's really been picking off the right waves, knows what he needs to do, staying in the pocket, and he's being rewarded for it.
Yeah, it's good to keep busy, but you got to be calculated at the same time. Can't just paddle for everything, but if it's a good looking wave and you can see your scoring potential, then by all means go for it. And here we have Blue Aaron Gimbel up and riding, looking to improve his rides. He is on the foam, does a little reverse spin, but the wave unfortunately just fades away. So there it's all about sitting in the pocket, knowing when to do the right maneuver at the right time, because that is crucial, especially at a wave like this when it goes through so many waters of flat to deep to flat. You don't quite know exactly what to do.
And Aaron, halfway in, just decides to turn and go on this. A nice big roll, just pushing out. And unfortunately, just not having enough speed to kind of push into the front of that wave. So with 30 seconds to go, we might just jump into the replay for the rider in red. As we watch Liam here, rider in yellow, just trying to stay as close as he can to that pocket here. This was that forward spin where maybe trying to get back into the foam to try and get as much speed as possible going into this next section, but he rides it really well, and you can see it dying off there a little bit too much, but coming into the shore break here, the backwash hits and unfortunately just loses it a little bit there. But we're just watching the end of the heat here. The siren is just gone, and a really entertaining junior heat.
That was jam-packed action. It's incredible. I was loving that. It's really cool to see the young guns, the future of the sport, just really show how they belong here and really rise to the occasion when competing on the world stage. Especially that's a bunch of local guys really showing the world what South African bodyboarders are all about.
Lovely. So that is Hugo just coming out of the water there. He's a big kid, huh?
He's a big boy. He's about 16, 17, and I'm a bit intimidated standing next to him, and I'm 23 years old.
Yeah,
I'm scared when he hits puberty.
When he's been standing at the house there, he's a little bit staunching us, eh?
Yeah.
So I think he just needs to settle down a little bit, but I'm sure you guys will see the interview from him shortly here, and he's been so much fun to have around, and we've really been enjoying him. So we're going to shoot off to an advert, but stay tuned to watch the final heat of the Walker Bay Pro Junior Division right after this. Back into the final heat of the day, quarterfinal number 2 of the junior division, and this means that we will finish today in the next 24 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. We are calling it quits after this junior quarterfinal, and we're going to save everything for finals day this weekend, where we will run men's, ladies and juniors semis and finals, and hopefully crown the ladies world champion for 2022, which is pretty exciting. There are 3 ladies currently in the mix for it, so we could see some huge upsets.
Yeah, those 2 semi-final heats are going to be absolutely jam-packed and stacked, and I am exceptionally excited to watch the first one. That's Alexander Rinder along with Isabella Souza. And as we see the first wave of this heat, rider in yellow, we have Janko. And a good start, just trying to stay with that foam there. We can see him waiting. And there we go for a nice clean roll. A little bit of a whitewater section there as he came down from it, but a good start to the heat.
Very good start for Janko. Janko is a local, in fact, out at this wave, so he is definitely a bit of a weapon to watch out for. Probably knows, I wouldn't say every grain of sand on the beach, but he's getting there.
Not yet.
Not quite yet. But he's learning. He's putting in the hours. He's practicing. He's trying his best, and it's showing for you. Got a great score straight off the bat, and hopefully you can just build from here on out.
Yeah, we saw him progress through the first heats. Obviously, not riding that repecharge heat a couple heats ago, and. Yeah, he's obviously got the skills to pay the bills, getting a 3-point ride in that first wave. So a good start, something a little bit basic, just a little roll, but he can build on that, build the house, and make it into the semi-finals.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, it is basics, going back to basics. If you do it cleanly, elegantly, it will get you the points you need. I mean, so from someone like you, a seasoned competitor, how important is it to have all those crazy maneuvers in your pocket? How essential is it, or is it doing a good roll and a good spin good enough to get you to that, say, maybe not win the event, but get you through some heats?
I mean, it's fundamentals of bodyboarding, the spins and the rolls, and funnily enough, the bottom turns is something that I really try to push to the kids and try to say, that is the setup maneuver. That is the most important maneuver, is to try and set up on the bottom turn. So I think if kids are trying to start out and you're just trying to figure out the basics, work on the bottom turn, work on the timing to the section, and work on those smaller moves and the easier moves. But for now, we're going to throw over to an interview with Hugo, the winner of the last heat. Thanks, Dion. And as you saw during the break there, during the interview, we had Rider in Red just taking off on a short wave. So we'll get back to that and try and show you guys a replay shortly. But the ocean seems to be calming down a bit. The last few days have been a bit hectic. It's kind of weird to see it going flat, but not the wind, correct. The wind is still blowing.
Yeah, and I mean, the term is calm before the storm, because we are going to be preparing to hunker down tomorrow, because another huge swell is on its way for the next 2 days, I think. And then Saturday gets a bit bigger. It's still a bit big, but it starts tapering off. And then I think Sunday is looking pristine, which I'm pretty excited for.
Yeah, as we just look at the replay from the rider in red here, a nice little reverse there. You can see the wave kind of just getting a little bit fat, that high tide really playing a big factor here, but he just leans forward and makes sure that he has that speed. And as he goes into this end section here, we saw him just push through and do a nice clean roll there. The judges love that. I think the judges are really looking for those clean moves, and that's definitely one of them. And rider in yellow with a nice clean roll on the outside. Double arm paddle. Big push on the front of the board, and he's making it. He's making it all the way through here. So another reverse, kind of getting a little bit out of control there with the backwash, but a very nice ride. A nice clean roll to reverse spin.
Yeah, unfortunately that backwash kind of just pushed him off. It's really... Backwash can be your best friend at sometimes. It can give you an extra boost when you're hitting the section, but at most times it is a bit of a nightmare to deal with, unfortunately. But yeah, as the tide is filling in, the waves are going to get a little bit softer and a little bit slower. That's how the beach works. It's more of a low tide spot, but it kind of helps define this bank and give you a bit more opportunity, scoring opportunity with this mid to high tide.
Yeah, you can just see rider in blue here taking off. A nice little cutback to stay in the pocket. He's got some speed, drawing into the section here, and goes for the closeout roll, but unfortunately just getting kind of held underwater there for a little bit. That looked heavy.
Yeah, that looked like you got a good little underwater tour over there. Don't let the shallowness fool you. It goes very deep and very powerful down there. But yeah, unfortunately blue just didn't quite draw a long enough line to go straight up to the lip, which is exactly what Ian was saying earlier. The bottom turn is crucial. You got to go straight to the bottom and just pull up, because the better your bottom turn, the more speed you have, and the more speed you have, the better execution of almost every single maneuver you have. Speed is your best friend in bodyboarding.
As we see rider in red again with a nice clean roll. That is Braden Hewitt. He's sitting in a beautiful position here, coming into this inside section here. He's got a lot of speed, but deciding to just duck out at that point there. Backwash, the big, full high tide wave. It's really challenging. A lot of shouting on the beach for old Braden Hewitt here, and he's doing well. I feel like, he's got the highest score of the heat at the moment. He's sitting in a good position, and I'm sure that'll push him into first here. Rider in blue, maybe deciding to just give this one a little bit of a run around after quite a heavy little closeout section there, but leaving the fins on. Here we go. Rider in blue.
He's picking up the pace with the timer counting down. He's currently in last position, the facing elimination. He needs to run as fast as he can to get straight back out there and just utilize that lip.
So that is Henry Duplessis running along the beach.
Running in the sand is hectic, especially in a place here where the sand is so soft. Would you rather take your fins off and run, or would you run with your fins?
I think the safest option is the one I would choose, and that's to take my fins off.
Yeah.
I think running with your fins on is hard work, and it's also it's stressful on your cars because you're flicking your fin around and trying to get it over, as we see rider in yellow here just kind of getting mauled by that one a little bit, but unfortunately not making that. That was a tough ride, but going back to the run around, the safer option, and probably the less stressful option is to take the fins off, run around, put the fins on, and maybe if you can do that really quickly, it'll probably save you some time.
Yeah, and I mean, the chances of tripping are 9 out of 10.
Exceptionally high.
Exceptionally high. I mean, whenever I'm running in the water with my fins, to this day, I've been surfing for a few years now, and I still trip, land on my face in front of the crowd quite a few times, and it's pretty embarrassing.
It's entertaining, but not for you. As we look for rider in blue here, this is that replay, and just that cut back into the foam here. And as Robbie was saying, drawing this line into this closeout here just didn't get high enough to kind of push through that top section. He had the speed, he had the drive, but unfortunately getting caught up a little bit there, and that's what happens. But he's done the run around now, he's back in the current paddling out, and he'll be joining the other two very shortly.
So your current positions, we have Braden Hewitt from Durban with leading the heat with a 5-point ride and a 6 as his highest scoring ride, giving him a heat total of 11. Then in second place we have local boy Janko with a 3 and a 2.25, and in third place we have Henry Duplessis needing a 3.75, which is an easy ask with 12 minutes to go. That could essentially just be one really good spin to roll out the back, or even just a single maneuver, a roll out the back could really please the judges.
Yeah, so that's who we just saw now in third place in blue. He was taking that very sketchy run with the fins on around the bay, and it's probably about a 200 to 300 meter run, so not the easiest in fins. What's your call on the run around? Would you do the run around, paddle, maybe just paddle back out from where you were? Thoughts?
In his situation, I would probably look to running around, but here we switch to Braden with the replay. Here's his good roll, hitting out the back. That's what the judges want to see. A maneuver on the biggest part of the section, which is on the back wave. This is what he received a 6-point ride for. He's looking to link it to something, but the wave kind of just didn't offer much scoring potential. He didn't see anything down the line, so he just hopped out of there, and he's looking to get back. But yeah, back to running around. I would definitely just ride the wave in and take my fins off and run around. I'm lucky to have those easy M-Star fin tethers that are just easy, what's it called, like a buckle that you just plug in, unplug, and you can pop your fins off within a matter of seconds. So I'd highly recommend that. I mean, my fins have not popped off since I've had those. I used to swear by shoelaces, and when the guys from M-Star actually offered them to me, I was like, no, none of that. I'm a shoelace kind of guy. And then I regret that now. I've never looked back.
Yeah, it's shoelaces can get pretty dangerous. They can, your fins can come off, and they can stay on your ankle and pull you underwater, and that's exactly what they do. They turn into a little bit of an anchor, and it makes it tough. I've done a video on that on my YouTube channel. Check it out. As we see rider in yellow here, that's local boy Yanko trying to get back onto this one. This is the one we saw a little while ago, and he's just getting absolutely ragdolled in that white water there, and unfortunately not making it back on. But it's good to see these kids putting it up there. I say kids, they're teenagers. As we watch Braden here, unfortunately just bogging a rail there. What is the cause of that, Rob?
Yeah, unfortunately he left the foam, and he did his cutback, and he kind of just went into the spin a bit too fast, a bit forced. He didn't let it flow, and the backwash from the wave also had a bit to do with that. It kind of just took all his speed away, not giving him enough push with the wave. But Braden is leading the heat, so he is just having fun at the end of the day. No one's really putting the pressure on him just yet, so he has the ability to play with the wave, try and improve his scores, but he doesn't have much to lose at the moment, which is nice.
Yeah, I think sitting there with the two top scores of the heat, he can now start to play around, mess around, and try and get some bigger, better scores, and that's how you do it. Link some clean moves, get with the flow. The judges love the flow, the speed, power, flow, and those are the factors that the judges want to see. So Braden just trying something different there, trying to really put it all on the line, and just add a little bit of extra diversity in the riding for the judges.
Yeah. Here we have White also attempting a reverse spin, but unfortunately also just bogging a rail on the end there. That wave also didn't really offer much scoring potential, as you see what faded off. But Ian, tell me about equipment. On a wave like this, it's very hard to generate your speed and really move with the wave. What would you recommend? Would you recommend your standard board you ride your
big waves with, or would you suggest an equipment change if you have the opportunity to?
I mean, it's whatever you're comfortable with. From my side, it's always, you know, the equipment that you ride normally, or something that you're riding all the time, and something that you're comfortable with. You don't want to come into a competition second guessing your gear and looking at your gear and being like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work, I don't know if this is going to work, and that makes it really tough. You know, doubt is something that all athletes really struggle with, and you don't want to be doubting your equipment. So I would say go into those heats with the things that work and the ones that you know work really well, and focus on not worrying about the equipment, but rather focusing on, you know, what you're going to do in the water, where you're going to sit, what scores you need, and how you can convert those scores into heat wins. And I think that's key. You know, I'm riding the exact same board that I would ride, you know, most of the time when I go surf, and it works for me and I feel comfortable. So, you know, I can then just focus on riding heats.
Perfect, yeah. Like, comfort is key. As the more comfortable you are in the heat, the more of a free surf it almost feels like, and the better you'll kind of perform in that competitive, stressful environment.
Exactly. And I think that's what it's all about, you know. Competitions they're stressful already. So don't add any extra stress if you don't need to. Surf with the equipment that you know works for you and that you're confident with, and that builds heat wins, builds confidence. And when you want to change around and mess around, do that in your free surfs. Do that in your time off when you have the time to do it. So as we count down this heat here with 7 minutes left to go, it's still the Durbanite.
Yeah, the Durbanite is really proving his worth, showing how the rip bowls of the peers have played to his strengths, and he's really just utilizing his background to take the lead. He's walking away with a 5 and a 6 point ride. And second, Janko van Noordwijk, the local boy, is trailing behind, needing an 8 point ride. The highest scoring wave of the heat, if he was to get that score. It's a big ask, but it can be done. And then trailing behind him is Henry Duplessis, needing a 3.75 to take the second place position and progress to the semi-finals.
There is a lot of action going down on the beach at the moment. The wind is picking up, it's starting to blow a bit more, so there's a lot of movement happening here. As you can see in the conditions, you can see that wind really pushing the tops of the waves down, the high tide really factoring in, and not really what you want for bodyboarding. This would be a surfer's dream wave, to have a fat burger-like wave. So
100%. I wish I had my surfboard with me right now, to be honest.
But maybe just some drop knee after these heats.
Yeah, a little drop knee. Maybe I'll take the kayak out, go have some fun. We'll see how we go, but that's all after the heat. We got 5 minutes and 30 seconds to make that decision. But first, I'm definitely going to go to Milk and get myself a Farside lager and maybe a fish and chips.
There we go.
I haven't had the fish and chips yet. I'm trying to go through everything on the menu over there.
What have you had?
So, I've had the mussel pot, which is a winner.
Wow.
The burger and chips, which is by far some of the best in town. The poke bowl, which is the Buddha bowl, which is delicious, as well as those hand rolls. Those hand rolls are numbers.
Yeah,
I love those.
I've been on the Buddha bowls, and those it's some good value too. You know, you're getting like a full meal for $100, and I mean, that's a deal.
Yeah, it's great, and it's such a perfect setting too. It's such a nice place to just park off, have a view of the ocean, people playing on the beach, just having a great time. Sun's out, beautiful deck, and they've got ice cold beer, so
beer's on tap.
That's where you can find me. I'm out the competition. I got nothing to lose.
Time to drink.
Exactly. But not too much.
Favorite South African pastime. Take a break from the waves. Go get some beers. Go check out Milk here at Onrus Beach at the Walk Bay Pro. And they've been really cool to us. They've been, you know, supporting us. They've been giving us smoothie bowls in the morning, which I'm sure all the competitors have been just devouring at any chance they get. And
yeah, I've heard talk of some guys trying to photocopy and print more. Trying to milk it as much as they can. I'm sad I only found
it.
Excuse that pun. But yeah, I'm quite sad I only had my first smoothie bowl today on the third day of competition. Wish I knew about it sooner. But here we switch to Blue, looking to improve his results, try answer back and really get into the fight. Ooh, sorry, I stand corrected, it is Yellow. Hitting that backwash, proving it's really difficult right now, that because the beach is at such a heavy slant that it sends almost like a 1 foot backwash to the backline. And if competitors time it right, it could be your best friend, but otherwise your worst nightmare.
Yeah, and that just, getting him a little bit unstuck there, the local boy Janko, just trying to go for that reverse spin and kind of bogging the rail a little bit, which, it's a tough situation there. You think you're fine, and then all of a sudden you're getting blown up by the backwash, as we see a takeoff here from the heat winner at the moment, Braden, and he's looking to go down the line here. He's got a lot of speed going into this section, and he sees something down the line. So unfortunately we have that situation again where it gets a little bit fat on the inside. He's getting some coaching on the beach here. We can hear the guys shouting in the background, but we are running into the last 2.5 minutes of this heat here.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a rivalry between Hugo Nord and Braden Hewitt, the two top performing juniors at the moment. I think they both finished, one of them finished first and second at SA Champs not too long ago. So I think it was Hugo who won SA Champs. So Braden could be looking to take the title away from Hugo and really...
A little revenge.
Yeah, get a little bit of revenge and put Hugo's money where his mouth is.
That is exciting. Nothing like a little bit of rivalry in the junior division to spark some interest here. And as we just look back at those scores, unfortunately not much of a change at the moment, but Janko on another one here, trying to manufacture that little roll there through the foam, and unfortunately it's just a little bit too fat, not giving him enough of a section, kind of pushing it up and over. So he's going to head back in the current. He's got enough time. He's got 1.5 minutes to get back out there and try and find another wave here, as we see a very strong paddle out the back there from Braden. Apologies. So Braden sitting out the back there. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. It is Ryder in Blue that is needing a score here. He is needing a 3.75 to move into second position and progress, but local boy Janko, as well as the Durbanite Braden Hewitt, holding it down at the top. And what are your thoughts for the end of the day, Rob?
I think they're definitely making the right call in calling the contest off till the weekend, because we've seen the conditions go a little bit unfavorable. But now we see Henry trying to answer back, looking for the score, sees the section, that backwash kind of just blows up the wave for him, unfortunately not offering any scoring potential for him. The clock is ticking hard. It's 20 seconds to go. Henry's going to have to paddle as his life out. But now here's Braden, just doing find anything else. Cutting back into the foam. Is the backwash going to ruin the wave for him? It kind of does, and blows him out, and he's just going to hop out of there. But he'll be stoked. He won his heat. He's in the semi-finals. And that is that. We see Braden Hewitt and Janko van Noordwijk progressing into the semi-finals, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to Henry Duplessis, who is eliminated in the junior quarterfinal number 2.
Well, some exciting stuff down here at Walker Bay, and that would run until, that runs the end of the day.
Yeah,
and
that's a wrap for the day. It was, as always, a banging day on the beach, and I'm stoked to wrap it up with you.
Yeah, it's been a change to be sitting here in the booth. I haven't done this in a little while, so struggling to get my words out and put some sentences together, but stoked to be here. Some exciting times, and I'm really looking forward to watching these juniors in the semi-finals compete against each other, and potentially we could see a little bit of a rivalry, a little bit of a payback from Braden going into the finals.
100%. I'm very excited, and Jan, I'd just like to take time to wish you good luck for your semi-final.
Thank you.
Who are you going up against?
I've got Alan.
up against Alan.
Munoz.
That could also be a little huge upset because Alan is currently looking for a world title too. He's trailing behind Tristan Roberts and Tanner McDaniel. So Ian could also be the nightmare maker.
The legend killer.
The legend killer, exactly. And yeah, just thanks for tuning in to everyone today. We're going to wrap it up. Wind's picking up. Milk is calling our name. I think it's time to go get ourselves a cold one.
So yeah, for now we're going to shoot to an ad break, and then I think we're going to go to Dion Mayer with the winner of the last heat.